Every way was like every other way. He had no idea which quarter to attack. He grew frightened and muttered to himself. Craning his neck back, he stared upward and tried to discover the points of the compass from the direction of the sunlight, but it was impossible. While he was standing there, anxious and hesitating, he heard the drum taps. The rhythmical beats proceeded from some distance off. The unseen drummer seemed to be marching through the forest away from him. "Surtur," he said under his breath. The next moment he marveled at himself for uttering the name. That mysterious being had not been in his thoughts, nor was there any ostensible connection between him and the drumming. He began to reflect, but in the meantime the sounds were travelling away. Automatically he started walking in the same direction. The drum beats had this peculiarity. Though odd and mystical, there was nothing awe-inspiring in them. But on the contrary, they reminded him of some place and some life with which he was perfectly familiar. Once again, they caused all his other sense impressions to appear false. The sounds were intermittent. They would go on for a minute or for 5 minutes and then cease for perhaps a quarter of an hour. Maskull followed them as well as he could. He walked hard among the huge, indistinct trees in the attempt to come up with the origin of the noise, but the same distance always seemed to separate them. The forest, from now onward, descended. The gradient was mostly gentle, about 1 foot in 10, but in some places it was much steeper, and in other parts, again, it was practically level ground for quite long stretches. There were great swampy marshes through which Maskull was obliged to splash. It was a matter of indifference to him how wet he became, if only he could catch sight of that individual with the drum. Mile after mile was covered, and still he was no nearer to doing so. The gloom of the forest settled down upon his spirits. He felt despondent, tired and savage. He had not heard the drum beats for some while, and was half inclined to discontinue the pursuit. Passing around a great columnar tree trunk, he almost stumbled against a man who was standing on the farther side. He was leaning against the trunk with one hand in an attitude of repose. His other hand was resting on a staff. Maskull stopped short and stared at him. He was nearly naked, and of gigantic build. He overtopped Maskull by a head. His face and body were faintly phosphorescent. His eyes, 3 in number, were pale green and luminous, shining like lamps. His skin was hairless, but the hair of his head was piled up in thick black coils and fastened like a woman's. His features were absolutely tranquil, but a terrible, quiet energy seemed to lie just underneath the surface. Maskull addressed him. "Did the drumming come from you?" The man shook his head. "What is your name?" He replied in a strange, strained, twisted voice. Maskull gathered that the name he gave was Dream Cinter. "What is that drumming?" "Surtur," said Dream Cinter. "Is it advisable for me to follow it?" "Why?" "Perhaps he intends me to. He brought me here from Earth." Dream Cinter caught hold of him, bent down, and peered into his face. "Not you, but Nightspore." This was the first time that Maskull had heard Nightspore's name since his arrival on the planet. He was so astonished that he could frame no more questions. "Eat this," said Dream Cinter. "Then we will chase the sound together." He picked something up from the ground and handed it to Maskull. He could not see distinctly, but it felt like a hard, round nut, of the size of a fist. "I can't crack it." Dreamcenter took it between his hands and broke it into pieces. Maskull then ate some of the pulpy interior, which was intensely disagreeable. "What am I doing in Tormance, then?" he asked. "You came to steal Muspel fire, to give a deeper life to men, never doubting if your soul could endure that burning." Maskull could hardly decipher the strangled words. "Muspel! That's the name I've been trying to remember ever since I awoke." Dreamcenter suddenly turned his head sideways and appeared to listen for something. He motioned with his hand to Maskull to keep quiet. "Is it the drumming?" "Hush! They come." He was looking toward the upper forest. The now familiar drum rhythm was heard, this time accompanied by the tramp of marching feet. Maskull saw, marching through the trees and heading toward them, 3 men in single file separated from one another by only a yard or so. They were traveling downhill at a swift pace and looked neither to left nor right. They were naked. Their figures were shining against the black background of the forest with a pale, supernatural light, green and ghostly. When they were abreast of him, about 20 feet off, he perceived who they were. The first man was himself, Maskull. The second was Crag. The third man was Nightspore. Their faces were grim and set. The source of the drumming was out of sight. The sound appeared to come from some point in front of them. Maskull and Dreamcenter put themselves in motion to keep up with the swiftly moving marchers. At the same time, a low, faint music began. Its rhythm stepped with the drum beats, but unlike the latter, it did not seem to proceed from any particular quarter of the forest. It resembled the subjective music heard in dreams, which accompanies the dreamer everywhere as a sort of natural atmosphere, rendering all his experiences emotional. It seemed to issue from an unearthly orchestra, and was strongly troubled, pathetic and tragic. Maskull marched and listened, and as he listened it grew louder and stormier. But the pulse of the drum interpenetrated all the other sounds, like the quiet beating of reality. His emotion deepened. He could not have said if minutes or hours were passing. The spectral procession marched on, a little way ahead, on a path parallel with his own and Dreamcenter's. The music pulsated violently. Crag lifted his arm and displayed a long, murderous-looking knife. He sprang forward and, raising it over the phantom Maskull's back, stabbed him twice, leaving the knife in the wound the second time. Maskull threw up his arms and fell down dead. Crag leaped into the forest and vanished from sight. Nightspore marched on alone, stern and unmoved. The music rose to crescendo. The whole dim, gigantic forest was roaring with sound. The tones came from all sides, from above, from the ground under their feet. It was so grandly passionate that Maskull felt his soul loosening from its bodily envelope. He continued to follow Nightspore. A strange brightness began to glow in front of them. It was not daylight, but a radiance such as he had never seen before, and such as he could not have imagined to be possible. Nightspore moved straight toward it. Maskull felt his chest bursting. The light flashed higher. The awful harmonies of the music followed hard one upon another, like the waves of a wild, magic ocean. His body was incapable of enduring such shocks, and all of a sudden he tumbled over in a faint that resembled death. Chapter 14. Pole Crab. The morning slowly passed. Maskull made some convulsive movements and opened his eyes. He sat up, blinking. All was night-like and silent in the forest. The strange light had gone, the music had ceased, Dreamcenter had vanished. He fingered his beard, clotted with Tidomin's blood, and fell into a deep muse. According to Panaway and Catis, this forest contains wise men. Perhaps Dreamcenter was one. Perhaps that vision I have just seen was a specimen of his wisdom. It looked almost like an answer to my question. I ought not to have asked about myself, but about Surtur. Then I would have got a different answer. I might have learned something. I might have seen him. He remained quiet and apathetic for a bit. But I couldn't face that awful glare, he proceeded. It was bursting my body. He warned me too, and so Surtur does really exist, and my journey stands for something. But why am I here? And what can I do? Who is Surtur? Where is he to be found? Something wild came into his eyes. What did Dreamcenter mean by his "not you, but Nightspore"? Am I a secondary character? Is he regarded as important and I as unimportant? Where is Nightspore and what is he doing? Am I to wait for his time and pleasure? Can I originate nothing? He continued sitting up with straight extended legs. I must make up my mind that this is a strange journey, and that the strangest things will happen in it. It's no use making plans, for I can't see 2 steps ahead. Everything is unknown. But one thing's evident. Nothing but the wildest audacity will carry me through, and I must sacrifice everything else to that. And therefore, if Surtur shows himself again, I shall go forward to meet him, even if it means death. Through the black, quiet aisles of the forest, the drumbeats came again. The sound was a long way off and very faint. It was like the last mutterings of thunder after a heavy storm. Maskull listened without getting up. The drumming faded into silence and did not return. He smiled queerly and said aloud, "Thanks, Surtur. I accept the omen." When he was about to get up, he found that the shriveled skin that had been his third arm was flapping disconcertingly with every movement of his body. He made perforations in it all around, as close to his chest as possible, with the fingernails of both hands. Then he carefully twisted it off. In that world of rapid growth and ungrowth, he judged that the stump would soon disappear. After that, he rose and peered into the darkness. The forest at that point sloped rather steeply, and without thinking twice about it, he took the downhill direction, never doubting it would bring him somewhere. As soon as he started walking, his temper became gloomy and morose. He was shaken, tired, dirty, and languid with hunger. Moreover, he realized that the walk was not going to be a short one. Be that as it may, he determined to sit down no more until the whole dismal forest was at his back. One after another, the shadowy, house-like trees were observed, avoided, and passed. Far overhead, the little patch of glowing sky was still always visible. Otherwise, he had no clue to the time of day. He continued tramping sullenly down the slope for many damp, slippery miles, in some places through bogs. When presently the twilight seemed to thin, he guessed that the open world was not far away. The forest grew more palpable and grey, and now he saw its majesty better. The tree trunks were like round towers, and so wide were the intervals that they resembled natural amphitheatres. He could not make out the colour of the bark. Everything he saw amazed him, but his admiration was of the growling, grudging kind. The difference in light between the forest behind him and the forest ahead became so marked that he could no longer doubt that he was on the point of coming out. Real light was in front of him. Looking back, he found he had a shadow. The trunks acquired a reddish tint. He quickened his pace. As the minutes went by, the bright patch ahead grew luminous and vivid. It had a tinge of blue. He also imagined that he heard the sound of surf. All that part of the forest toward which he was moving became rich with colour. The boles of the trees were of a deep, dark red. Their leaves, high above his head, were ulfire-hued. The dead leaves on the ground were of a colour he could not name. At the same time, he discovered the use of his third eye. By adding a third angle to his sight, every object he looked at stood out in greater relief. The world looked less flat, more realistic and significant. He had a stronger attraction toward his surroundings. He seemed somehow to lose his egotism and to become free and thoughtful. Now, through the last trees, he saw full daylight. Less than half a mile separated him from the border of the forest, and, eager to discover what lay beyond, he broke into a run. He heard the surf louder. It was a peculiar hissing sound that could proceed only from water, yet was unlike the sea. Almost immediately he came within sight of an enormous horizon of dancing waves, which he knew must be the sinking sea. He fell back into a quick walk, continuing to stare hard. The wind that met him was hot, fresh, and sweet. When he arrived at the final fringe of forest which joined the wide sands of the shore without any change of level, he leaned with his back to a great tree and gazed his fill, motionless at what lay in front of him. The sands continued east and west in a straight line, broken only here and there by a few creeks. They were of a brilliant orange colour, but there were patches of violet. The forest appeared to stand sentinel over the shore for its entire length. Everything else was sea and sky. He had never seen so much water. The semicircle of the skyline was so vast that he might have imagined himself on a flat world, with a range of vision determined only by the power of his eye. The sea was unlike any sea on earth. It resembled an immense liquid opal. On a body colour of rich, magnificent emerald green, flashes of red, yellow, and blue were everywhere shooting up and vanishing. The wave motion was extraordinary. Pinnacles of water were slowly formed until they attained a height of perhaps 10 or 20 feet, when they would suddenly sink downward and outward, creating in their descent a series of concentric rings for long distances around them. Quickly moving currents, like rivers in the sea, could be seen, racing away from land. They were of a darker green and bore no pinnacles. Where the sea met the shore, the waves rushed over the sands far in with almost sinister rapidity, accompanied by a weird, hissing, spitting sound, which was what Maskull had heard. The green tongues rolled in without foam. About 20 miles distant, as he judged, directly opposite him, a long, low island stood up from the sea, black and not distinguished in outline. It was Swalone's island. Maskull was less interested in that than in the blue sunset that glowed behind its back. Alpine had set, but the whole northern sky was plunged into the minor key by its afterlight. Branch spell in the zenith was white and overpowering. The day was cloudless and terrifically hot. But where the blue sun had sunk, a sombre shadow seemed to overhang the world. Maskull had a feeling of disintegration. just as if two chemically distinct forces were simultaneously acting upon the cells of his body. Since the afterglow of Alpine affected him like this, he thought it more than likely that he would never be able to face that sun itself and go on living. Still, some modification might happen to him that would make it possible. The sea tempted him. He made up his mind to bathe, and at once walked toward the shore. The instant he stepped outside the shadow line of the forest trees, the blinding rays of the sun beat down on him so savagely that for a few minutes he felt sick and his head swam. He trod quickly across the sands. The orange-colored parts were nearly hot enough to roast food, he judged, but the violet parts were like fire itself. He stepped on a patch in ignorance and immediately jumped high into the air with a startled yell. The sea was voluptuously warm. It would not bear his weight, so he determined to try swimming. First of all, he stripped off his skin garment, washed it thoroughly with sand and water, and laid it in the sun to dry. Then he scrubbed himself as well as he could, and washed out his beard and hair. After that, he waded in a long way until the water reached his breast, and took to swimming, avoiding the spouts as far as possible. He found it no pastime. The water was everywhere of unequal density. In some places he could swim, in others he could barely save himself from drowning. In others again he could not force himself beneath the surface at all. There were no outward signs to show what the water ahead held in store for him. The whole business was most dangerous. He came out feeling clean and invigorated. For a time he walked up and down the sands, drying himself in the hot sunshine and looking around him. He was a naked stranger in a huge, foreign, mystical world, and whichever way he turned, unknown and threatening forces were glaring at him. The gigantic, white, withering branch spell, the awful, body-changing Alpine, the beautiful, deadly, treacherous sea, the dark and eerie Swalones Island, the spirit-crushing forest out of which he had just escaped. To all these mighty powers surrounding him on every side, what resources had he, a feeble, ignorant traveler from a tiny planet on the other side of space, to oppose to avoid being utterly destroyed? Then he smiled to himself. I've already been here 2 days, and still I survive. I have luck, and with that one can balance the universe. But what is luck? A verbal expression or a thing? As he was putting on his skin, which was now dry, the answer came to him, and this time he was grave. Surtur brought me here, and Surtur is watching over me. That is my luck. But what is Surtur in this world? How is he able to protect me against the blind and ungovernable forces of nature? Is he stronger than nature? Hungry as he was for food, he was hungrier still for human society, for he wished to inquire about all these things. He asked himself which way he should turn his steps. There were only 2 ways, along the shore, either east or west. The nearest creek lay to the east, cutting the sands about a mile away. He walked towards it. The forest face was forbidding and enormously high. It was so squarely turned to the sea that it looked as though it had been planed by tools. Maskull strode along in the shade of the trees, but kept his head constantly turned away from them toward the sea. There it was more cheerful. The creek, when he reached it, proved to be broad and flat-banked. It was not a river, but an arm of the sea. Its still, dark green water curved around a bend out of sight into the forest. The trees on both banks overhung the water so that it was completely in shadow. He went as far as the bend, beyond which another short reach appeared. A man was sitting on a narrow shelf of bank with his feet in the water. He was clothed in a coarse, rough hide which left his limbs bare. He was short, thick, and sturdy, with short legs and long, powerful arms, terminating in hands of an extraordinary size. He was oldish. His face was plain, slab-like, and expressionless. It was full of wrinkles and walnut-coloured. Both face and head were bald, and his skin was tough and leathery. He seemed to be some sort of peasant or fisherman. There was no trace in his face of thought for others or delicacy of feeling. He possessed 3 eyes of different colours: jade green, blue, and ulfire. In front of him, riding on the water moored to the bank, was an elementary raft, consisting of the branches of trees clumsily corded together. Maskull addressed him. "Are you another of the wise men of the Wombflash forest?" The man answered him in a gruff, husky voice, looking up as he did so. "I'm a fisherman. I know nothing about wisdom." "What name do you go by?" "Pole crab. What's yours?" "Maskull. If you're a fisherman, you ought to have fish. I'm famishing." Pole crab grunted and paused a minute before answering. "There's fish enough. My dinner is cooking in the sands now. It's easy enough to get you some more." Maskull found this a pleasant speech. "But how long will it take?" he asked. The man slid the palms of his hands together, producing a shrill, screeching noise. He lifted his feet from the water and clambered onto the bank. In a minute or two, a curious little beast came crawling up to his feet, turning its face and eyes up affectionately like a dog. It was about 2 feet long and somewhat resembled a small seal, but had 6 legs ending in strong claws. "Ugh! Go fish!" said Pole Crab hoarsely. The animal immediately tumbled off the bank into the water. It swam gracefully to the middle of the creek and made a pivotal dive beneath the surface, where it remained a great while. "Simple fishing," remarked Maskull. "But what's the raft for?" "To go to sea with. The best fish are out at sea. These are eatable." "That Arg seems a highly intelligent creature." Pole Crab grunted again. "I've trained close on 100 of them. The big heads learn best, but they're slow swimmers. The narrow heads swim like eels, but can't be taught. Now I've started interbreeding them. He's one of them." "Do you live here alone?" "No, I've got a wife and 3 boys. My wife's sleeping somewhere, but where the lads are, Shaping knows." Maskull began to feel very much at home with this unsophisticated being. "The raft's all crazy," he remarked, staring at it. "If you go far out in that, you've got more pluck than I have." "I've been to matter play on it," said Pole Crab. The Arg reappeared and started swimming to shore, but this time clumsily, as if it were bearing a heavy weight under the surface. When it landed at its master's feet, they saw that each set of claws was clutching a fish, 6 in all. Pole Crab took them from it. He proceeded to cut off the heads and tails with a sharp-edged stone which he picked up. These he threw to the Arg, which devoured them without any fuss. Pole Crab beckoned to Maskull to follow him, and, carrying the fish, walked towards the open shore, by the same way that he had come. When they reached the sands, he sliced the fish, removed the entrails, and, digging a shallow hole in a patch of violet sand, placed the remainder of the carcasses in it and covered them over again. Then he dug up his own dinner. Maskull's nostrils quivered at the savoury smell, but he was not yet to dine. Pole Crab, turning to go with the cooked fish in his hands, said, "These are mine, not yours. When yours are done, you can come back and join me, supposing you want company." "How soon will that be?" "About 20 minutes," replied the fisherman over his shoulder. Maskull sheltered himself in the shadows of the forest and waited. When the time had approximately elapsed, he disinterred his meal, scorching his fingers in the operation, although it was only the surface of the sand which was so intensely hot. Then he returned to Pole Crab. In the warm, still air and cheerful shade of the inlet, they munched in silence, looking from their food to the sluggish water and back again. With every mouthful, Maskull felt his strength returning. He finished before Pole Crab, who ate like a man for whom time has no value. When he had done, he stood up. "Come and drink," he said in his husky voice. Maskull looked at him inquiringly. The man led him a little way into the forest and walked straight up to a certain tree. At a convenient height in its trunk, a hole had been tapped and plugged. Pole Crab removed the plug and put his mouth to the aperture, sucking for quite a long time, like a child at its mother's breast. Maskull, watching him, imagined that he saw his eyes growing brighter. When his own turn came to drink, he found the juice of the tree somewhat like coconut milk in flavor, but intoxicating. It was a new sort of intoxication, however, for neither his will nor his emotions were excited, but only his intellect, and that only in a certain way. His thoughts and images were not freed and loosened, but on the contrary kept laboring and swelling painfully, until they reached the full beauty of an aperçu, which would then flame up in his consciousness, burst, and vanish. After that, the whole process started over again. But there was never a moment when he was not perfectly cool and master of his senses. When each had drunk twice, Pole Crab replugged the hole and they returned to their bank. "Is it blood somber yet?" asked Maskull, sprawling on the ground, well content. Pole Crab resumed his old upright sitting posture with his feet in the water. "Just beginning," was his hoarse response. "Then I must stay here till it's over. Shall we talk?" "We can," said the other without enthusiasm. Maskull glanced at him through half-closed lids, wondering if he were exactly what he seemed to be. In his eyes he thought he detected a wise light. "Have you travelled much, Pole Crab?" "Not what you would call travelling." "You tell me you've been to Mataplay. What kind of country is that?" "I don't know. I went there to pick up flints." "What countries lie beyond it?" "Thrial comes next as you go north. They say it's a land of mystics. I don't know." "Mystics?" "So I'm told. Still farther north, there's Lichstorm." "Now we're going far afield." "There are mountains there, and altogether it must be a very dangerous place, especially for a full-blooded man like you. Take care of yourself." "This is rather premature, Pole Crab. How do you know I'm going there?" "As you've come from the south, I suppose you'll go north." "Well, that's right enough," said Maskull, staring hard at him. "But how do you know I've come from the south?" "Well then, perhaps you haven't. But there's a look of Ifdawn about you." "What kind of look?" "A tragical look," said Pole Crab. He never even glanced at Maskull, but was gazing at a fixed spot on the water with unblinking eyes. "What lies beyond Lichstorm?" asked Maskull after a minute or two. "Bari, where you have two suns instead of one. But beyond that fact, I know nothing about it. Then comes the ocean." "And what's on the other side of the ocean?" That you must find out for yourself, for I doubt if anybody has ever crossed it and come back." Maskull was silent for a little while. "How is it that your people are so unadventurous? I seem to be the only one travelling from curiosity." "What do you mean by your people?" "True. You don't know that I don't belong to your planet at all. I've come from another world, Polcrab." "What to find?" "I came here with Crag and Nightspore to follow Surtur. I must have fainted the moment I arrived. When I sat up, it was night and the others had vanished. Since then, I've been travelling at random." Polcrab scratched his nose. "You haven't found Surtur yet?" "I've heard his drum taps frequently. In the forest this morning, I came quite close to him. Then 2 days ago, in the Lusian plain, I saw a vision, a being in man's shape who called himself Surtur." "Well, maybe it was Surtur." "No, that's impossible," replied Maskull reflectively. "It was Crystalman. And it isn't a question of my suspecting it, I know it." "How?" "Because this is Crystalman's world, and Surtur's world is something quite different." "That's queer, then," said Polcrab. "Since I've come out of that forest," proceeded Maskull, talking half to himself, "a change has come over me, and I see things differently. Everything here looks much more solid and real in my eyes than in other places, so much so that I can't entertain the least doubt of its existence. It not only looks real, it is real, and on that I would stake my life. But at the same time that it's real, it's false." "Like a dream?" "No, not at all like a dream, and that's just what I want to explain. This world of yours, and perhaps of mine too, for that matter, doesn't give me the slightest impression of a dream or an illusion or anything of that sort. I know it's really here at this moment, and it's exactly as we're seeing it, you and I. Yet it's false. It's false in this sense, Polcrab. Side by side with it, another world exists, and that other world is the true one, and this one is all false and deceitful to the very core. And so it occurs to me that reality and falseness are 2 words for the same thing." "Perhaps there is such another world," said Polcrab huskily. "But did that vision also seem real and false to you?" "Very real. But not false then, for then I didn't understand all this. But just because it was real, it couldn't have been Surtur, who has no connection with reality." "Didn't those drum taps sound real to you?" "I had to hear them with my ears, and so they sounded real to me. Still, they were somehow different, and they certainly came from Surtur. If I didn't hear them correctly, that was my fault and not his." Polcrab growled a little. "If Surtur chooses to speak to you in that fashion, it appears he's trying to say something." "What else can I think? But, Polcrab, what's your opinion? Is he calling me to the life after death?" The old man stirred uneasily. "I'm a fisherman," he said after a minute or two. "I live by killing, and so does everybody. This life seems to me all wrong. So maybe life of any kind is wrong, and Surtur's world is not life at all, but something else." "Yes, but will death lead me to it, whatever it is?" "Ask the dead," said Polcrab, "and not a living man." Maskull continued. "In the forest I heard music and saw a light which could not have belonged to this world. They were too strong for my senses, and I must have fainted for a long time. There was a vision as well, in which I saw myself killed while Nightspore walked on toward the light alone. Polecrab uttered his grunt. You have enough to think over. A short silence ensued, which was broken by Maskull. So strong is my sense of the untruth of this present life, that it may come to my putting an end to myself. The fisherman remained quiet and immobile. Maskull lay on his stomach, propped his face on his hands, and stared at him. What do you think, Polecrab? Is it possible for any man, while in the body, to gain a closer view of that other world than I have done? I am an ignorant man, stranger, so I can't say. Perhaps there are many others like you who would gladly know. Where? I should like to meet them. Do you think you were made of one stuff and the rest of mankind of another stuff? I can't be so presumptuous. Possibly all men are reaching out towards Muspel in most cases without being aware of it. In the wrong direction, said Polecrab. Maskull gave him a strange look. How so? I don't speak from my own wisdom, said Polecrab, for I have none. But I've just now recalled what Broodval once told me when I was a young man and he was an old one. He said that Crystalman tries to turn all things into one, and that whichever way his shapes march, in order to escape from him, they find themselves again face to face with Crystalman and are changed into new crystals. But that this marching of shapes, which we call forking, springs from the unconscious desire to find Surtur, but is in the opposite direction to the right one. For Surtur's world does not lie on this side of the one, which was the beginning of life, but on the other side, and to get to it we must repass through the one. But this can only be by renouncing our self-life and reuniting ourselves to the whole of Crystalman's world. And when this has been done, it is only the first stage of the journey, though many good men imagine it to be the whole journey. As far as I can remember, that is what Broodval said. But perhaps, as I was then a young and ignorant man, I may have left out words which would explain his meaning better. Maskull, who had listened attentively to all this, remained thoughtful at the end. It's plain enough, he said. But what did he mean by our reuniting ourselves to Crystalman's world? If it is false, are we to make ourselves false as well? I didn't ask him that question, and you are as well qualified to answer it as I am. He must have meant that, as it is, we are each of us living in a false, private world of our own, a world of dreams and appetites and distorted perceptions. By embracing the great world, we certainly lose nothing in truth and reality. Polecrab withdrew his feet from the water, stood up, yawned, and stretched his limbs. I've told you all I know, he said in a surly voice. Now let me go to sleep. Maskull kept his eyes fixed on him, but made no reply. The old man let himself down stiffly onto the ground and prepared to rest. While he was still arranging his position to his liking, a footfall sounded behind the two men coming from the direction of the forest. Maskull twisted his neck and saw a woman approaching them. He at once guessed that it was Polecrab's wife. He sat up, but the fisherman did not stir. The woman came and stood in front of them, looking down from what appeared a great height. Her dress was similar to her husband's, but covered her limbs more. She was young, tall, slender, and strikingly erect. Her skin was lightly tanned, and she looked strong but not at all peasant-like. Refinement was stamped all over her. Her face had too much energy of expression for a woman, and she was not beautiful. Her 3 great eyes kept flashing and glowing. She had great masses of fine yellow hair, coiled up and fastened, but so carelessly that some of the strands were flowing down her back. When she spoke, it was in a rather weak voice, but full of lights and shades, and somehow intense passionateness never seemed to be far away from it.
"Forgiveness is asked for listening to your conversation,"
she said, addressing Maskull.
"I was resting behind the tree and heard it all."
He got up slowly. "Are you Polecrab's wife?"
"She is my wife," said Polecrab, "and her name is Gleemail. Sit down again, stranger, and you too, wife, since you are here."
They both obeyed.
"I heard everything,"
repeated Gleemail.
"but what I did not hear was where you are going to, Maskull, after you have left us."
"I know no more than you do."
"Listen, then. There's only one place for you to go to, and that is Swalone's Island. I will ferry you across myself before sunset."
"What shall I find there?"
"He may go, wife,"
put in the old man hoarsely,
"but I won't allow you to go. I will take him over myself."
"No, you have always put me off,"
said Gleemail with some emotion.
"This time I mean to go. When Tiergeld shines at night, and I sit on the shore here listening to Erthd's music travelling faintly across the sea, I am tortured. I can't endure it. I've long since made up my mind to go to the island and see what this music is. If it's bad, if it kills me, well—"
"What have I to do with the man and his music, Gleemail?" demanded Maskull.
"I think the music will answer all your questions better than Polecrab has done, and possibly in a way that will surprise you."
"What kind of music can it be to travel all those miles across the sea?"
"A peculiar kind, so we are told. Not pleasant, but painful. And the man that can play the instrument of Erthdr would be able to conjure up the most astonishing forms, which are not phantasms, but realities."
"That may be so," growled Polecrab, "but I have been to the island by daylight, and what did I find there? Human bones, new and ancient. Those are Erthd's victims, and you, wife, shall not go."
"But will that music play tonight?" asked Maskull.
"Yes,"
replied Gleemail, gazing at him intently.
"when Tiergeld rises, which is our moon."
"If Erthdr plays men to death, it appears to me that his own death is due. In any case, I should like to hear those sounds for myself. But as for taking you with me, Gleemail, women die too easily in Tormance. I have only just now washed myself clean of the death blood of another woman." Gleemail laughed, but said nothing.
"Now go to sleep," said Polecrab. "When the time comes, I will take you across myself."
He lay down again and closed his eyes. Maskull followed his example, but Gleemail remained sitting erect with her legs under her.
"Who was that other woman, Maskull?"
she asked presently. He did not answer, but pretended to sleep. Chapter 15. Swalone's Island. When he awoke, the day was not so bright, and he guessed it was late afternoon. Polecrab and his wife were both on their feet, and another meal of fish had been cooked and was waiting for him. "Is it decided who is to go with me?" he asked before sitting down.
"I go,"
said Gleemail. "Do you agree, Polecrab?" The fisherman growled a little in his throat and motioned to the others to take their seats. He took a mouthful before answering.
Something strong is attracting her, and I can't hold her back. I don't think I shall see you again, wife, but the lads are now nearly old enough to fend for themselves.
Don't take dejected views,
replied Gleemail sternly. She was not eating.
I shall come back and make amends to you. It's only for a night.
Maskull gazed from one to the other in perplexity. Let me go alone. I would be sorry if anything happened.
Gleemail shook her head. Don't regard this as a woman's caprice, she said. Even if you hadn't passed this way, I would have heard that music soon. I have a hunger for it.
Haven't you any such feeling, Polcrab?
No. A woman is a noble and sensitive creature, and there are attractions in nature too subtle for males. Take her with you since she is set on it. Maybe she's right. Perhaps Ertrid's music will answer your questions, and hers too.
What are your questions, Gleemail?
The woman shed a strange smile. You may be sure that a question which requires music for an answer can't be put into words.
If you're not back by the morning, remarked her husband, I will know you are dead.
The meal was finished in a constrained silence. Polcrab wiped his mouth and produced a seashell from a kind of pocket.
Will you say goodbye to the boys? Shall I call them?
She considered a moment.
Yes, I must see them.
He put the shell to his mouth and blew. A loud, mournful noise passed through the air. A few minutes later, there was a sound of scurrying footsteps, and the boys were seen emerging from the forest. Maskull looked with curiosity at the first children he had seen on Tormance. The oldest boy was carrying the youngest on his back, while the third trotted some distance behind. The child was let down, and all the three formed a semicircle in front of Maskull, standing staring up at him with wide-open eyes. Polcrab looked on stolidly, but Gleemail glanced away from them with proudly raised head and a baffling expression. Maskull put the ages of the boys at about 9, 7, and 5 years, respectively, but he was calculating according to Earth time. The eldest was tall, slim, but strongly built. He, like his brothers, was naked, and his skin from top to toe was ulfire-coloured. His facial muscles indicated a wild and daring nature, and his eyes were like green fires. The second showed promise of being a broad, powerful man. His head was large and heavy and drooped. His face and skin were reddish. His eyes were almost too sombre and penetrating for a child's.
That one,
said Polcrab, pinching the boy's ear,
may perhaps grow up to be a second Broodvile.
Who was that?
demanded the boy, bending his head forward to hear the answer.
A big old man of marvellous wisdom. He became wise by making up his mind never to ask questions, but to find things out for himself.
If I had not asked this question, I should not have known about him.
That would not have mattered,
replied the father. The youngest child was paler and slighter than his brothers. His face was mostly tranquil and expressionless, but it had this peculiarity about it, that every few minutes, without any apparent cause, it would wrinkle up and look perplexed. At these times his eyes, which were of a tawny gold, seemed to contain secrets difficult to associate with one of his age.
He puzzles me,
said Polcrab.
He has a soul like sap, and he's interested in nothing. He may turn out to be the most remarkable of the bunch.
Maskull took the child in one hand and lifted him as high as his head. He took a good look at him and set him down again. The boy never changed countenance.
"What do you make of him?"
asked the fisherman. It's on the tip of my tongue to say, but it just escapes me. Let me drink again, and then I shall have it.
"Go and drink, then."
Maskull strode over to the tree, drank, and returned. "In ages to come," he said, speaking deliberately, "he will be a grand and awful tradition. A seer, possibly, or even a divinity. Watch over him well." The eldest boy looked scornful.
"I want to be none of those things. I would like to be like that big fella."
And he pointed his finger at Maskull. He laughed and showed his white teeth through his beard.
"Thanks for the compliments, old warrior,"
he said.
"He's great and brawny,"
continued the boy,
"and can hold his own with other men. Can you hold me up with one arm as you did that child?"
Maskull complied.
"That is being a man,"
exclaimed the boy.
"Enough,"
said Polecrab impatiently.
"I called you lads here to say good-bye to your mother. She's going away with this man. I think she may not return, but we don't know."
The second boy's face became suddenly inflamed.
"Is she going of her own choice?"
he inquired.
"Yes,"
replied the father.
"Then she is bad."
He brought the words out with such force and emphasis that they sounded like the crack of a whip. The old man cuffed him twice.
"Is it your mother you are speaking of?"
The boy stood his ground, without change of expression, but said nothing. The youngest child spoke for the first time.
"My mother will not come back, but she will die dancing."
Polecrab and his wife looked at one another.
"Where are you going to, mother?"
asked the eldest lad. Gleemail bent down and kissed him.
"To the island." "Well then, if you don't come back by tomorrow morning, I will go and look for you."
Maskull grew more and more uneasy in his mind.
"This seems to me to be a man's journey,"
he said.
"I think it would be better for you not to come, Gleemail."
"I am not to be dissuaded,"
she replied. He stroked his beard in perplexity.
"Is it time to start?"
"It wants 4 hours to sunset, and we shall need all that."
Maskull sighed.
"I'll go to the mouth of the creek and wait there for you and the raft. You will wish to make your farewells, Gleemail."
He then clasped Polecrab by the hand.
"Adieu, fisherman." "You have repaid me well for my answers,"
said the old man gruffly.
"But it's not your fault, and in Shaping's world the worst things happen."
The eldest boy came close to Maskull and frowned at him.
"Farewell, big man,"
he said.
"but guard my mother well as you are well able to, or I shall follow you and kill you."
Maskull walked slowly along the creek bank till he came to the bend. The glorious sunshine and the sparkling, brilliant sea then met his eyes again, and all melancholy was swept out of his mind. He continued as far as the seashore, and issuing out of the shadows of the forest, strolled onto the sands and sat down in the full sunlight. The radiance of Alpine had long since disappeared. He drank in the hot, invigorating wind, listened to the hissing waves, and stared over the coloured sea with its pinnacles and currents at Swalone's Island. What music can that be which tears a wife and mother away from all she loves the most? He meditated. It sounds unholy. Will it tell me what I want to know? Can it? In a little while he became aware of a movement behind him, and, turning his head, he saw the raft floating along the creek toward the open sea. Polecrab was standing upright, propelling it with a rude pole. He passed by Maskull without looking at him or making any salutation, and proceeded out to sea. While he was wondering at this strange behavior, Gleemail and the boys came in sight, walking along the bank of the inlet. The eldest-born was holding her hand and talking, and the other two were behind. She was calm and smiling, but seemed abstracted. "What is your husband doing with the raft?" asked Maskull.
"He's putting it in position, and we shall wade out and join it,"
she answered in her low-toned voice. "But how shall we make the island without oars or sails?"
"Don't you see that current running away from land? See, he is approaching it. That will take us straight there."
"But how can you get back?"
"There is a way, but we need not think of that today." "Why shouldn't I come too?"
demanded the eldest boy.
"Because the raft won't carry 3. Maskull is a heavy man." "It doesn't matter," said the boy. "I know where there is wood for another raft. As soon as you have gone, I shall set to work."
Polecrab had by this time manoeuvred his flimsy craft to the position he desired, within a few yards of the current, which at that point made a sharp bend from the east. He shouted out some words to his wife and Maskull. Gleemail kissed her children convulsively and broke down a little. The eldest boy bit his lip till it bled, and tears glistened in his eyes, but the younger children stared wide-eyed and displayed no emotion. Gleemail now walked into the sea, followed by Maskull. The water covered first their ankles, then their knees, but when it came as high as their waists, they were close on the raft. Polecrab let himself down into the water and assisted his wife to climb over the side. When she was up, she bent down and kissed him. No words were exchanged. Maskull scrambled up onto the front part of the raft. The woman sat cross-legged in the stern and seized the pole. Polecrab shoved them off toward the current, while she worked her pole until they had got within its power. The raft immediately began to travel swiftly away from land with a smooth, swaying motion. The boys waved from the shore. Gleemail responded, but Maskull turned his back squarely to land and gazed ahead. Polecrab was wading back to the shore. For upward of an hour, Maskull did not change his position by an inch. No sound was heard but the splashing of the strange waves all around them, and a stream-like gurgle of the current, which threaded its way smoothly through the tossing, tumultuous sea. From their pathway of safety, the beautiful dangers surrounding them were an exhilarating experience. The air was fresh and clean, and the heat from Branch Spell, now low in the west, was at last endurable. The riot of sea colours had long since banished all sadness and anxiety from his heart. Yet he felt such a grudge against the woman for selfishly forsaking those who should have been dear to her that he could not bring himself to begin a conversation. But when, over the now enlarged shape of the dark island, he caught sight of a long chain of lofty, distant mountains, glowing salmon-pink in the evening sunlight, he felt constrained to break the silence by inquiring what they were.
"It is Lich-Storm,"
said Gleemail. Maskull asked no questions about it, but in turning to address her, his eyes had rested on the rapidly receding Wombflash forest, and he continued to stare at that. They had travelled about 8 miles, and now he could better estimate the enormous height of the trees. Overtopping them, far away, he saw Sant, and he fancied, but was not quite sure, that he could distinguish Discorn as well.
"Now that we are alone in a strange place,"
said Gleemail, averting her head and looking down over the side of the raft into the water.
Tell me what you thought of Polcrab.
Maskull paused before answering. He seemed to me like a mountain wrapped in cloud. You see the lower buttresses and think that is all. But then high up, far above the clouds, you suddenly catch sight of more mountain, and even then it is not the top.
You read character well, and have great perception,
remarked Gleemail quietly.
Now say what I am.
In place of a human heart, you have a wild harp, and that's all I know about you.
What was that you said to my husband about 2 worlds?
You heard.
Yes, I heard. And I also am conscious of 2 worlds. My husband and boys are real to me, and I love them fondly. But there is another world for me, as there is for you, Maskull, and it makes my real world appear all false and vulgar.
Perhaps we are seeking the same thing. But can it be right to satisfy our self-nature at the expense of other people?
No, it's not right. It is wrong and base. But in that other world, these words have no meaning.
There was a silence. It's useless to discuss such topics, said Maskull. The choice is now out of our hands, and we must go where we are taken. What I would rather speak about is what awaits us on the island.
I am ignorant, except that we shall find Ertrid there.
Who is Ertrid? And why is it called Swalone's Island?
They say Ertrid came from Thrial, but I know nothing else about him. As for Swalone, if you like, I will tell you his legend.
If you please, said Maskull.
In a far back age,
began Gleemail,
when the seas were hot, and clouds hung heavily over the earth, and life was rich with transformations, Swalone came to this island, on which men had never before set foot, and began to play his music, the first music in Tormance. Nightly, when the moon shone, people used to gather on this shore behind us and listen to the faint, sweet strains floating from over the sea. One night, Shaping, whom you call Crystalman, was passing this way in company with Crag. They listened a while to the music, and Shaping said, "Have you heard more beautiful sounds? This is my world and my music." Crag stamped with his foot and laughed. "You must do better than that if I am to admire it. Let us pass over and see this bungler at work." Shaping consented, and they passed over to the island. Swalone was not able to see their presence. Shaping stood behind him and breathed thoughts into his soul, so that his music became 10 times lovelier, and people listening on that shore went mad with sick delight. "Can any strains be nobler?" demanded Shaping. Crag grinned and said, "You are naturally effeminate. Now let me try." Then he stood behind Swalone and shot ugly discords fast into his head. His instrument was so cracked that never since has it played right. From that time forth, Swalone could utter only distorted music. Yet it called to folk more than the other sort. Many men crossed over to the island during his lifetime to listen to the amazing tones, but none could endure them. All died. After Swalone's death, another musician took up the tale, and so the light has passed down from torch to torch, till now Ertrid bears it.
An interesting legend, commented Maskull.
But who is Crag?
They say that when the world was born, Crag was born with it. A spirit compounded of those vestiges of Muspel which shaping did not know how to transform. Thereafter nothing has gone right with the world, for he dogs shaping's footsteps everywhere, and whatever the latter does, he undoes. To love, he joins death. To sex, shame. To intellect, madness. To virtue, cruelty. And to fair exteriors, bloody entrails. These are Crag's actions. So the lovers of the world call him devil. They don't understand, Maskull, that without him the world would lose its beauty.
Crag and beauty, exclaimed he with a cynical smile.
Even so. That same beauty which you and I are now voyaging to discover. That beauty for whose sake I am renouncing husband, children, and happiness. Did you imagine beauty to be pleasant?
Surely.
That pleasant beauty is an insipid compound of shaping. To see beauty in its terrible purity, you must tear away the pleasure from it.
Do you say I am going to seek beauty, Gleemail? Such an idea is far from my mind. She did not respond to his remark. After waiting for a few minutes to hear if she would speak again, he turned his back on her once more. There was no more talk until they reached the island. The air had grown chill and damp by the time they approached its shores. Branch Spell was on the point of touching the sea. The island appeared to be some 3 or 4 miles in length. There were, first of all, broad sands, then low, dark cliffs, and behind these a wilderness of insignificant, swelling hills entirely devoid of vegetation. The current bore them to within 100 yards of the coast, when it made a sharp angle and proceeded to skirt the length of the land. Gleemail jumped overboard and began swimming to shore. Maskull followed her example, and the raft, abandoned, was rapidly borne away by the current. They soon touched ground, and were able to wade the rest of the way. By the time they reached dry land, the sun had set. Gleemail made straight for the hills, and Maskull, after casting a single glance at the low, dim outline of the Wombflash forest, followed her. The cliffs were soon scrambled up. Then the ascent was gentle and easy, while the rich, dry brown mould was good to walk upon. A little way off on their left, something white was shining. "You need not go to it," said the woman. "It can be nothing else than one of those skeletons Polcrab talked about. And look, there is another one over there." "This brings it home," remarked Maskull, smiling.
"There is nothing comical in having died for beauty,"
said Gleemail, bending her brows at him. And when in the course of their walk he saw the innumerable human bones, from gleaming white to dirty yellow, lying scattered about, as if it were a naked graveyard among the hills, he agreed with her, and fell into a sombre mood. It was still light when they reached the highest point, and could set eyes on the other side. The sea to the north of the island was in no way different from that which they had crossed, but its lively colours were fast becoming invisible.
"That is matter play,"
said the woman, pointing her finger towards some lowland on the horizon, which seemed to be even farther off than Wombflash. "I wonder how Dick Rung passed over," meditated Maskull. Not far away, in a hollow enclosed by a circle of little hills, they saw a small circular lake, not more than 1/2 a mile in diameter. The sunset colours of the sky were reflected in its waters.
"That must be Iron Tick,"
remarked Gleemail. "What is that?"
I have heard that it's the instrument Ertrid plays on.
We are getting close, responded he. Let us go and investigate.
When they drew nearer, they observed that a man was reclining on the farther side in an attitude of sleep.
If that's not the man himself, who can it be? Said Maskull. Let's get across the water if it will bear us. It will save time. He now assumed the lead, and took running strides down the slope which bounded the lake on that side. Gleemail followed him with greater dignity, keeping her eyes fixed on the recumbent man as if fascinated. When Maskull reached the water's edge, he tried it with one foot to discover if it would carry his weight. Something unusual in its appearance led him to have doubts. It was a tranquil, dark, and beautifully reflecting sheet of water. It resembled a mirror of liquid metal. Finding that it would bear him and that nothing happened, he placed his second foot on its surface. Instantly he sustained a violent shock throughout his body, as from a powerful electric current, and he was hurled in a tumbled heap back onto the bank. He picked himself up, brushed the dirt off his person, and started walking around the lake. Gleemail joined him, and they completed the half-circuit together. They came to the man, and Maskull prodded him with his foot. He woke up and blinked at them. His face was pale, weak and vacant-looking, and had a disagreeable expression. There were thin sprouts of black hair on his chin and head. On his forehead, in place of a third eye, he possessed a perfectly circular organ with elaborate convolutions like an ear. He had an unpleasant smell. He appeared to be of young middle age. "Wake up, man," said Maskull sharply, "and tell us if you are Ertrid."
"What time is it?" counter-questioned the man. "Does it want long to moonrise?"
Without appearing to care about an answer, he sat up and, turning away from them, began to scoop up the loose soil with his hand and to eat it half-heartedly. "Now, how can you eat that filth?" demanded Maskull in disgust.
"Don't be angry, Maskull,"
said Gleemail, laying hold of his arm and flushing a little.
"It is Ertrid, the man who is to help us."
"He has not said so."
"I am Ertrid,"
said the other, in his weak and muffled voice, which, however, suddenly struck Maskull as being autocratic.
"What do you want here? Or rather, you had better get away as quickly as you can, for it will be too late when Tiergeld rises."
"You need not explain," exclaimed Maskull. "We know your reputation, and we have come to hear your music. But what's that organ for on your forehead?" Ertrid glared, and smiled, and glared again.
"That is for rhythm, which is what changes noise into music. Don't stand and argue, but go away. It is no pleasure to me to people the island with corpses. They corrupt the air and do nothing else."
Darkness now crept swiftly on over the landscape. "You are rather big-mouthed," said Maskull coolly. "But after we have heard you play, perhaps I shall adventure a tune myself."
"You? Are you a musician, then? Do you even know what music is?"
A flame danced in Gleemail's eyes.
"Maskull thinks music reposes in the instrument," she said in her intense way. "But it is in the soul of the master."
"Yes," said Ertrid. "But that is not all. I will tell you what it is. In Thrial, where I was born and brought up, we learn the mystery of the three in nature. This world, which lies extended before us, has three directions. Length is the line which shuts off what is from what is not. Breadth is the surface which shows us in what manner one thing of what is lives with another thing. Depth is the path which leads from what is to our own body. In music it is not otherwise. Tone is existence, without which nothing at all can be. Symmetry and numbers are the manner in which tones exist, one with another. Emotion is the movement of our soul toward the wonderful world that is being created. Now, men, when they make music, are accustomed to build beautiful tones because of the delight they cause. Therefore, their music world is based on pleasure. Its symmetry is regular and charming. Its emotion is sweet and lovely. But my music is founded on painful tones, and thus its symmetry is wild and difficult to discover. Its emotion is bitter and terrible. If I had not anticipated its being original, I would not have come here, said Maskull. Still, explain, why can't harsh tones have simple symmetry of form? And why must they necessarily cause more profound emotions in us who listen? Pleasures may harmonize. Pains must clash, and in the order of their clashing lies the symmetry. The emotions follow the music, which is rough and earnest. You may call it music, remarked Maskull thoughtfully, but to me it bears a closer resemblance to actual life. If Shaping's plans had gone straight, life would have been like that other sort of music. He who seeks can find traces of that intention in the world of nature. But, as it has turned out, real life resembles my music, and mine is the true music. Shall we see living shapes? I don't know what my mood will be, returned Urtrid. But when I have finished, you shall adventure your tune, and produce whatever shapes you please, unless indeed the tune is out of your own big body. The shocks you are preparing may kill us, said Gleemail in a low, taut voice, but we shall die seeing beauty. Urtrid looked at her with a dignified expression. Neither you nor any other person can endure the thoughts which I put into my music. Still, you must have it your own way. It needed a woman to call it beauty. But if this is beauty, what is ugliness?
That I can tell you, master,
replied Gleemail, smiling at him.
Ugliness is old, stale life, while yours every night issues fresh from the womb of nature.
Urtrid stared at her without response. Tyrgeld is rising, he said at last. And now you shall see, though not for long. As the words left his mouth, the full moon peeped over the hills in the dark eastern sky. They watched it in silence, and soon it was wholly up. It was larger than the moon of Earth, and seemed nearer. Its shadowy parts stood out in just as strong relief, but somehow it did not give Maskull the impression of being a dead world. Branch spells shone on the whole of it, but Alpane only on a part. The broad crescent that reflected branch spells' rays alone was white and brilliant, but the part that was illuminated by both suns shone with a greenish radiance that had almost solar power, and yet was cold and cheerless. On gazing at that combined light, he felt the same sense of disintegration that the afterglow of Alpane had always caused in him. But now the feeling was not physical, but merely aesthetic. The moon did not appear romantic to him, but disturbing and mystical. Urtrid rose and stood quietly for a minute. In the bright moonlight his face seemed to have undergone a change. It lost its loose, weak, disagreeable look, and acquired a sort of crafty grandeur. He clapped his hands together meditatively 2 or 3 times, and walked up and down. The others stood together watching him. Then he sat down by the side of the lake
and, leaning on his side, placed his right hand, open palm downward, on the ground, at the same time stretching out his right leg so that the foot was in contact with the water. While Maskull was in the act of staring at him and at the lake, he felt a stabbing sensation right through his heart, as though he had been pierced by a rapier. He barely recovered himself from falling, and as he did so, he saw that a spout had formed on the water and was now subsiding again. The next moment he was knocked down by a violent blow in the mouth, delivered by an invisible hand. He picked himself up and observed that a second spout had formed. No sooner was he on his legs than a hideous pain hammered away inside his brain, as if caused by a malignant tumour. In his agony he stumbled and fell again, this time on the arm Crag had wounded. All his other mishaps were forgotten in this one, which half stunned him. It lasted only a moment, and then sudden relief came, and he found that Ertrid's rough music had lost its power over him. He saw him still stretched in the same position. Spouts were coming thick and fast on the lake, which was full of lively motion. But Gleemail was not on her legs. She was lying on the ground in a heap without moving. Her attitude was ugly, and he guessed she was dead. When he reached her, he discovered that she was dead. In what state of mind she had died, he did not know, for her face wore the vulgar Crystalman grin. The whole tragedy had not lasted 5 minutes. He went over to Ertrid and dragged him forcibly away from his playing. "You have been as good as your word, musician," he said. "Gleemail is dead." Ertrid tried to collect his scattered senses. "I warned her," he replied, sitting up. "Did I not beg her to go away? But she died very easily. She did not wait for the beauty she spoke about. She heard nothing of the passion, nor even of the rhythm. Neither have you." Maskull looked down at him in indignation, but said nothing. "You should not have interrupted me," went on Ertrid. "When I am playing, nothing else is of importance. I might have lost the thread of my ideas. Fortunately, I never forget. I shall start over again." "If music is to continue in the presence of the dead, I play next." The man glanced up quickly. "That can't be." "It must be," said Maskull decisively. "I prefer playing to listening. Another reason is that you will have every night, but I have only tonight." Ertrid clenched and unclenched his fist and began to turn pale. "With your recklessness, you are likely to kill us both. Iron Tick belongs to me, and until you have learned how to play, you would only break the instrument." "Well then, I will break it, but I am going to try." The musician jumped to his feet and confronted him. "Do you intend to take it from me by violence?" "Keep calm. You will have the same choice that you offered us. I shall give you time to go away somewhere." "How will that serve me if you spoil my lake? You don't understand what you are doing." "Go or stay," responded Maskull. "I give you till the water gets smooth again. After that, I begin playing." Ertrid kept swallowing. He glanced at the lake and back to Maskull. "Do you swear it?" "How long that will take, you know better than I. But till then, you are safe." Ertrid cast him a look of malice, hesitated for an instant, and then moved away and started to climb the nearest hill. Halfway up, he glanced over his shoulder apprehensively, as if to see what was happening. In another minute or so, he had disappeared over the crest, travelling in the direction of the shore that faced Mataplay. Later, When the water was once more tranquil, Maskull sat down by its edge in imitation of Ertrid's attitude. He knew neither how to set about producing his music nor what would come of it, but audacious projects entered his brain, and he willed to create physical shapes, and above all one shape, that of Surtur. Before putting his foot to the water, he turned things over a little in his mind. He said, "What themes are in common music, shapes are in this music. The composer does not find his theme by picking out single notes, but the whole theme flashes into his mind by inspiration. So it must be with shapes. When I start playing, if I am worth anything, the undivided ideas will pass from my unconscious mind to this lake, and then, reflected back in the dimensions of reality, I shall be for the first time made acquainted with them. So it must be." The instant his foot touched the water, he felt his thoughts flowing from him. He did not know what they were, but the mere act of flowing created a sensation of joyful mastery. With this was curiosity to learn what they would prove to be. Spouts formed on the lake in increasing numbers, but he experienced no pain. His thoughts, which he knew to be music, did not issue from him in a steady, unbroken stream, but in great, rough gushes, succeeding intervals of quiescence. When these gushes came, the whole lake broke out in an eruption of spouts. He realized that the ideas passing from him did not arise in his intellect, but had their source in the fathomless depths of his will. He could not decide what character they should have, but he was able to force them out or retard them by the exercise of his volition. At first, nothing changed around him. Then the moon grew dimmer, and a strange new radiance began to illuminate the landscape. It increased so imperceptibly that it was some time before he recognized it as the Maskull light which he had seen in the Wombflash forest. He could not give it a color or name, but it filled him with a sort of stern and sacred awe. He called up the resources of his powerful will. The spouts thickened like a forest, and many of them were 20 feet high. Tyrgeld looked faint and pale. The radiance became intense, but it cast no shadows. The wind got up, but where Maskull was sitting it was calm. Shortly afterward it began to shriek and whistle like a full gale. He saw no shapes and redoubled his efforts. His ideas were now rushing out onto the lake so furiously that his whole soul was possessed by exhilaration and defiance. But still he did not know their nature. A huge spout shot up, and at the same moment the hills began to crack and break. Great masses of loose soil were erupted from their bowels, and in the next period of quietness he saw that the landscape had altered. Still the mysterious light intensified. The moon disappeared entirely. The noise of the unseen tempest was terrifying, but Maskull played heroically on, trying to urge out ideas which would take shape. The hillsides were cleft with chasms. The water escaping from the tops of the spouts swamped the land, but where he was, it was dry. The radiance grew terrible. It was everywhere, but Maskull fancied that it was far brighter in one particular quarter. He thought that it was becoming localized, preparatory to contracting into a solid form. He strained and strained. Immediately afterward, the bottom of the lake subsided. Its waters fell through, and his instrument was broken. The Maskull light vanished. The moon shone out again, but Maskull could not see it. After that unearthly shining, he seemed to himself to be in total blackness. The screaming wind ceased. There was a dead silence. His thoughts finished flowing toward the lake, and his foot no longer touched water but hung in space. He was too stunned by the suddenness of the change to either think or feel. While he was still lying dazed, a vast explosion occurred in the newly opened depths beneath the lake bed. The water in its descent had met fire. Maskull was lifted bodily in the air, many yards high, and came down heavily. He lost consciousness. When he came to his senses again, he saw everything. Tiergeld was gleaming brilliantly. He was lying by the side of the old lake, but it was now a crater, to the bottom of which his eyes could not penetrate. The hills encircling it were torn as if by heavy gunfire. A few thunderclouds were floating in the air at no great height, from which branched lightning descended to the earth incessantly, accompanied by alarming and singular crashes. He got on his legs and tested his actions. Finding that he was uninjured, he first of all viewed the crater at closer quarters, and then started to walk painfully toward the northern shore. When he had attained the crest above the lake, the landscape sloped gently down for 2 miles to the sea. Everywhere he passed through traces of his rough work. The country was carved into scarps, grooves, channels, and craters. He arrived at the line of low cliffs overlooking the beach, and found that these also were partly broken down by landslips. He got down onto the sand and stood looking over the moonlit, agitated sea, wondering how he could contrive to escape from this island of failure. Then he saw Ertrid's body lying quite close to him. It was on its back. Both legs had been violently torn off, and he could not see them anywhere. Ertrid's teeth were buried in the flesh of his right forearm, indicating that the man had died in unreasoning physical agony. The skin gleamed green in the moonlight, but it was stained by darker discolorations, which were wounds. The sand about him was dyed by the pool of blood which had long since filtered through. Maskull left the corpse in dismay and walked a long way along the sweet-smelling shore. Sitting down on a rock, he waited for daybreak.
Chapter 16. Lihalfe.
At midnight, when Tiergeld was in the south, throwing his shadow straight toward the sea and making everything nearly as bright as day, he saw a great tree floating in the water not far out. It was 30 feet out of the water, upright and alive, and its roots must have been enormously deep and wide. It was drifting along the coast through the heavy seas. Maskull eyed it incuriously for a few minutes. Then it dawned on him that it might be a good thing to investigate its nature. Without stopping to weigh the danger, he immediately swam out, caught hold of the lowest branch, and swung himself up. He looked aloft and saw that the main stem was thick to the very top, terminating in a knob that somewhat resembled a human head. He made his way toward this knob, through the multitude of boughs, which were covered with tough, slippery marine leaves like seaweed. Arriving at the crown, he found that it actually was a sort of head, for there were membranes like rudimentary eyes all the way around it, denoting some form of low intelligence. At that moment the tree touched bottom, though some way from the shore, and began to bump heavily. To steady himself, Maskull put his hand out, and in doing so accidentally covered some of the membranes. The tree sheared off the land as if by an act of will. When it was steady again, Maskull removed his hand. They at once drifted back to shore. He thought a bit, and then started experimenting with the eye-like membranes. It was as he had guessed. These eyes were stimulated by the light of the moon, and whichever way the light came from, the tree would travel. A rather defiant smile crossed Maskull's face as it struck him that it might be possible to navigate this huge plant animal as far as Matterplay. He lost no time in putting the conception into execution. Tearing off some of the long, tough leaves, he bound up all the membranes except the ones that faced the north. The tree instantly left the island and definitely put out to sea. It travelled due north. It was not moving at more than a mile an hour, however, while Matterplay was possibly 40 miles distant. The great spout waves fell against the trunk with mighty thuds. The breaking seas hissed through the lower branches. Maskull rested high and dry, but was more than a little apprehensive about their slow rate of progress. Presently he sighted a current racing along toward the northwest, and that put another idea into his head. He began to juggle with the membranes again, and before long had succeeded in piloting his tree into the fast-running stream. As soon as they were fairly in its rapids, he blinded the crown entirely, and thenceforward the current acted in the double capacity of road and steed. Maskull made himself secure among the branches and slept for the remainder of the night. When his eyes opened again, the island was out of sight. Tyrgeld was setting in the western sea. The sky in the east was bright with the colours of the approaching day. The air was cool and fresh. The light over the sea was beautiful, gleaming and mysterious. Land, probably Matterplay, lay ahead, a long, dark line of low cliffs, perhaps a mile away. The current no longer ran toward the shore, but began to skirt the coast without drawing any closer to it. As soon as Maskull realized the fact, he maneuvered the tree out of its channel and started drifting it inshore. The eastern sky blazed up suddenly with violet dyes, and the outer rim of branch spell lifted itself above the sea. The moon had already sunk. The shore loomed nearer and nearer. In physical character, it was like Swalone's Island, the same wide sands, small cliffs, and rounded, insignificant hills inland without vegetation. In the early morning sunlight, however, it looked romantic. Maskull, hollow-eyed and morose, cared nothing for all that, but the moment the tree grounded, clambered swiftly down through the branches and dropped into the sea. By the time he had swum ashore, the white, stupendous sun was high above the horizon. He walked along the sands toward the east for a considerable distance, without having any special intention in his mind. He thought he would go on until he came to some creek or valley and then turn up it. The sun's rays were cheering, and began to relieve him of his oppressive night weight. After strolling along the beach for about a mile, he was stopped by a broad stream that flowed into the sea out of a kind of natural gateway in the line of cliffs. Its water was of a beautiful, limpid green, all filled with bubbles. So ice-cold, aerated, and enticing did it look that he flung himself face downward on the ground and took a prolonged draught. When he got up again, his eyes started to play pranks. They became alternately blurred and clear. It may have been pure imagination, but he fancied the dig-room was moving inside him. He followed the bank of the stream through the gap in the cliffs, and then for the first time saw the real Matterplay. A valley appeared, like a jewel enveloped by naked rock. All the hill country was bare and lifeless, but this valley lying in the heart of it was extremely fertile. He had never seen such fertility. It wound up among the hills, and all that he was looking at was its broad lower end. The floor of the valley was about 1/2 mile wide. The stream that ran down its middle was nearly 100 feet across, but was exceedingly shallow, in most places not more than a few inches deep. The sides of the valley were about 70 feet high, but very sloping. They were clothed from top to bottom with little bright-leaved trees, not of varied tints of one colour like earth trees, but of widely diverse colours, most of which were brilliant and positive. The floor itself was like a magician's garden. Densely interwoven trees, shrubs, and parasitical climbers fought everywhere for possession of it. The forms were strange and grotesque, and each one seemed different. The colours of leaf, flower, sexual organs, and stem were equally peculiar. All the different combinations of the 5 primary colours of Tormance seemed to be represented, and the result for Maskull was a sort of eye chaos. So rank was the vegetation that he could not fight his way through it. He was obliged to take to the riverbed. The contact of the water created an odd, tingling sensation throughout his body, like a mild electric shock. There were no birds, but a few extraordinary-looking winged reptiles of small size kept crossing the valley from hill to hill. Swarms of flying insects clustered around him, threatening mischief. But in the end, it turned out that his blood was disagreeable to them, for he was not bitten once. Repulsive crawling creatures resembling centipedes, scorpions, snakes, and so forth were in myriads on the banks of the stream, but they also made no attempt to use their weapons on his bare legs and feet, as he passed through them into the water. Presently, however, he was confronted in midstream by a hideous monster of the size of a pony, but resembling in shape, if it resembled anything, a sea crustacean, and then he came to a halt. They stared at one another. The beast with wicked eyes, Maskull with cool and wary ones. While he was staring, a singular thing happened to him. His eyes blurred again. But when in a minute or two this blurring passed away and he saw clearly once more, his vision had changed in character. He was looking right through the animal's body, and could distinguish all its interior parts. The outer crust, however, and all the hard tissues were misty and semi-transparent. Through them a luminous network of blood-red veins and arteries stood out in startling distinctness. The hard parts faded away to nothingness, and the blood system alone was left. Not even the fleshy ducts remained. The naked blood alone was visible, flowing this way and that like a fiery liquid skeleton in the shape of the monster. Then this blood began to change too. Instead of a continuous liquid stream, Maskull perceived that it was composed of 1,000,000 individual points. The red colour had been an illusion caused by the rapid motion of the points. He now saw clearly that they resembled minute suns in their scintillating brightness. They seemed like a double drift of stars streaming through space. One drift was travelling toward a fixed point in the centre, while the other was moving away from it. He recognized the former as the veins of the beast, the latter as the arteries, and the fixed point as the heart. While he was still looking, lost in amazement, the starry network went out suddenly like an extinguished flame. Where the crustacean had stood, there was nothing. Yet through this nothing, he could not see the landscape. Something was standing there that intercepted the light, though it possessed neither shape, colour, nor substance. And now the object, which could no longer be perceived by vision, began to be felt by emotion. A delightful, spring-like sense of rising sap, of quickening pulses of love, adventure, mystery, beauty, femininity took possession of his being, and strangely enough he identified it with the monster. Why that invisible brute should cause him to feel young, sexual, and audacious, he did not ask himself, for he was fully occupied with the effect. But it was as if flesh, bones, and blood had been discarded, and he were face to face with naked life itself, which slowly passed into his own body. The sensations died away. There was a brief interval, and then the streaming, star-like skeleton rose up again out of space. It changed to the red blood system. The hard parts of the body reappeared, with more and more distinctness, and at the same time the network of blood grew fainter. Presently the interior parts were entirely concealed by the crust. The creature stood opposite Maskull in its old, formidable ugliness, hard, painted, and concrete. Disliking something about him, the crustacean turned aside and stumbled awkwardly away on its 6 legs, with laborious and repulsive movements toward the other bank of the stream. Maskull's apathy left him after this adventure. He became uneasy and thoughtful. He imagined that he was beginning to see things through Digrung's eyes, and that there were strange troubles immediately ahead. The next time his eyes started to blur, he fought it down with his will, and nothing happened. The valley ascended with many windings toward the hills. It narrowed considerably, and the wooded slopes on either side grew steeper and higher. The stream shrunk to about 20 feet across, but it was deeper. It was alive with motion, music, and bubbles. The electric sensations caused by its water became more pronounced, almost disagreeably so, but there was nowhere else to walk. With its deafening confusion of sounds from the multitude of living creatures, the little valley resembled a vast conversation hall of nature. The life was still more prolific than before. Every square foot of space was a tangle of struggling wills, both animal and vegetable. For a naturalist, it would have been paradise, for no 2 shapes were alike, and all were fantastic with individual character. It looked as if life forms were being coined so fast by nature that there was not physical room for all. Nevertheless, it was not as on earth, where 100 seeds are scattered in order that one may be sown. Here the young forms seemed to survive, while, to find accommodation for them, the old ones perished. Everywhere he looked, they were withering and dying without any ostensible cause. They were simply being killed by new life. Other creatures sported so wildly in front of his very eyes that they became of different kingdoms altogether. For example, a fruit was lying on the ground, of the size and shape of a lemon, but with a tougher skin. He picked it up, intending to eat the contained pulp. But inside it was a fully formed young tree, just on the point of bursting its shell. Maskull threw it away upstream. It floated back toward him. By the time he was even with it, its downward motion had stopped, and it was swimming against the current. He fished it out and discovered that it had sprouted 6 rudimentary legs. Maskull sang no paeans of praise in honor of the gloriously overcrowded valley. On the contrary, he felt deeply cynical and depressed. He thought that the unseen power, whether it was called nature, life, will, or God, that was so frantic to rush forward and occupy this small, vulgar, contemptible world could not possess very high aims and was not worth much. How this sordid struggle for an hour or two of physical existence could ever be regarded as a deeply earnest and important business was beyond his comprehension. The atmosphere choked him. He longed for air and space. Thrusting his way through to the side of the ravine, he began to climb the overhanging cliff, swinging his way up from tree to tree. When he arrived at the top, branch spell beat down on him with such brutal white intensity that he saw that there was no staying there. He looked around to ascertain what part of the country he had come to. He had travelled about 10 miles from the sea as the crow flies. The bare, undulating wold sloped straight down toward it. The water glittered in the distance, and on the horizon he was just able to make out Swalone's Island. Looking north, the land continued sloping upward as far as he could see. Over the crest, that is to say some miles away, a line of black, fantastic-shaped rocks of quite another character showed themselves. This was probably Threal. Behind these again, against the sky, perhaps 50 or even 100 miles off, were the peaks of Lichstorm, most of them covered with greenish snow that glittered in the sunlight. They were stupendously high and of weird contours. Most of them were conical to the top, but from the top, great masses of mountain balanced themselves at what looked like impossible angles, overhanging without apparent support. A land like that promised something new, he thought. Extraordinary inhabitants. The idea took shape in his mind to go there, and to travel as swiftly as possible. It might even be feasible to get there before sunset. It was less the mountains themselves that attracted him than the country which lay beyond. The prospect of setting eyes on the blue sun, which he judged to be the wonder of wonders in Tormance. The direct route was over the hills, but that was out of the question because of the killing heat and the absence of shade. He guessed, however, that the valley would not take him far out of his way, and decided to keep to that for the time being, much as he hated and feared it. Into the hotbed of life, therefore, he once more swung himself. Once down, he continued to follow the windings of the valley for several miles through sunlight and shadow. The path became increasingly difficult. The cliffs closed in on either side until they were less than 100 yards apart, while the bed of the ravine was blocked by boulders, great and small, so that the little stream, which was now diminished to the proportions of a brook, had to come down where and how it could. The forms of life grew stranger. Pure plants and pure animals disappeared by degrees, and their place was filled by singular creatures that seemed to partake of both characters. They had limbs, faces, will, and intelligence, but they remained for the greater part of their time rooted in the ground by preference, and they fed only on soil and air. Maskull saw no sexual organs and failed to understand how the young came into existence. Then he witnessed an astonishing sight. A large and fully developed plant animal appeared suddenly in front of him, out of empty space. He could not believe his eyes, but stared at the creature for a long time in amazement. It went on calmly moving and burrowing before him, as though it had been there all its life. Giving up the puzzle, Maskull resumed his striding from rock to rock up the gorge, and then quietly, and without warning, the same phenomenon occurred again. No longer could he doubt that he was seeing miracles, that nature was precipitating its shapes into the world without making use of the medium of parentage. No solution of the problem presented itself. The brook, too, had altered in character. A trembling radiance came up from its green water, like some imprisoned force escaping into the air. He had not walked in it for some time. Now he did so to test its quality. He felt new life entering his body from his feet upward. It resembled a slowly moving cordial, rather than mere heat. The sensation was quite new in his experience, yet he knew by instinct what it was. The energy emitted by the brook was ascending his body neither as friend nor foe, but simply because it happened to be the direct road to its objective elsewhere. But although it had no hostile intentions, it was likely to prove a rough traveller. He was clearly conscious that its passage through his body threatened to bring about some physical transformation, unless he could do something to prevent it. Leaping quickly out of the water, he leaned against a rock, tightened his muscles, and braced himself against the impending change. At that very moment, the blurring again attacked his sight, and, while he was guarding against that, his forehead sprouted out into a galaxy of new eyes. He put his hand up and counted 6 in addition to his old ones. The danger was past, and Maskull laughed, congratulating himself on having got off so easily. Then he wondered what the new organs were for, whether they were a good or a bad thing. He had not taken a dozen steps up the ravine before he found out. Just as he was in the act of jumping down from the top of a boulder, his vision altered and he came to an automatic standstill. He was perceiving 2 worlds simultaneously. With his own eyes, he saw the gorge as before, with its rocks, brook, plant animals, sunshine, and shadows. But with his acquired eyes, he saw differently. All the details of the valley were visible, but the light seemed turned down, and everything appeared faint, hard, and uncoloured. The sun was obscured by masses of cloud which filled the whole sky. This vapour was in violent and almost living motion. It was thick in extension, but thin in texture. Some parts, however, were far denser than others, as the particles were crushed together or swept apart by the motion. The green sparks from the brook, when closely watched, could be distinguished individually, each one wavering up toward the clouds, but the moment they got within them a fearful struggle seemed to begin. The spark endeavoured to escape through to the upper air, while the clouds concentrated around it whichever way it darted, trying to create so dense a prison that further movement would be impossible. As far as Maskull could detect, most of the sparks succeeded eventually in finding their way out after frantic efforts, but one that he was looking at was caught, and what happened was this. A complete ring of clouds surrounded it, and in spite of its furious leaps and flashes in all directions, as if it were a live, savage creature caught in a net, nowhere could it find an opening. But it dragged the enveloping cloud stuff with it wherever it went. The vapours continued to thicken around it until they resembled the black, heavy, compressed sky masses seen before a bad thunderstorm. Then the green spark, which was still visible in the interior, ceased its efforts and remained for a time quite quiescent. The cloud shape went on consolidating itself and became nearly spherical. As it grew heavier and stiller, it started slowly to descend toward the valley floor. When it was directly opposite Maskull, with its lower end only a few feet off the ground, its motion stopped altogether, and there was a complete pause for at least 2 minutes. Suddenly, like a stab of forked lightning, the great cloud shot together, became small, indented, and coloured. And as a plant animal started walking around on legs and rooting up the ground in search of food. The concluding stage of the phenomenon he witnessed with his normal eyesight. It showed him the creatures appearing miraculously out of nowhere. Maskull was shaken. His cynicism dropped from him and gave place to curiosity and awe. That was exactly like the birth of a thought, he said to himself. But who was the thinker? Some great living mind is at work in this spot. He has intelligence, for all his shapes are different, and he has character, for all belong to the same general type. If I'm not wrong, and if it's the force called shaping or crystalman, I've seen enough to make me want to find out something more about him. It would be ridiculous to go on to other riddles before I have solved these. A voice called out to him from behind, and, turning around, he saw a human figure hastening toward him from some distance down the ravine. It looked more like a man than a woman. He was rather tall but nimble, and was clothed in a dark frock-like garment that reached from the neck to below the knees. Around his head was rolled a turban. Maskull waited for him, and when he was nearer, went a little way to meet him. Then he experienced another surprise, for this person, although clearly a human being, was neither man nor woman, nor anything between the two, but was unmistakably of a third positive sex, which was remarkable to behold and difficult to understand. In order to translate into words the sexual impression produced in Maskull's mind by the stranger's physical aspect, it is necessary to coin a new pronoun, for none in earthly use would be applicable. Instead of he, she, or it, therefore, a will be used. He found himself incapable of grasping at first why the bodily peculiarities of this being should strike him as springing from sex and not from race, and yet there was no doubt about the fact itself. Body, face, and eyes were absolutely neither male nor female, but something quite different. Just as one can distinguish a man from a woman at the first glance by some indefinable difference of expression and atmospheres altogether apart from the contour of the figure, so the stranger was separated in appearance from both. As with men and women, the whole person expressed a latent sensuality, which gave body and face alike their peculiar character. Maskull decided that it was love. But what love? Love for whom? It was neither the shame-carrying passion of a male, nor the deep-rooted instinct of a female to obey her destiny. It was as real and irresistible as these, but quite different. As he continued staring into those strange, archaic eyes, he had an intuitive feeling that Ere Lover was no other than shaping himself. It came to him that the design of this love was not the continuance of the race, but the immortality on earth of the individual. No children were produced by the act. The lover herself was the eternal child. Further, A sought like a man, but received like a woman. All these things were dimly and confusedly expressed by this extraordinary being, who seemed to have dropped out of another age when creation was different. Of all the weird personalities Maskull had so far met in Tormance, this one struck him as infinitely the most foreign, that is, the farthest removed from him in spiritual structure. If they were to live together for 100 years, they could never be companions. Maskull pulled himself out of his trance-like meditations, and, viewing the newcomer in greater detail, tried with his understanding to account for the marvelous things told him by his intuitions. A possessed broad shoulders and big bones, and was without female breasts, and so far A resembled a man. But the bones were so flat and angular that A'r flesh presented something of the character of a crystal, having plain surfaces in place of curves. The body looked as if it had not been ground down by the sea of ages into smooth and rounded regularity, but had sprung together in angles and facets as the result of a single, sudden idea. The face, too, was broken and irregular. With his racial prejudices, Maskull found little beauty in it. Yet beauty there was, though neither of a masculine nor of a feminine type, for it had the three essentials of beauty: character, intelligence, and repose. The skin was copper-coloured and strangely luminous, as if lighted from within. The face was beardless, but the hair of the head was as long as a woman's, and, dressed in a single plait, fell down behind as far as the ankles. Possessed only 2 eyes. That part of the turban which went across the forehead protruded so far in front that it evidently concealed some organ. Maskull found it impossible to compute their age. The frame appeared active, vigorous, and healthy. The skin was clear and glowing. The eyes were powerful and alert. They might well be in early youth. Nevertheless, the longer Maskull gazed, the more an impression of unbelievable ancientness came upon him. Real youth seemed as far away as the view observed through a reversed telescope. At last he addressed the stranger, though it was just as if he were conversing with a dream. "To what sex do you belong?" he asked. The voice in which the reply came was neither manly nor womanly, but was oddly suggestive of a mystical forest horn heard from a great distance. Nowadays there are men and women, but in the olden times the world was peopled by Phaeans. I think I am the only survivor of all those beings who were then passing through Fascini's mind. Fascini? Who is now miscalled Shaping or Crystalman, the superficial names invented by a race of superficial creatures. What's your own name? Lihalfe. What? Lihalfe. And yours is Maskull. I read in your mind that you have just come through some wonderful adventures. You seem to possess extraordinary luck. If it lasts long enough, perhaps I can make use of it. Do you think that my luck exists for your benefit? But never mind that now. It is your sex that interests me. How do you satisfy your desires? Lihalfe pointed to the concealed organ on her brow. With that I gather life from the streams that flow in all the 100 Mataplay valleys. The streams spring direct from Fascini. My whole life has been spent trying to find Fascini himself. I've hunted so long that if I were to state the number of years, you would believe I lied. Maskull looked at the Phaean slowly. In Ifdawn I met someone else from Mataplay, a young man called Digrung. I absorbed him. You can't be telling me this out of vanity. It was a fearful crime. What will come of it? Lihalfe gave a curious, wrinkled smile. In Mataplay he will stir inside you, for he smells the air. Already you have his eyes. I knew him. Take care of yourself, or something more startling may happen. Keep out of the water. This seems to me a terrible valley, in which anything may happen. Don't torment yourself about Digrung. The valleys belong by right to the Phaeans. The men here are interlopers. It is a good work to remove them. Maskull continued, thoughtful. I say no more, but I see I will have to be cautious. What did you mean about my helping you with my luck? Your luck is fast weakening, but it may still be strong enough to serve me. Together we will search for Thrial. Search for Thrial? Why is it so hard to find? I have told you that my whole life has been spent in the quest. You said Fascini, Lihalfe. The Phaean gazed at him with queer, ancient eyes and smiled again. This stream, Maskull, like every other life stream in matter play, has its source in Fasciny. But as all these streams issue out from Threal, it is in Threal that we must look for Fasciny. But what's to prevent your finding Threal? Surely it's a well-known country. It lies underground. Its communications with the upper world are few, and where they are, no one that I have ever spoken to knows. I have scoured the valleys and the hills. I have been to the very gates of Lichstorm. I am old, so that your aged men would appear newborn infants beside me. But I am as far from Threal as when I was a green youth, dwelling among a throng of fellow Phaeans. Then, if my luck is good, yours is very bad. But when you have found Fasciny, what do you gain? Lihalfey looked at him in silence. The smile faded from her face, and its place was taken by such a look of unearthly pain and sorrow that Maskull had no need to press his question. A was consumed by the grief and yearning of a lover eternally separated from the loved one, the scents and traces of whose person were always present. This passion stamped their features at that moment with a wild, stern, spiritual beauty, far transcending any beauty of woman or man. But the expression vanished suddenly, and then the abrupt contrast showed Maskull the real Lihalfey. Her sensuality was solitary, but vulgar. It was like the heroism of a lonely nature, pursuing animal aims with untiring persistence. He looked at the Phaean askance, and drummed his fingers against his thigh. Well, we will go together. We may find something, and in any case, I shan't be sorry to converse with such a singular individual as yourself. But I should warn you, Maskull. You and I are of different creations. A Phaean's body contains the whole of life. A man's body contains only the half of life. The other half is in woman. Fasciny may be too strong a draught for your body to endure. Do you not feel this? I am dull with my different feelings. I must take what precautions I can and chance the rest. He bent down, and taking hold of the Phaean's thin and ragged robe, tore off a broad strip which he proceeded to swathe in folds around his forehead. I'm not forgetting your advice, Lihalfey. I would not like to start the walk as Maskull and finish it as Digrung. The Phaean gave a twisted grin, and they began to move upstream. The road was difficult. They had to stride from boulder to boulder, and found it warm work. Occasionally, a worse obstacle presented itself, which they could surmount only by climbing. There was no more conversation for a long time. Maskull, as far as possible, adopted his companion's counsel to avoid the water, but here and there he was forced to set foot in it. The second or third time he did so, he felt a sudden agony in his arm where it had been wounded by Crag. His eyes grew joyful, his fears vanished, and he began deliberately to tread the stream. Lihalfey stroked their chin and watched him with screwed-up eyes, trying to comprehend what had happened. Is your luck speaking to you, Maskull, or what is the matter? Listen, you are a being of antique experience, and ought to know if anyone does. What is Muspel? The Phaean's face was blank. I don't know the name. It is another world of some sort. That cannot be. There is only this one world, Fasciny's. Maskull came up to Aer, linked arms, and began to talk. I'm glad I fell in with you, Lihalfey, for this valley and everything connected with it need a lot of explaining. For example, in this spot there are hardly any organic forms left. Why have they all disappeared? You call this brook a life stream, yet the nearer its source we get, the less life it produces. A mile or two lower down, we had those spontaneous plant animals appearing out of nowhere, while right down by the sea, plants and animals were tumbling over one another. Now, if all this is connected in some mysterious way or other with your Fascini, it seems to me he must have a most paradoxical nature. His essence doesn't start creating shapes until it has become thoroughly weakened and watered. But perhaps both of us are talking nonsense.
Lihalfe shook her head. Everything hangs together. The stream is life, and it is throwing off sparks of life all the time. When these sparks are caught and imprisoned by matter, they become living shapes. The nearer the stream is to its source, the more terrible and vigorous is its life. You'll see for yourself when we reach the head of the valley that there are no living shapes there at all. That means that there is no kind of matter tough enough to capture and hold the terrible sparks that are to be found there. Lower down the stream, most of the sparks are vigorous enough to escape to the upper air, but some are held when they are a little way up, and these burst suddenly into shapes. I myself am of this nature. Lower down still toward the sea, the stream has lost a great part of its vital power, and the sparks are lazy and sluggish. They spread out rather than rise into the air. There is hardly any kind of matter, however delicate, that is incapable of capturing these feeble sparks, and they are captured in multitudes. That accounts for the innumerable living shapes you see there. But not only that. The sparks are passed from one body to another by way of generation, and can never hope to cease being so until they are worn out by decay. Lowest of all, you have the sinking sea itself. There the degenerate and enfeebled life of the matter-play streams has for its body the whole sea. So weak is its power that it can't succeed in creating any shapes at all, but you can see its ceaseless, futile attempts to do so in those spouts.
So the slow development of men and women is due to the feebleness of the life germ in their case?
Exactly. It can't attain all its desires at once, and now you can see how immeasurably superior are the Phaeans, who spring spontaneously from the more electric and vigorous sparks.
But where does the matter come from that imprisons these sparks?
When life dies, it becomes matter. Matter itself dies, but its place is constantly taken by new matter.
But if life comes from Fascini, how can it die at all?
Life is the thoughts of Fascini, and once these thoughts have left his brain, they are nothing, mere dying embers.
This is a cheerless philosophy,
said Maskull.
But who is Fascini himself, then, and why does he think at all?
Lihalfe gave another wrinkled smile. That I'll explain too. Fascini is of this nature. He faces nothingness in all directions. He has no back and no sides, but is all face, and this face is his shape. It must necessarily be so, for nothing else can exist between him and nothingness. His face is all eyes, for he eternally contemplates nothingness. He draws his inspirations from it. In no other way could he feel himself. For the same reason, Phaeans and even men love to be in empty places and vast solitudes, for each one is a little Fascini.
That rings true, said Maskull.
Thoughts flow perpetually from Fascini's face backward. Since his face is on all sides, however, they flow into his interior. A draught of thought thus continuously flows from nothingness to the inside of Fascini, which is the world. The thoughts become shapes, and people the world. This outer world, therefore, which is lying all around us, is not outside at all, as it happens, but inside. The visible universe is like a gigantic stomach, and the real outside of the world we shall never see.
Maskull pondered deeply for a while. Lihalfe, I fail to see what you personally have to hope for, since you are nothing more than a discarded, dying thought.
Have you never loved a woman?
Asked the Phaean, regarding him fixedly. Perhaps I have.
When you loved, did you have no high moments?
That's asking the same question in other words.
In those moments you were approaching Fascini. If you could have drawn nearer still, would you not have done so?
I would, regardless of the consequences.
Even if you personally had nothing to hope for.
But I would have that to hope for.
Lihalfe walked on in silence. A man is the half of life,
A broke out suddenly.
a woman is the other half of life, but a Phaean is the whole of life. Moreover, when life becomes split into halves, something else has dropped out of it, something that belongs only to the whole. Between your love and mine, there is no comparison. If even your sluggish blood is drawn to Fascini without stopping to ask what will come of it, how do you suppose it is with me?
I don't question the genuineness of your passion, replied Maskull. But it's a pity you can't see your way to carry it forward into the next world. Lihalfe gave a distorted grin, expressing heaven knows what emotion.
Men think what they like, but Phaeans are so made that they can see the world only as it really is.
That ended the conversation. The sun was high in the sky, and they appeared to be approaching the head of the ravine. Its walls had still further closed in, and except at those moments when Branchspell was directly behind them, they strode along all the time in deep shade. But still it was disagreeably hot and relaxing. All life had ceased. A beautiful, fantastic spectacle was presented by the cliff faces, the rocky ground, and the boulders that choked the entire width of the gorge. They were of a snow-white, crystalline limestone, heavily scored by veins of bright, gleaming blue. The rivulet was no longer green, but a clear, transparent crystal. Its noise was musical, and altogether it looked most romantic and charming. But Lihalfe seemed to find something else in it. Her features grew more and more set and tortured. About half an hour after all the other life forms had vanished, another plant animal was precipitated out of space in front of their eyes. It was as tall as Maskull himself, and had a brilliant and vigorous appearance, as befitted a creature just out of nature's mint. It started to walk about, but hardly had it done so when it burst silently asunder. Nothing remained of it. The whole body disappeared instantaneously into the same invisible mist from which it had sprung. That bears out what you said, commented Maskull, turning rather pale.
Yes, answered Lihalfe. We have now come to the region of terrible life.
Then, since you're right in this, I must believe all that you've been telling me.
As he uttered the words, they were just turning a bend of the ravine. There now loomed up straight ahead a perpendicular cliff about 300 feet in height, composed of white, marbled rock.
It was the head of the valley, and beyond it they could not proceed.
"In return for my wisdom,"
said the Phaean,
"you will now lend me your luck."
they walked up to the base of the cliff, and Maskull looked at it reflectively. It was possible to climb it, but the ascent would be difficult. The now tiny brook issued from a hole in the rock only a few feet up. Apart from its musical running, not a sound was to be heard. The floor of the gorge was in shadow, but about halfway up the precipice the sun was shining. "What do you want me to do?" demanded Maskull.
"Everything is now in your hands, and I have no suggestions to make. Now it's your luck that must help us."
Maskull continued gazing up a little while longer. "We had better wait till the afternoon, Lihalthe. I'll probably have to climb to the top, but it's too hot at present, and besides, I'm tired. I'll snatch a few hours' sleep. After that, we'll see." Lihalthe seemed annoyed, but raised no opposition. Chapter 17. Corpang. Maskull did not awaken till long after Blodsomber. Lihalthe was standing by his side, looking down at him. It was doubtful whether A had slept at all. "What time is it?" Maskull asked, rubbing his eyes and sitting up.
"The day is passing,"
was the vague reply. Maskull got onto his feet and gazed up at the cliff. "Now I'm going to climb that. No need for both of us to risk our necks, so you wait here, and if I find anything on top, I'll call you." The Phaean glanced at him strangely.
"There's nothing up there except a bare hillside. I've been there often. Have you anything special in mind?"
"Heights often bring me inspiration. Sit down and wait." Refreshed by his sleep, Maskull immediately attacked the face of the cliff and took the first 20 feet at a single rush. Then it grew precipitous, and the ascent demanded greater circumspection and intelligence. There were few hand or footholds. He had to reflect before every step. On the other hand, it was sound rock, and he was no novice at the sport. Branch spell glared full on the wall, so that it half blinded him with its glittering whiteness. After many doubts and pauses, he drew near the top. He was hot, sweating copiously and rather dizzy. To reach a ledge, he caught hold of 2 projecting rocks, one with each hand, at the same time scrambling upward, his legs between the rocks. The left-hand rock, which was the larger of the 2, became dislodged by his weight, and flying like a huge dark shadow past his head, crashed down with a terrifying sound to the foot of the precipice, followed by an avalanche of smaller stones. Maskull steadied himself as well as he could, but it was some moments before he dared to look down behind him. At first he could not distinguish Lihalthe. Then he caught sight of legs and hind quarters a few feet up the cliff from the bottom. He perceived that the Phaean had her head in a cavity and was scrutinizing something, and waited for air to reappear. A emerged, looked up to Maskull, and called out in her horn-like voice,
"The entrance is here!"
"I'm coming down!" roared Maskull. "Wait for me!" He descended swiftly, without taking too much care, for he thought he recognized his luck in this discovery, and within 20 minutes was standing beside the Phaean. "What happened?"
"The rock you dislodged struck this other rock just above the spring. It tore it out of its bed. See? Now there's room for us to get in."
"Don't get excited," said Maskull. "It's a remarkable accident, but we have plenty of time. Let me look." He peered into the hole, which was large enough to admit a big man without stooping. Contrasted with the daylight outside, it was dark, yet a peculiar glow pervaded the place, and he could see well enough. A rock tunnel went straight forward into the bowels of the hill out of sight. The valley brook did not flow along the floor of this tunnel as he had expected, but came up as a spring just inside the entrance.
Well, Lihalfe, not much need to deliberate, eh? Still, observe that your stream parts company with us here.
As he turned around for an answer, he noticed that his companion was trembling from head to foot.
Why, what's the matter?
Lihalfe pressed a hand to Erhard. The stream leaves us, but what makes the stream what it is continues with us. Fascini is there.
But surely you don't expect to see him in person. Why are you shaking?
Perhaps it will be too much for me after all.
Why? How is it affecting you?
The Phaeon took him by the shoulder and held him at arm's length, endeavouring to study him with their unsteady eyes. Fascini's thoughts are obscure. I am his lover. You are a lover of women, yet he grants to you what he denies to me.
What does he grant to me?
To see him and go on living. I shall die, but it's immaterial. Tomorrow both of us will be dead.
Maskull impatiently shook himself free. Your sensations may be reliable in your own case, but how do you know I shall die?
Life is flaming up inside you, replied Lihalfe, shaking her head. But after it has reached its climax, perhaps tonight, it will sink rapidly and you'll die tomorrow. As for me, if I enter Thrial, I shan't come out again. A smell of death is being wafted to me out of this hole.
You talk like a frightened man. I smell nothing.
I am not frightened, said Lihalfe quietly. A had been gradually recovering her tranquillity. But when one has lived as long as I have, it is a serious matter to die. Every year one puts out new roots.
Decide what you're going to do, said Maskull with a touch of contempt, for I'm going in at once.
The Phaeon gave an odd, meditative stare down the ravine, and after that walked into the cavern without another word. Maskull, scratching his head, followed close at their heels. The moment they stepped across the bubbling spring, the atmosphere altered. Without becoming stale or unpleasant, it grew cold, clear, and refined, and somehow suggested austere and tomb-like thoughts. The daylight disappeared at the first bend in the tunnel. After that, Maskull could not say where the light came from. The air itself must have been luminous, for though it was as light as full moon on earth, neither he nor Lihalfe cast a shadow. Another peculiarity of the lights was that both the walls of the tunnel and their own bodies appeared colourless. Everything was black and white like a lunar landscape. This intensified the solemn funereal feelings created by the atmosphere. After they had proceeded for about 10 minutes, the tunnel began to widen out. The roof was high above their heads, and 6 men could have walked side by side. Lihalfe was visibly weakening. They dragged herself along slowly and painfully with sunken head. Maskull caught hold of her. You can't go on like that. Better let me take you back. The Phaeon smiled and staggered. I'm dying. Don't talk like that. It's only a passing indisposition. Let me take you back to the daylight. No. Help me forward. I wish to see Fascini. The sick must have their way, said Maskull. Lifting her bodily in his arms, He walked quickly along for another 100 yards or so. Then they emerged from the tunnel and faced a world the parallel of which he had never set eyes upon before.
"Set me down,"
directed Lihalfe feebly.
"Here I'll die."
Maskull obeyed, and laid Eir down at full length on the rocky ground. The Feyen raised herself with difficulty on one arm and stared with fast, glazing eyes at the mystic landscape. Maskull looked too, and what he saw was a vast, undulating plain, lighted as if by the moon, but there was of course no moon, and there were no shadows. He made out running streams in the distance. Beside them were trees of a peculiar kind. They were rooted in the ground, but the branches also were aerial roots, and there were no leaves. No other plants could be seen. The soil was soft, porous rock resembling pumice. Beyond a mile or two in any direction, the light merged into obscurity. At their back, a great rocky wall extended on either hand, but it was not square like a wall, but full of bays and promontories like an indented line of sea cliffs. The roof of this huge underworld was out of sight. Here and there, a mighty shaft of naked rock, fantastically weathered, towered aloft into the gloom, doubtless serving to support the roof. There were no colours. Every detail of the landscape was black, white, or grey. The scene appeared so still, so solemn and religious, that all his feelings quieted down to absolute tranquillity. Lihalfe fell back suddenly. Maskull dropped on his knees and helplessly watched the last flickerings of Eir's spirit, going out like a candle in foul air. Death came. He closed the eyes. The awful grin of Crystalman immediately fastened upon the Feyen's dead features. While Maskull was still kneeling, he became conscious of someone standing beside him. He looked up quickly and saw a man, but did not at once rise.
"Another Feyen dead,"
said the newcomer in a grave, toneless, and intellectual voice. Maskull got up. The man was short and thick-set, but emaciated. His forehead was not disfigured by any organs. He was middle-aged. The features were energetic and rather coarse, yet it seemed to Maskull as though a pure, hard life had done something toward refining them. His sanguine eyes carried a twisted, puzzled look. Some unanswerable problem was apparently in the forefront of his brain. His face was hairless. The hair of his head was short and manly. His brow was wide. He was clothed in a black, sleeveless robe and bore a long staff in his hand. There was an air of cleanness and austerity about the whole man that was attractive. He went on speaking dispassionately to Maskull, and while doing so kept passing his hand reflectively over his cheeks and chin.
"They all find their way here to die. They come from Matterplay. There they live to an incredible age. Partly on that account, and partly because of their spontaneous origin, they regard themselves as the favoured children of Fascini. But when they come here to find him, they die at once."
I think this one is the last of the race. But whom do I speak to?
"I am Korpang. Who are you? Where do you come from, and what are you doing here?"
My name is Maskull. My home is on the other side of the universe. As for what I am doing here, I accompanied Lihalfe, that Feyen from Matterplay.
"But a man doesn't accompany a Feyen out of friendship. What do you want in Thrial?"
Then this is Thrial?
"Yes?"
Maskull remained silent. Korpang studied his face with rough, curious eyes.
"Are you ignorant or merely reticent, Maskull?"
I came here to ask questions and not to answer them. The stillness of the place was almost oppressive. Not a breeze stirred, and not a sound came through the air. Their voices had been lowered as though they were in a cathedral.
"Then do you want my society or not?"
asked Corpang. Yes, if you can fit in with my mood, which is not to talk about myself.
"But you must at least tell me where you want to go to."
I want to see what is to be seen here, and then go on to Lichstorm.
"I can guide you through if that's all you want. Come, let us start."
First, let's do our duty and bury the dead, if possible.
"Turn around,"
directed Corpang. Maskull looked around quickly. Lihalfe's body had disappeared. What does this mean? What has happened?
"The body has returned to whence it came. There was nowhere here for it to be, so it has vanished. No burial will be required."
Was the Phaean an illusion, then?
"In no sense."
Well, explain quickly, then, what has taken place. I seem to be going mad.
"There's nothing unintelligible in it if you'll only listen calmly. The Phaean belonged body and soul to the outside visible world, to Fascini. This underworld is not Fascini's world, but Thayer's, and Fascini's creatures cannot breathe its atmosphere. As this applies not only to whole bodies, but even to the last particles of bodies, the Phaean has dissolved into nothingness."
But don't you and I belong to the outside world too?
"We belong to all three worlds."
What 3 worlds? What do you mean?
"There are 3 worlds,"
said Corpang composedly.
"The first is Fascini's, the second is Amphuse's, the third is Thayer's. From him, Threal gets its name."
But this is mere nomenclature. In what sense are there 3 worlds? Corpang passed his hand over his forehead.
"All this we can discuss as we go along. It's a torment to me to be standing still."
Maskull stared again at the spot where Lihalfe's body had lain, quite bewildered at the extraordinary disappearance. He could scarcely tear himself away from the place, so mysterious was it. Not until Corpang called to him a second time did he make up his mind to follow him. They set off from the rock walls straight across the airlit plain, directing their course toward the nearest trees. The subdued light, the absence of shadows, the massive shafts springing grey-white out of the jet-like ground, the fantastic trees, the absence of a sky, the deathly silence, the knowledge that he was underground, the combination of all these things predisposed Maskull's mind to mysticism, and he prepared himself with some anxiety to hear Corpang's explanation of the land and its wonders. He already began to grasp that the reality of the outside world and the reality of this world were 2 quite different things. In what sense are there 3 worlds? He demanded, repeating his former question. Corpang smote the end of his staff on the ground.
"First of all, Maskull, what is your motive for asking? If it's mere intellectual curiosity, tell me, for we mustn't play with awful matters."
No, it isn't that, said Maskull slowly. I'm not a student. My journey is no holiday tour.
"Isn't there blood on your soul?" asked Corpang, eyeing him intently.
The blood rose steadily to Maskull's face, but in that light it caused it to appear black. Unfortunately there is, and not a little. The other's face was all wrinkles, but he made no comment. And so you see, went on Maskull with a short laugh, I'm in the very best condition for receiving your instruction.
Corpang still paused. "Underneath your crimes, I see a man,"
he said after a few minutes.
"On that account, and because we are commanded to help one another, I won't leave you at present, though I little thought to be walking with a murderer. Now to your question. Whatever a man sees with his eyes, Maskull, he sees in three ways: length, breadth, depth. Length is existence, breadth is relation, depth is feeling.
Something of the sort was told me by Urtrid, the musician, who came from Thrial.
I don't know him. What else did he tell you?
He went on to apply it to music. Continue, and pardon the interruption.
These three states of perception are the three worlds. Existence is Fascine's world, relation is Amphus's world, feeling is Thyre's world.
Can't we come down to hard facts? Said Maskull, frowning. I understand no more than I did before what you mean by three worlds.
There are no harder facts than the ones I am giving you. The first world is visible, tangible nature. It was created by Fascine out of nothingness, and therefore we call it existence.
That I understand.
The second world is love, by which I don't mean lust. Without love, every individual would be entirely self-centered and unable deliberately to act on others. Without love, there would be no sympathy. Not even hatred, anger, or revenge would be possible. These are all imperfect and distorted forms of pure love. Interpenetrating Fascine's world of nature, therefore, we have Amphus's world of love, or relation.
What grounds have you for assuming that this so-called second world is not contained in the first?
They are contradictory. A natural man lives for himself. A lover lives for others.
It may be so. It's rather mystical. But go on. Who is Thyre?
Length and breadth together without depth give flatness. Life and love without feeling produce shallow, superficial natures. Feeling is the need of men to stretch out toward their Creator.
You mean prayer and worship?
I mean intimacy with Thyre. This feeling is not to be found in either the first or second world. Therefore, it is a third world. Just as depth is the line between object and subject, feeling is the line between Thyre and man.
But what is Thyre himself?
Thyre is the afterworld.
I still don't understand, said Maskull. Do you believe in three separate gods, or are these merely three ways of regarding one god?
There are three gods, for they are mutually antagonistic. Yet they are somehow united.
Maskull reflected a while. How have you arrived at these conclusions?
None other are possible in Thrial, Maskull.
Why in Thrial? What is there peculiar here?
I will show you presently.
They walked on for above a mile in silence while Maskull digested what had been said. When they came to the first trees, which grew along the banks of a small stream of transparent water, Corpang halted.
That bandage around your forehead has long been unnecessary, he remarked.
Maskull removed it. He found that the line of his brow was smooth and uninterrupted, as it had never yet been since his arrival in Tormance. How has this come about, and how did you know it?
They were Fascine's organs. They have vanished, just as the Phaeon's body vanished.
Maskull kept rubbing his forehead. I feel more human without them. But why isn't the rest of my body affected?
Because its living will contains the element of fire.
Why are we stopping here?
Corpang broke off the tip of one of the aerial roots of a tree and proffered it to him. Eat this, Maskull.
For food or something else?
Food for body and soul.
Maskull bit into the root. It was white and hard. Its white sap was bleeding. It had no taste, but after eating it he experienced a change of perception. The landscape, without alteration of light or outline, became several degrees more stern and sacred. When he looked at Corpang, he was impressed by his aspect of Gothic awfulness, but the perplexed expression was still in his eyes. Do you spend all your time here, Korpang?
Occasionally I go above, but not often.
What fastens you to this gloomy world?
The search for Thaya.
Then it's still a search.
Let us walk on.
As they resumed their journey across the dim, gradually rising plain, the conversation became even more earnest in character than before.
Although I was not born here,
Proceeded Korpang,
I've lived here for 25 years, and during all that time I have been drawing nearer to Thaya, as I hope. But there is this peculiarity about it. The first stages are richer in fruit and more promising than the later ones. The longer a man seeks Thaya, the more he seems to absent himself. In the beginning he is felt and known, sometimes as a shape, sometimes as a voice, sometimes an overpowering emotion. Later on, all is dry, dark, and harsh in the soul. Then you would think that Thaya was a million miles off.
how do you explain that?
When everything is darkest, he may be nearest, Maskull.
But this is troubling you.
My days are spent in torture.
You still persist, though. This day darkness can't be the ultimate state.
My questions will be answered.
A silence ensued. What do you propose to show me? Asked Maskull.
The land is about to grow wilder. I am taking you to the 3 figures which were carved and erected by an earlier race of men. There we will pray.
And what then?
If you are true-hearted, you will see things you will not easily forget.
They had been walking slightly uphill in a sort of trough between 2 parallel, gently sloping downs. The trough now deepened, while the hills on either side grew steeper. They were in an ascending valley, and as it curved this way and that, the landscape was shut off from view. They came to a little spring, bubbling up from the ground. It formed a trickling brook, which was unlike all other brooks in that it was flowing up the valley instead of down. Before long it was joined by other miniature rivulets, so that in the end it became a fair-sized stream. Maskull kept looking at it and puckering his forehead. Nature has other laws here, it seems.
Nothing can exist here that is not a compound of the 3 worlds.
Yet the water is flowing somewhere.
I can't explain it, but there are 3 wills in it.
Is there no such thing as pure Thaya matter?
Thaya cannot exist without Amphus, and Amphus cannot exist without Fascinae.
Maskull thought this over for some minutes. That must be so, he said at last. Without life there can be no love, and without love there can be no religious feeling. In the half-light of the land, the tops of the hills containing the valley presently attained such a height that they could not be seen. The sides were steep and craggy, while the bed of the valley grew narrower at every step. Not a living organism was visible. All was unnatural and sepulchral. Maskull said, I feel as if I were dead and walking in another world.
I still do not know what you are doing here, answered Korpang.
Why should I go on making a mystery of it? I came to find Surtur.
That name I've heard. But under what circumstances?
You forget. Korpang walked along, his eyes fixed on the ground, obviously troubled.
Who is Surtur?
Maskull shook his head and said nothing. The valley shortly afterward narrowed, so that the 2 men, touching fingertips in the middle, could have placed their free hands on the rock walls on either side. It threatened to terminate in a cul-de-sac, but just when the road seemed least promising and they were shut in by cliffs on all sides, a hitherto unperceived bend brought them suddenly into the open. They emerged through a mere crack in the line of precipices. A sort of huge natural corridor was running along at right angles to the way they had come. Both ends faded into obscurity after a few hundred yards. Right down the center of this corridor ran a chasm with perpendicular sides. Its width varied from 30 to 100 feet, but its bottom could not be seen. On both sides of the chasm, facing one another, were platforms of rock, 20 feet or so in width. They too proceeded in both directions out of sight. Maskull and Korpang emerged onto one of these platforms. The shelf opposite was a few feet higher than that on which they stood. The platforms were backed by a double line of lofty and unclimbable cliffs, whose tops were invisible. The stream, which had accompanied them through the gap, went straight forward. But instead of descending the wall of the chasm as a waterfall, it crossed from side to side like a liquid bridge. It then disappeared through a cleft in the cliffs on the opposite side. To Maskull's mind, however, even more wonderful than this unnatural phenomenon was the absence of shadows, which was more noticeable here than on the open plain. It made the place look like a hall of phantoms. Korpang, without delay, led the way along the shelf to the left. When they had walked about a mile, the gulf widened to 200 feet. 3 large rocks loomed up on the ledge opposite. They resembled 3 upright giants, standing motionless side by side on the extreme edge of the chasm. Korpang and Maskull drew nearer, and then Maskull saw that they were statues. Each was about 30 feet high, and the workmanship was of the rudest. They represented naked men, but the limbs and trunks had been barely chipped into shape. The faces alone had had care bestowed on them, and even these faces were merely generalized. It was obviously the work of primitive artists. The statues stood erect with knees closed and arms hanging straight down their sides. All 3 were exactly alike. As soon as they were directly opposite, Korpang halted. "Is this a representation of your 3 beings?" asked Maskull, awed by the spectacle in spite of his constitutional audacity. "Ask no questions but kneel," replied Korpang. He dropped onto his own knees, but Maskull remained standing. Korpang covered his eyes with one hand and prayed silently. After a few minutes, the light sensibly faded. Then Maskull knelt as well, but he continued looking. It grew darker and darker, until all was like the blackest night. Sight and sound no longer existed. He was alone with his own spirit. Then one of the 3 colossi came slowly into sight again, but it had ceased to be a statue. It was a living person. Out of the blackness of space, a gigantic head and chest emerged, illuminated by a mystic rosy glow, like a mountain peak bathed by the rising sun. As the light grew stronger, Maskull saw that the flesh was translucent and that the glow came from within. The limbs of the apparition were wreathed in mist. Before long, the features of the face stood out distinctly. It was that of a beardless youth of 20 years. It possessed the beauty of a girl and the daring force of a man. It bore a mocking, cryptic smile. Maskull felt the fresh, mysterious thrill of mingled pain and rapture of one who awakes from a deep sleep in midwinter and sees the gleaming, dark, delicate colors of the half-dawn. The vision smiled, kept still, and looked beyond him. He began to shudder, with delight and many emotions. As he gazed, his poetic sensibility acquired such a nervous and indefinable character that he could endure it no more. He burst into tears. When he looked up again, the image had nearly disappeared, and in a few moments more he was plunged back into total darkness. Shortly afterward, a second statue reappeared. It, too, was transfigured into a living form, but Maskull was unable to see the details of its face and body because of the brightness of the light that radiated from them. This light, which started as pale gold, ended as flaming golden fire. It illumined the whole underground landscape. The rock ledges, the cliffs, himself and Korpang on their knees, the two unlighted statues, all appeared as if in sunlight, and the shadows were black and strongly defined. The light carried heat with it, but a singular heat. Maskull was unaware of any rise in temperature, but he felt his heart melting to womanish softness. His male arrogance and egotism faded imperceptibly away. His personality seemed to disappear. What was left behind was not freedom of spirit or light-heartedness, but a passionate and nearly savage mental state of pity and distress. He felt a tormenting desire to serve. All this came from the heat of the statue and was without an object. He glanced anxiously around him and fastened his eyes on Korpang. He put a hand on his shoulder and aroused him from his praying. "You must know what I am feeling, Korpang." Korpang smiled sweetly but said nothing. "I care nothing for my own affairs any more. How can I help you?" "So much the better for you, Maskull, if you respond so quickly to the invisible worlds." As soon as he had spoken, the figure began to vanish, and the light to die away from the landscape. Maskull's emotion slowly subsided, but it was not until he was once more in complete darkness that he became master of himself again. Then he felt ashamed of his boyish exhibition of enthusiasm and thought ruefully that there must be something wanting in his character. He got up onto his feet. The very moment that he arose, a man's voice sounded not a yard from his ear. It was hardly raised above a whisper, but he could distinguish that it was not Korpang's. As he listened, he was unable to prevent himself from physically trembling. "Maskull, you are to die," said the unseen speaker. "Who is speaking?" "You have only a few hours of life left. Don't trifle the time away." Maskull could bring nothing out. "You have despised life," went on the low-toned voice. "Do you really imagine that this mighty world has no meaning, and that life is a joke?" "What must I do?" "Repent your murders. Commit no fresh ones. Pay honor to—" The voice died away. Maskull waited in silence for it to speak again. All remained still, however, and the speaker appeared to have taken his departure. Supernatural horror seized him. He fell into a sort of catalepsy. At that moment he saw one of the statues fading away, from a pale white glow to darkness. He had not previously seen it shining. In a few more minutes the normal light of the land returned. Korpang got up and shook him out of his trance. Maskull looked around but saw no third person. "Whose statue was the last?" he demanded.
"Thyre's."
"Did you hear me speaking?"
"I heard your voice, but no one else's."
"I've just had my death foretold. So I suppose I have not long to live. Lihalfe prophesied the same thing.
Korpang shook his head. "What value do you set on life?" he asked.
Very little. But it's a fearful thing all the same.
"Your death is?"
No. But this warning.
They stopped talking. A profound silence reigned. Neither of the two men seemed to know what to do next or where to go. Then both of them heard the sound of drumming. It was slow, emphatic, and impressive. A long way off and not loud, but against the background of quietness very marked. It appeared to come from some point out of sight, to the left of where they were standing, but on the same rock shelf. Maskull's heart beat quickly. "What can that sound be?" asked Korpang, peering into the obscurity.
It is Surtur.
"Once again, who is Surtur?"
Maskull clutched his arm and pressed him to silence. A strange radiance was in the air, in the direction of the drumming. It increased in intensity and gradually occupied the whole scene. Things were no longer seen by Thyre's light, but by this new light. It cast no shadows. Korpang's nostrils swelled, and he held himself more proudly.
"What fire is that?"
It is Muspel light. They both glanced instinctively at the three statues. In the strange glow they had undergone a change. The face of each figure was clothed in the sordid and horrible crystalman mask. Korpang cried out and put his hand over his eyes.
"What can this mean?"
he asked a minute later. It must mean that life is wrong, and the creator of life too, whether he is one person or three.
Korpang looked again, like a man trying to accustom himself to a shocking sight. "Dare we believe this?"
"You must," replied Maskull. "You have always served the highest, and you must continue to do so. It has simply turned out that Thyre is not the highest."
Korpang's face became swollen with a kind of coarse anger. "Life is clearly false. I have been seeking Thyre for a lifetime, and now I find this."
"You have nothing to reproach yourself with. Crystalman has had eternity to practice his cunning in, so it's no wonder if a man can't see straight, even with the best intentions. What have you decided to do?"
"The drumming seems to be moving away. Will you follow it, Maskull?"
"Yes."
"But where will it take us?"
"Perhaps out of Threal altogether."
"It sounds to me more real than reality," said Korpang. "Tell me, who is Surtur?"
Surtur's world, or Muspel, we are told, is the original of which this world is a distorted copy. Crystalman is life, but Surtur is other than life.
"How do you know this?"
It has sprung together somehow. From inspiration, from experience, from conversation with the wise men of your planet. Every hour it grows truer for me and takes a more definite shape. Korpang stood up squarely, facing the three figures with a harsh, energetic countenance, stamped all over with resolution.
"I believe you, Maskull. No better proof is required than that. Thyre is not the highest. He is even in a certain sense the lowest. Nothing but the thoroughly false and base could stoop to such deceits. I am coming with you, but don't play the traitor. These signs may be for you and not for me at all, and if you leave me—"
"I make no promises. I don't ask you to come with me. If you prefer to stay in your little world, or if you have any doubts about it, you had better not come."
"Don't talk like that. I shall never forget your service to me. Let us make haste, or we shall lose the sound.
Corpang started off more eagerly than Maskull. They walked fast in the direction of the drumming. For upward of 2 miles the path went along the ledge without any change of level. The mysterious radiance gradually departed, and was replaced by the normal light of Thrial. The rhythmical beats continued but a very long way ahead. Neither was able to diminish the distance.
What kind of man are you?
Corpang suddenly broke out. In what respect?
How do you come to be on such terms with the invisible? How is it that I've never had this experience before I met you, in spite of my never-ending prayers and mortifications? In what way are you superior to me?
To hear voices perhaps can't be made a profession, replied Maskull. I have a simple and unoccupied mind. That may be why I sometimes hear things that up to the present you have not been able to.
Corpang darkened and kept silent, and then Maskull saw through to his pride. The ledge presently began to rise. They were high above the platform on the opposite side of the gulf. The road then curved sharply to the right, and they passed over the abyss and the other ledge as by a bridge, coming out upon the top of the opposite cliffs. A new line of precipices immediately confronted them. They followed the drumming along the base of these heights, but as they were passing the mouth of a large cave, the sound came from its recesses, and they turned their steps inward. "This leads to the outer world," remarked Corpang. "I've occasionally been there by this passage."
Then that's where it is taking us, no doubt. I confess I shan't be sorry to see sunlight once more.
"Can you find time to think of sunlight?"
asked Corpang with a rough smile. I love the sun, and perhaps I'm rather lacking in the spirit of a zealot.
Yet, for all that, you may get there before me.
Don't be bitter, said Maskull. I'll tell you another thing. Muspel can't be willed, for the simple reason that Muspel does not concern the will. To will is a property of this world.
Then what is your journey for?
It's one thing to walk to a destination and to linger over the walk, and quite another to run there at top speed.
Perhaps I'm not so easily deceived as you think, said Corpang with another smile. The light persisted in the cave. The path narrowed and became a steep ascent. Then the angle became one of 45 degrees, and they had to climb. The tunnel grew so confined that Maskull was reminded of the confined dreams of his childhood. Not long afterward, daylight appeared. They hastened to complete the last stage. Maskull rushed out first into the world of colours, and all dirty and bleeding from numerous scratches, stood blinking on a hillside, bathed in the brilliant late afternoon sunshine. Corpang followed closely at his heels. He was obliged to shield his eyes with his hands for a few minutes, so unaccustomed was he to branch spells' blinding rays. "The drum beats have stopped," he exclaimed suddenly. "You can't expect music all the time," answered Maskull dryly. "We mustn't be luxurious." "But now we have no guide. We're no better off than before." "Well, Tormance is a big place, but I have an infallible rule, Corpang. As I come from the south, I always go due north." "That will take us to Lichtstorm." Maskull gazed at the fantastically piled rocks all around them. "I saw these rocks from Matterplay. The mountains look as far off now as they did then, and there's not much of the day left. How far is Lichtstorm from here?"
Corpang looked away to the distant range.
I don't know. But unless a miracle happens, we shan't get there tonight.
I have a feeling, said Maskull, that we shall not only get there tonight, but that tonight will be the most important in my life. And he sat down passively to rest. Chapter 18. Haunt. While Maskull sat, Corpang walked restlessly to and fro, swinging his arms. He had lost his staff. His face was inflamed with suppressed impatience, which accentuated its natural coarseness. At last he stopped short in front of Maskull and looked down at him.
What do you intend to do?
Maskull glanced up and idly waved his hand toward the distant mountains. Since we can't walk, we must wait.
For what?
I don't know. How's this, though? Those peaks have changed color from red to green.
Yes, the Lich Wind is travelling this way.
The Lich Wind?
It's the atmosphere of Lich Storm. It always clings to the mountains, but when the wind blows from the north, it comes as far as Thrial.
It's a sort of fog, then?
A peculiar sort, for they say it excites the sexual passions.
So we are to have love-making, said Maskull, laughing.
Perhaps you won't find it so joyous, replied Corpang a little grimly.
But tell me, these peaks, how do they preserve their balance? Corpang gazed at the distant, overhanging summits which were fast fading into obscurity.
Passion keeps them from falling.
Maskull laughed again. He was feeling a strange disturbance of spirit. What, the love of rock for rock?
It is comical, but true.
We'll take a closer peep at them presently. Beyond the mountains is Bari, is it not?
Yes.
And then the ocean. But what is the name of that ocean?
That is told only to those who die beside it.
Is the secret so precious, Corpang?
Branch Spell was nearing the horizon in the west. There were more than 2 hours of daylight remaining. The air all around them became murky. It was a thin mist, neither damp nor cold. The Lich Storm range now appeared only as a blur on the sky. The air was electric and tingling, and was exciting in its effect. Maskull felt a sort of emotional inflammation, as though a very slight external cause would serve to overturn his self-control. Corpang stood silent with a mouth like iron. Maskull kept looking toward a high pile of rocks in the vicinity. That seems to me a good watchtower. Perhaps we shall see something from the top. Without waiting for his companion's opinion, he began to scramble up the tor, and in a few minutes was standing on the summit. Corpang joined him. From their viewpoint, they saw the whole countryside sloping down to the sea, which appeared as a mere flash of far-off glittering water. Leaving all that, however, Maskull's eyes immediately fastened themselves on a small, boat-shaped object, about 2 miles away, which was travelling rapidly toward them, suspended only a few feet in the air. "What do you make of that?" he asked in a tone of astonishment. Corpang shook his head and said nothing. Within 2 minutes, the flying object, whatever it was, had diminished the distance between them by 1/2. It resembled a boat more and more, but its flight was erratic rather than smooth. Its nose was continually jerking upward and downward, and from side to side. Maskull now made out a man sitting in the stern, and what looked like a large dead animal lying amidships. As the aerial craft drew nearer, he observed a thick blue haze underneath it, and a similar haze behind,
but the front, facing them, was clear. Here must be what we are waiting for, Korpang. But what on earth carries it? He stroked his beard contemplatively, and then, fearing that they had not been seen, stepped onto the highest rock, bellowed loudly, and made wild motions with his arm. The flying boat, which was only a few hundred yards distant, slightly altered its course, now heading toward them in a way that left no doubt that the steersman had detected their presence. The boat slackened speed until it was travelling no faster than a walking man, but the irregularity of its movements continued. It was shaped rather queerly. About 20 feet long, its straight sides tapered off from a flat bow, 4 feet broad, to a sharp-angled stern. The flat bottom was not above 10 feet from the ground. It was undecked and carried only one living occupant. The other object they had distinguished was really the carcass of an animal, of about the size of a large sheep. The blue haze trailing behind the boat appeared to emanate from the glittering point of a short upright pole fastened in the stern. When the craft was within a few feet of them, and they were looking down at it in wonder from above, the man removed this pole and covered the brightly shining tip with a cap. The forward motion then ceased altogether, and the boat began to drift hither and thither, but still it remained suspended in the air, while the haze underneath persisted. Finally, the broadside came gently up against the pile of rocks on which they were standing. The steersman jumped ashore and immediately clambered up to meet them. Maskull offered him a hand, but he refused it disdainfully. He was a young man of middle height. He wore a close-fitting fur garment. His limbs were quite ordinary, but his trunk was disproportionately long, and he had the biggest and deepest chest that Maskull had ever seen in a man. His hairless face was sharp, pointed, and ugly, with protruding teeth, and a spiteful, grinning expression. His eyes and brows sloped upward. On his forehead was an organ which looked as though it had been mutilated. It was a mere disagreeable stump of flesh. His hair was short and thin. Maskull could not name the colour of his skin, but it seemed to stand in the same relation to jail as green to red. Once up, the stranger stood for a minute or two, scrutinizing the two companions through half-closed lids, all the time smiling insolently. Maskull was all eagerness to exchange words, but did not care to be the first to speak. Korpang stood moodily a little in the background. "What men are you?" demanded the aerial navigator at last. His voice was extremely loud and possessed a most unpleasant timbre. It sounded to Maskull like a large volume of air trying to force its way through a narrow orifice. "I am Maskull. My friend is Korpang. He comes from Thrial, but where I come from, don't ask." "I am Haunt, from Sarklash." "Where may that be?" "Half an hour ago I could have shown it to you, but now it has got too murky. It is a mountain in Lichstorm." "Are you returning there now?" "Yes." "And how long will it take to get there in that boat?" 2-3 hours. "Will it accommodate us too?" "What? Are you for Lichstorm as well? What can you want there?" "To see the sights," responded Maskull with twinkling eyes. "But first of all to dine. I can't remember having eaten all day. You seem to have been hunting to some purpose, so we won't lack for food." Haunt eyed him quizzically. "You certainly don't lack impudence. However, I'm a man of that sort myself, and it is the sort I prefer. Your friend now would probably rather starve than ask a meal of a stranger. He looks to me just like a bewildered toad dragged up out of a dark hole." Maskull took Korpang's arm and constrained him to silence. "Where have you been hunting, Haunt?" "Matter play. I had the worst luck. I speared one wold horse, and there it lies." "What is Lichstorm like?"
There are men there and there are women there, but there are no men-women as with you.
What do you call men-women?
Persons of mixed sex, like yourself. In Lichtstorm, the sexes are pure.
I have always regarded myself as a man.
Very likely you have, but the test is, do you hate and fear women?
Why, do you? Haunt grinned and showed his teeth.
Things are different in Lichtstorm. So you want to see the sights?
I confess I am curious to see your women, for example, after what you say.
Then I'll introduce you to Sullenbode.
He paused a moment after making this remark, and then suddenly uttered a great bass laugh so that his chest shook.
Let us share the joke,
said Maskull.
Oh, you'll understand it later.
If you play pranks with me, I won't stand on ceremony with you. Haunt laughed again.
I won't be the one to play pranks. Sullenbode will be deeply obliged to me. If I don't visit her myself as often as she would like, I'm always glad to serve her in other ways. Well, you shall have your boat ride.
Maskull rubbed his nose doubtfully. If the sexes hate one another in your land, is it because passion is weaker or stronger?
In other parts of the world there is soft passion, but in Lichtstorm there is hard passion.
But what do you call hard passion?
Where men are called to women by pain and not pleasure.
I intend to understand before I've finished.
Yes,
answered Haunt with a taunting look.
It would be a pity to let the chance slip, since you're going to Lichtstorm.
It was now Corpang's turn to take Maskull by the arm. This journey will end badly.
Why so?
Your goal was Moosespell a short while ago. Now it is women.
Let me alone,
said Maskull. Give luck a slack rein. What brought this boat here?
What is this talk about Moosespell?
Demanded Haunt. Corpang caught his shoulder roughly and stared straight into his eyes.
What do you know? Not much, but something, perhaps. Ask me at supper. Now it is high time to start. Navigating the mountains by night isn't child's play, let me tell you.
I shall not forget, said Corpang. Maskull gazed down at the boat. Are we to get in?
Gently, my friend. It's only canework and skin.
First of all, you might enlighten me as to how you have contrived to dispense with the laws of gravitation. Haunt smiled sarcastically.
A secret in your ear, Maskull. All laws are female. A true male is an outlaw, outside the law.
I don't understand.
The great body of the earth is continually giving out female particles, and the male parts of rocks and living bodies are equally continually trying to reach them. That's gravitation.
Then how do you manage with your boat?
My 2 male stones do the work. The one underneath the boat prevents it from falling to the ground. The one in the stern shuts it off from solid objects in the rear. The only part of the boat attracted by any part of the earth is the bow, for that's the only part the light of the male stones does not fall on. So in that direction the boat travels.
And what are these wondrous male stones?
They really are male stones. There is nothing female in them. They are showering out male sparks all the time. These sparks devour all the female particles rising from the earth. No female particles are left over to attract the male parts of the boat, and so they are not in the least attracted in that direction.
Maskull ruminated for a minute. With your hunting and boat-building and science, you seem a very handy, skillful fellow, Haunt. But the sun's sinking, and we'd better start.
Get down first, then, and shift that carcass farther forward. Then you and your gloomy friend can sit amidships.
Maskull immediately climbed down and dropped himself into the boat. But then he received a surprise. The moment he stood on the frail bottom, still clinging to the rock, not only did his weight entirely disappear as though he were floating in some heavy medium like salt water, but the rock he held onto drew him, as by a mild current of electricity, and he was able to withdraw his hands only with difficulty. After the first moment's shock, he quietly accepted the new order of things and set about shifting the carcass. Since there was no weight in the boat, this was effected without any great labour. Corpang then descended. The astonishing physical change had no power to disturb his settled composure, which was founded on moral ideas. Haunt came last. Grasping the staff which held the upper male stone, he proceeded to erect it after removing the cap. Maskull then obtained his first near view of the mysterious light, which, by counteracting the forces of nature, acted indirectly not only as elevator but as motive force. In the last ruddy gleams of the great sun, its rays were obscured, and it looked little more impressive than an extremely brilliant, scintillating blue-white jewel, but its power could be gauged by the visible, coloured mist that it threw out for many yards around. The steering was effected by means of a shutter attached by a cord to the top of the staff, which could be so manipulated that any segment of the male stone's rays, or all the rays, or none at all, could be shut off at will. No sooner was the staff raised than the aerial vessel quietly detached itself from the rock to which it had been drawn, and passed slowly forward in the direction of the mountains. Branch spells sank below the horizon. The gathering mist blotted out everything outside a radius of a few miles. The air grew cool and fresh. Soon the rock masses ceased on the great rising plain. Haunt withdrew the shutter entirely, and the boat gathered full speed. "You say that navigation among the mountains is difficult at night," exclaimed Maskull. "I would have thought it impossible." Haunt grunted. "You will have to take risks and think yourself fortunate if you come off with nothing worse than a cracked skull. But one thing I can tell you, if you go on disturbing me with your chit-chat, we shan't get as far as the mountains." Thereafter Maskull was silent. The twilight deepened. The murk grew denser. There was little to look at, but much to feel. The motion of the boat, which was due to the never-ending struggle between the male stones and the force of gravitation, resembled in an exaggerated fashion the violent tossing of a small craft on a choppy sea. The two passengers became unhappy. Haunt, from his seat in the stern, gazed at them sardonically with one eye. The darkness now came on rapidly. About 90 minutes after the commencement of the voyage, they arrived at the foothills of Lichstorm. They began to mount. There was no daylight left to see by. Beneath them, however, on both sides of them and in the rear, the landscape was lighted up for a considerable distance by the now vivid blue rays of the twin male stones. Ahead, where these rays did not shine, Haunt was guided by the self-luminous nature of the rocks, grass, and trees. These were faintly phosphorescent. The vegetation shone out more strongly than the soil. The moon was not shining, and there were no stars. Maskull therefore inferred that the upper atmosphere was dense with mist. Once or twice, from his sensations of choking, he thought that they were entering a fog bank. But it was a strange kind of fog, for it had the effect of doubling the intensity of every light in front of them. Whenever this happened, nightmare feelings attacked him. He experienced transitory, unreasoning fright and horror. Now they passed high above the valley that separated the foothills from the mountains themselves. The boat began an ascent of many thousands of feet, and as the cliffs were near, Haunt had to maneuver carefully with the rear light in order to keep clear of them. Maskull watched the delicacy of his movements, not without admiration. A long time went by. It grew much colder. The air was damp and draughty. The fog began to deposit something like snow on their persons. Maskull kept sweating with terror, not because of the danger they were in, but because of the cloud banks that continued to envelop them. They cleared the first line of precipices. Still mounting, but this time with a forward motion, as could be seen by the vapours illuminated by the mailed stones through which they passed, they were soon altogether out of sight of solid ground. Suddenly, and quite unexpectedly, the moon broke through. In the upper atmosphere, thick masses of fog were seen crawling hither and thither, broken in many places by thin rifts of sky, through one of which Tiergeld was shining. Below them, to their left, a gigantic peak, glittering with green ice, showed itself for a few seconds, and was then swallowed up again. All the rest of the world was hidden by the mist. The moon went in again. Maskull had seen quite enough to make him long for the aerial voyage to end. The light from the mailed stones presently illuminated the face of a new cliff. It was grand, rugged, and perpendicular. Upward, downward, and on both sides it faded imperceptibly into the night. After coasting it a little way, they observed a shelf of rock jutting out. It was square, measuring about 12 feet each way. Green snow covered it to a depth of some inches. Immediately behind it was a dark slit in the rock, which promised to be the mouth of a cave. Haunt skillfully landed the boat on this platform. Standing up, he raised the staff bearing the keel light and lowered the other. Then removed both mailed stones, which he continued to hold in his hand. His face was thrown into strong relief by the vivid, sparkling blue-white rays. It looked rather surly. "Do we get out?" inquired Maskull. "Yes, I live here." "Thanks for the successful end of a dangerous journey." "Yes, it has been touch and go." Korpang jumped onto the platform. He was smiling coarsely. "There has been no danger, for our destinies lie elsewhere. You are merely a ferryman, Haunt." "Is that so?" returned Haunt with a most unpleasant laugh. "I thought I was carrying men, not gods." "Where are we?" asked Maskull. As he spoke, he got out, but Haunt remained standing a minute in the boat. "This is Sarklash, the second highest mountain in the land." "Which is the highest, then?" "Adage. Between Sarklash and Adage there is a long ridge, very difficult in places. About halfway along the ridge, at the lowest point, lies the top of the Mornstab Pass, which goes through to Bari. Now you know the lay of the land." "Does the woman Sullenbode live near here?" "Near enough." Haunt grinned. He leaped out of the boat, and, pushing past the others without ceremony, walked straight into the cave. Maskull followed, with Korpang at his heels. A few stone steps led to a doorway, curtained by the skin of some large beast. Their host pushed his way in, never offering to hold the skin aside for them. Maskull made no comment, but grabbed it with his fist and tugged it away from its fastenings to the ground. Haunt looked at the skin and then stared hard at Maskull with his disagreeable smile, but neither said anything. The place in which they found themselves was a large, oblong cavern, with walls, floor, and ceiling of natural rock. There were 2 doorways, that by which they had entered, and another of smaller size directly opposite. The cave was cold and cheerless. A damp draught passed from door to door. Many skins of wild animals lay scattered on the ground. A number of lumps of sun-dried flesh were hanging on a string along the wall, and a few bulging liquor skins reposed in a corner. There were tusks, horns, and bones everywhere. Resting against the wall were 2 short hunting spears, having beautiful crystal heads. Haunt set down the 2 mailed stones on the ground near the farther door. Their light illuminated the whole cave. He then walked over to the meat and, snatching a large piece, began to gnaw it ravenously. "Are we invited to the feast?" asked Maskull. Haunt pointed to the hanging flesh and to the liquor skins, but did not pause in his chewing. "Where's a cup?" inquired Maskull, lifting one of the skins. Haunt indicated a clay goblet lying on the floor. Maskull picked it up, undid the neck of the skin, and, resting it under his arm, filled the cup. Tasting the liquor, he discovered it to be raw spirit. He tossed off the draught and then felt much better. The second cupful he proffered to Corpang. The latter took a single sip, swallowed it, and then passed the cup back without a word. He refused to drink again as long as they were in the cave. Maskull finished the cup and began to throw off care. Going to the meat line, he took down a large double handful and sat down on a pile of skins to eat at his ease. The flesh was tough and coarse, but he had never tasted anything sweeter. He could not understand the flavor, which was not surprising in a world of strange animals. The meal proceeded in silence. Corpang ate sparingly, standing up, and afterward lay down on a bundle of furs. His bold eyes watched all the movements of the other two. Haunt had not drunk as yet. At last, Maskull concluded his meal. He emptied another cup, sighed pleasantly, and prepared to talk. "Now explain further about your women, Haunt." Haunt fetched another skin of liquor and a second cup. He tore off the string with his teeth and poured out and drank cup after cup in quick succession. Then he sat down, crossed his legs, and turned to Maskull. "Well, so they are objectionable?" "They are deadly." "Deadly? In what way can they possibly be deadly?" "You will learn. I was watching you in the boat, Maskull. You had some bad feelings, eh?" "I don't conceal it. There were times when I felt as if I was struggling with a nightmare. What caused it?" "The female atmosphere of Lichtstorm. Sexual passion." "I had no passion." "That was passion, the first stage. Nature tickles your people into marriage, but it tortures us. Wait till you get outside. You'll have a return of those sensations, only 10 times worse. The drink you've had will see to that. How do you suppose it will all end?" "If I knew, I wouldn't be asking you questions." Haunt laughed loudly. "Sullenbode." "You mean it will end in my seeking Sullenbode?" "But what will come of it, Maskull? What will she give you? Sweet, fainting, white-armed, feminine voluptuousness?" Maskull coolly drank another cup. "And why should she give all that to a passer-by?" "Well, as a matter of fact, she hasn't it to give. Now, what she will give you and what you'll accept from her because you can't help it is anguish, insanity, possibly death." "You may be talking sense, but it sounds like raving to me. Why should I accept insanity and death?" "Because your passion will force you to." "What about yourself?" Maskull asked, biting his nails. "Oh, I have my male stones. I am immune." "Is that all that prevents you from being like other men?" "Yes, but don't attempt any tricks, Maskull." Maskull went on drinking steadily and said nothing for a time. "So men and women here are hostile to each other, and love is unknown," he proceeded at last. "That magic word. Shall I tell you what love is, Maskull? Love between male and female is impossible. When Maskull loves a woman, it is Maskull's female ancestors who are loving her. But here in this land, the men are pure males. They have drawn nothing from the female side." "Where do the male stones come from?"
Oh, they are not freaks. There must be whole beds of the stuff somewhere. It is all that prevents the world from being a pure female world. It would be one big mass of heavy sweetness without individual shapes.
Yet this same sweetness is torturing to man.
The life of an absolute male is fierce. An excess of life is dangerous to the body. How can it be anything else than torturing? Corpang now sat up suddenly and addressed Haunt. I remind you of your promise to tell about Maskull.
Haunt regarded him with a malevolent smile.
Ha! The underground man has come to life.
Yes, tell us, put in Maskull carelessly.
Haunt drank and laughed a little. Well, the tale's short and hardly worth telling, but since you're interested, a stranger came here 5 years ago inquiring after Maskull light. His name was Lod. He came from the east. He came up to me one bright morning in summer outside this very cave. If you ask me to describe him, I can't imagine a second man like him. He looked so proud, noble, superior that I felt my own blood to be dirty by comparison. You can guess I don't have this feeling for everyone. Now that I'm recalling him, he was not so much superior as different. I was so impressed that I rose and talked to him standing. He inquired the direction of the mountain adage. He went on to say, they say Maskull light is sometimes seen there. What do you know of such a thing? I told him the truth, that I knew nothing about it. And then he went on, well, I am going to adage, and tell those who come after me on the same errand that they had better do the same thing. That was the whole conversation. He started on his way, and I've never seen him or heard of him since.
So you didn't have the curiosity to follow him?
No, because the moment he had turned his back, all my interest in the man somehow seemed to vanish.
Probably because he was useless to you.
Corpang glanced at Maskull. Our road is marked out for us.
So it would appear, said Maskull indifferently.
The talk flagged for a time. Maskull felt the silence oppressive and grew restless.
What do you call the colour of your skin, Haunt, as I saw it in daylight? It struck me as strange.
Dolm, said Haunt. A compound of ulfire and blue, explained Corpang.
Now I know. These colours are puzzling for a stranger.
What colours have you in your world? Asked Corpang.
Only 3 primary ones, but here you seem to have 5, though how it comes about I can't imagine.
There are 2 sets of 3 primary colours here, said Corpang. But as one of the colours, blue, is identical in both sets, altogether there are 5 primary colours.
Why 2 sets?
Produced by the 2 suns. Branch spell produces blue, yellow, and red. Alpine, Ulfire, blue and jail.
It's remarkable that explanation has never occurred to me before.
So here you have another illustration of the necessary trinity of nature. Blue is existence. It is darkness seen through light, a contrasting of existence and nothingness. Yellow is relation. In yellow light, we see the relation of objects in the clearest way. Red is feeling. When we see red, we are thrown back on our personal feelings. As regards the alpine colours, blue stands in the middle and is therefore not existence, but relation. Ulfire is existence, so it must be a different sort of existence. Haunt yawned. There are marvellous philosophers in your underground hole. Maskull got up and looked about him.
Where does that other door lead to?
Better explore, said Haunt.
Maskull took him at his word and strolled across the cave, flinging the curtain aside and disappearing into the night.
Haunt rose abruptly and hurried after him.
Corpang, too, got to his feet. He went over to the untouched spirit skins, untied the necks, and allowed the contents to gush out onto the floor. Next, he took the hunting spears and snapped off the points between his hands. Before he had time to resume his seat, Haunt and Maskull reappeared. The host's quick, shifty eyes at once took in what had happened. He smiled and turned pale.
"You haven't been idle, friend."
Corpang fixed Haunt with his bold, heavy gaze.
"I thought it well to draw your teeth."
Maskull burst out laughing. "The toads come into the light to some purpose, Haunt. Who would have expected it?" Haunt, after staring hard at Corpang for 2 or 3 minutes, suddenly uttered a strange cry, like an evil spirit, and flung himself upon him. The two men began to wrestle like wildcats. They were as often on the floor as on their legs, and Maskull could not see who was getting the better of it. He made no attempt to separate them. A thought came into his head, and snatching up the 2 male stones, he ran with them, laughing, through the upper doorway into the open night air. The door overlooked an abyss on another face of the mountain. A narrow ledge, sprinkled with green snow, wound along the cliff to the right. It was the only available path. He pitched the pebbles over the edge of the chasm. Although hard and heavy in his hand, they sank more like feathers than stones and left a long trail of vapor behind. While Maskull was still watching them disappear, Haunt came rushing out of the cavern, followed by Corpang. He gripped Maskull's arm excitedly.
"What in Crag's name have you done?"
"Overboard they have gone," replied Maskull, renewing his laughter.
"You accursed madman!"
Haunt's luminous colour came and went, just as though his internal light were breathing. Then he grew suddenly calm by a supreme exertion of his will.
"You know this kills me."
"Haven't you been doing your best this last hour to make me ripe for Sullenbode? Well then, cheer up and join the pleasure party."
"You say it as a joke, but it is the miserable truth."
Haunt's jeering malevolence had completely vanished. He looked a sick man, yet somehow his face had become nobler. "I would be very sorry for you, Haunt, if it did not entail my being also very sorry for myself. We are now all 3 together on the same errand, which doesn't appear to have struck you yet."
"But why this errand at all?"
asked Corpang quietly.
"Can't you men exercise self-control till you have arrived out of danger?"
Haunt fixed him with wild eyes.
"No. The phantoms come trooping in on me already."
He sat down moodily, but the next minute was up again.
"And I cannot wait. The game is started."
Soon afterward, by silent consent, they began to walk the ledge, Haunt in front. It was narrow, ascending, and slippery, so that extreme caution was demanded. The way was lighted by the self-luminous snow and rocks. When they had covered about half a mile, Maskull, who went second of the party, staggered, caught the cliff, and finally sat down. "The drink works. My old sensations are returning, but worse." Haunt turned back.
"Then you are a doomed man."
Maskull, though fully conscious of his companions and situation, imagined that he was being oppressed by a black, shapeless, supernatural being who was trying to clasp him. He was filled with horror, trembled violently, yet could not move a limb. Sweat tumbled off his face in great drops. The waking nightmare lasted a long time, but during that space it kept coming and going. At one moment the vision seemed on the point of departing, the next it almost took shape, which he knew would be his death. Suddenly it vanished altogether. He was free. A fresh spring breeze fanned his face. He heard the slow, solitary singing of a sweet bird, and it seemed to him as if a poem had shot together in his soul. Such flashing, heartbreaking joy he had never experienced before in all his life. Almost immediately that too vanished. Sitting up, He passed his hand across his eyes and swayed quietly, like one who has been visited by an angel.
"Your colour changed to white," said Corpang. "What happened?"
"I passed through torture to love," replied Maskull simply. He stood up. Haunt gazed at him somberly.
"Will you not describe that passage?"
Maskull answered slowly and thoughtfully. "When I was in matter play, I saw heavy clouds discharge themselves and change to coloured living animals. In the same way, my black, chaotic pangs just now seem to consolidate themselves and spring together as a new sort of joy. The joy would not have been possible without the preliminary nightmare. It is not accidental. Nature intends it so. The truth has just flashed through my brain. You men of Lichstorm don't go far enough. You stop at the pangs without realizing that they are birth pangs."
"If this is true, you are a great pioneer," muttered Haunt. "How does this sensation differ from common love?" interrogated Corpang.
"This was all that love is, multiplied by wildness."
Corpang fingered his chin a while. "The Lichstorm men, however, will never reach this stage, for they are too masculine."
Haunt turned pale.
"Why should we alone suffer?"
"Nature is freakish and cruel, and doesn't act according to justice. Follow us, Haunt, and escape from it all."
"I'll see,"
muttered Haunt.
"Perhaps I will."
"Have we far to go to Sullenbode?" inquired Maskull.
"No, her home's under the hanging cap of Sarklash."
"What is to happen tonight?" Maskull spoke to himself, but Haunt answered him.
"Don't expect anything pleasant in spite of what has just occurred. She is not a woman, but a mass of pure sex. Your passion will draw her out into human shape, but only for a moment. If the change were permanent, you would have endowed her with a soul."
"Perhaps the change might be made permanent."
"To do that, it is not enough to desire her. She must desire you as well. But why should she desire you?"
"Nothing turns out as one expects," said Maskull, shaking his head. "We had better get on again." They resumed the journey. The ledge still rose, but on turning a corner of the cliff, Haunt quitted it and began to climb a steep gully, which mounted directly to the upper heights. Here they were compelled to use both hands and feet. Maskull thought all the while of nothing but the overwhelming sweetness he had just experienced. The flat ground on top was dry and springy. There was no more snow, and bright plants appeared. Haunt turned sharply to the left. "This must be under the cap," said Maskull.
"It is, and within 5 minutes you will see Sullenbode."
When he spoke his words, Maskull's lips surprised him by their tender sensitiveness. Their action against each other sent thrills throughout his body. The grass shone dimly. A huge tree with glowing branches came into sight. It bore a multitude of red fruit like hanging lanterns, but no leaves. Underneath this tree, Sullenbode was sitting. Her beautiful light, a mingling of jail and white, gleamed softly through the darkness. She sat erect on crossed legs, asleep. She was clothed in a singular skin garment, which started as a cloak thrown over one shoulder and ended as loose breeches terminating above the knees. Her forearms were lightly folded, and in one hand she held a half-eaten fruit. Maskull stood over her and looked down, deeply interested. He thought he had never seen anything half so feminine. Her flesh was almost melting in its softness. so undeveloped were the facial organs that they looked scarcely human. Only the lips were full, pouting, and expressive. In their richness, these lips seemed like a splash of vivid will on a background of slumbering protoplasm. Her hair was undressed. Its colour could not be distinguished. It was long and tangled, and had been tucked into her garment behind for convenience. Korpang looked calm and sullen, but both the others were visibly agitated. Maskull's heart was hammering away under his chest. Haunt pulled him and said, "My head feels as if it were being torn from my shoulders." "What can that mean?" "Yet there's a horrible joy in it," added Haunt with a sickly smile. He put his hand on the woman's shoulder. She awoke softly, glanced up at them, smiled, and then resumed eating her fruit. Maskull did not imagine that she had intelligence enough to speak. Haunt suddenly dropped on his knees and kissed her lips. She did not repulse him. During the continuance of the kiss, Maskull noticed with a shock that her face was altering. The features emerged from their indistinctness and became human and almost powerful. The smile faded, a scowl took its place. She thrust Haunt away, rose to her feet, and stared beneath bent brows at the three men, each one in turn. Maskull came last. His face she studied for quite a long time, but nothing indicated what she thought. Meanwhile, Haunt again approached her, staggering and grinning. She suffered him quietly, but the instant lips met lips the second time, he fell backward with a startled cry, as though he had come in contact with an electric wire. The back of his head struck the ground, and he lay there motionless. Korpang sprang forward to his assistance, but when he saw what had happened, he left him where he was. "Maskull, come here, quickly!" The light was perceptibly fading from Haunt's skin as Maskull bent over. The man was dead. His face was unrecognizable. The head had been split from the top downward into two halves, streaming with strange-coloured blood, as though it had received a terrible blow from an axe. "This couldn't be from the fall," said Maskull. "No, Sullenbode did it." Maskull turned quickly to look at the woman. She had resumed her former attitude on the ground. The momentary intelligence had vanished from her face, and she was again smiling. Chapter 19. Sullenbode. Sullenbode's naked skin glowed softly through the darkness, but the clothed part of her person was invisible. Maskull watched her senseless, smiling face and shivered. Strange feelings ran through his body. Korpang spoke out of the night. "She looks like an evil spirit filled with deadliness." "It was like deliberately kissing lightning." "Haunt was insane with passion." "So am I," said Maskull quietly. "My body seems full of rocks, all grinding against one another." "This is what I was afraid of." "It appears I shall have to kiss her too." Korpang pulled his arm. "Have you lost all manliness?" But Maskull impatiently shook himself free. He plucked nervously at his beard and stared at Sullenbode. His lips kept twitching. After this had gone on for a few minutes, he stepped forward, bent over the woman, and lifted her bodily in his arms. Setting her upright against the rugged tree trunk, he kissed her. A cold, knife-like shock passed down his frame. He thought that it was death and lost consciousness. When his sense returned, Sullenbode was holding him by the shoulder with one hand at arm's length, searching his face with gloomy eyes. At first he failed to recognize her. It was not the woman he had kissed, but another. Then he gradually realized that her face was identical with that which Horn's action had called into existence. A great calmness came upon him. His bad sensations had disappeared. Sullenbode was transformed into a living soul. Her skin was firm, her features were strong, her eyes gleamed with the consciousness of power. She was tall and slight, but slow in all her gestures and movements. Her face was not beautiful. It was long and palely lighted, while the mouth crossed the lower half like a gash of fire. The lips were as voluptuous as before. Her brows were heavy. There was nothing vulgar in her. She looked the kingliest of all women. She appeared not more than 25. Growing tired, apparently, of his scrutiny, she pushed him a little way and allowed her arm to drop, at the same time curving her mouth into a long, bow-like smile.
"Whom have I to thank for this gift of life?"
Her voice was rich, slow, and odd. Maskull felt himself in a dream. "My name is Maskull." She motioned to him to come a step nearer.
"Listen, Maskull. Man after man has drawn me into the world, but they could not keep me there, for I did not wish it. But now you have drawn me into it for all time, for good or evil."
Maskull stretched a hand toward the now invisible corpse and said quietly, "What have you to say about him?"
"Who was it?"
"Haunt."
"So that was Haunt. The news will travel far and wide. He was a famous man."
"It's a horrible affair. I can't think that you killed him deliberately."
"We women are endowed with terrible power, but it is our only protection. We do not want these visits, we loathe them."
"I might have died too."
"You came together."
"There were 3 of us. Korpang still stands over there."
"I see a faintly glimmering form. What do you want of me, Korpang?" "Nothing." "Then go away, and leave me with Maskull."
"No need, Korpang. I am coming with you."
"This is not that pleasure, then?"
demanded the low, earnest voice out of the darkness. "No. That pleasure has not returned." Sullenbode gripped his arm hard.
"What pleasure are you speaking of?"
"A presentiment of love, which I felt not long ago."
"But what do you feel now?"
"Calm and free." Sullenbode's face seemed like a pallid mask, hiding a slow, swelling sea of elemental passions.
"I do not know how it will end, Maskull, but we will still keep together a little. Where are you going?"
"To Adich," said Korpang, stepping forward.
"But why?"
"We are following the steps of Lod, who went there years ago to find Muspel light."
"What light is that?"
"It's the light of another world."
"The quest is grand. But cannot women see that light?"
"On one condition," said Korpang. "They must forget their sex. Womanhood and love belong to life, while Muspel is above life."
"I give you all other men,"
said Sullenbode.
"Maskull is mine."
"No. I am not here to help Maskull to a lover, but to remind him of the existence of nobler things."
"You are a good man. But you two alone will never strike the road to Adich."
"Are you acquainted with it?" Again the woman gripped Maskull's arm.
"What is love which Korpang despises?
Maskull looked at her attentively. Sullenbode went on.
Love is that which is perfectly willing to disappear and become nothing for the sake of the beloved.
Korpang wrinkled his forehead.
A magnanimous female lover is new in my experience.
Maskull put him aside with his hand and said to Sullenbode, "Are you contemplating a sacrifice?" She gazed at her feet and smiled.
What does it matter what my thoughts are? Tell me, are you starting at once, or do you mean to rest first? It's a rough road to Adage.
"What's in your mind?" demanded Maskull.
I will guide you a little. When we reach the ridge between Sarklash and Adage, perhaps I shall turn back.
And then?
Then, if the moon shines, perhaps you will arrive before daybreak. But if it is dark, it's hardly likely.
That's not what I meant. What will become of you after we have parted company?
I shall return somewhere. Perhaps here.
Maskull went close up to her, in order to study her face better. Shall you sink back into the old state?
No, Maskull, thank heaven.
Then how will you live? Sullenbode calmly removed the hand which he had placed on her arm. There was a sort of swirling flame in her eyes.
And who said I would go on living?
Maskull blinked at her in bewilderment. A few moments passed before he spoke again. You women are a sacrificing lot. You know I can't leave you like this. Their eyes met. Neither withdrew them, and neither felt embarrassed.
You will always be the most generous of men, Maskull. Now let us go. Korpang is a single-minded personage, and the least we others, who aren't so single-minded, can do is to help him to his destination. We mustn't inquire whether the destination of single-minded men is, as a rule, worth arriving at. If it is good for Maskull, it will be good for me. Well, no vessel can hold more than its appointed measure.
Korpang gave a wry smile. During your long sleep you appear to have picked up wisdom.
Yes, Korpang. I have met many men and explored many minds.
As they moved off, Maskull remembered Haunt. Can we not bury that poor fellow?
By this time tomorrow we shall need burial ourselves, but I do not include Korpang.
We have no tools, so you must have your way. You killed him, but I am the real murderer. I stole his protecting light.
Surely that death is balanced by the life you have given me.
They left the spot in the direction opposite to that by which the three men had arrived. After a few steps, they came to green snow again. At the same time, the flat ground ended, and they started to traverse a steep, pathless mountain slope. The snow and rocks glimmered. Their own bodies shone, otherwise everything was dark. The mists swirled around them, but Maskull had no more nightmares. The breeze was cold, pure, and steady. They walked in file, Sullenbode leading. Her movements were slow and fascinating. Korpang came last. His stern eyes saw nothing ahead but an alluring girl and a half-infatuated man. For a long time they continued crossing the rough and rocky slope, maintaining a slightly upward course. The angle was so steep that a false step would have been fatal. The high ground was on their right. After a while, the hillside on the left hand changed to level ground, and they seemed to have joined another spur of the mountain. The ascending slope on the right hand persisted for a few hundred yards more. Then Sullenbode bore sharply to the left, and they found level ground all around them.
"We are on the ridge,"
announced the woman, halting. The others came up to her, and at the same instant the moon burst through the clouds, illuminating the whole scene. Maskull uttered a cry. The wild, noble, lonely beauty of the view was quite unexpected. Tyrgeld was high in the sky to their left, shining down on them from behind. Straight in front, like an enormously wide, smoothly descending road, lay the great ridge which went on to Adage, though Adage itself was out of sight. It was never less than 200 yards wide. It was covered with green snow, in some places entirely, but in other places the naked rocks showed through like black teeth. From where they stood, they were unable to see the sides of the ridge or what lay underneath. On the right hand, which was north, the landscape was blurred and indistinct. There were no peaks there. It was the distant, low-lying land of Bari. But on the left hand appeared a whole forest of mighty pinnacles, near and far as the eye could see in moonlight. All glittered green, and all possessed the extraordinary hanging caps that characterized the Lichstorm range. These caps were of fantastic shapes, and each one was different. The valley directly opposite them was filled with rolling mist. Sarklash was a mighty mountain mass in the shape of a horseshoe. Its two ends pointed west, and were separated from each other by a mile or more of empty space. The northern end became the ridge on which they stood. The southern end was the long line of cliffs on that part of the mountain where Haunt's cave was situated. The connecting curve was the steep slope they had just traversed. One peak of Sarklash was invisible. In the southwest, many mountains raised their heads. In addition, a few summits, which must have been of extraordinary height, appeared over the south side of the horseshoe. Maskull turned round to put a question to Sullenbode, but when he saw her for the first time in moonlight, the words he had framed died on his lips. The gash-like mouth no longer dominated her other features, and the face, pale as ivory and most femininely shaped, suddenly became almost beautiful. The lips were a long, womanish curve of rose red. Her hair was a dark maroon. Maskull was greatly disturbed. He thought that she resembled a spirit rather than a woman.
"What puzzles you?"
she asked, smiling. "Nothing, but I would like to see you by sunlight."
"Perhaps you never will."
"Your life must be most solitary." She explored his features with her black, slow-gleaming eyes.
"Why do you fear to speak your feelings, Maskull?"
"Things seem to open up before me like a sunrise, but what it means I can't say." Sullenbode laughed outright.
"It assuredly does not mean the approach of night."
Corpang, who had been staring steadily along the ridge, here abruptly broke in.
"The road is plain now, Maskull. If you wish it, I'll go on alone."
"No, we'll go on together. Sullenbode will accompany us."
"A little way,"
said the woman.
"but not to Adage, to pit my strength against unseen powers. That light is not for me. I know how to renounce love, but I will never be a traitor to it."
"Who knows what we shall find on Adage, or what will happen? Corpang is as ignorant as myself." Corpang looked him full in the face.
"Maskull, you are quite well aware that you never dare approach that awful fire in the society of a beautiful woman."
Maskull gave an uneasy laugh. What Corpang doesn't tell you, Sullenbode, is that I am far better acquainted with Muspel Light than he, and that, but for a chance meeting with me, he would still be saying his prayers in threal.
Still, what he says must be true, she replied,
looking from one to the other. And so am I not to be allowed to—
So long as I am with you, I shall urge you onward, and not backward, Maskull.
We need not quarrel yet, he remarked with a forced smile. No doubt things will straighten themselves out.
Sullenbode began kicking the snow about with her foot. I picked up another piece of wisdom in my sleep, Corpang. Tell it to me, then. Men who live by laws and rules are parasites. Others shed their strength to bring these laws out of nothing into the light of day. But the law-abiders live at their ease. They have conquered nothing for themselves. It is given to some to discover, and others to preserve and perfect. You cannot condemn me for wishing Maskull well. No, but a child cannot lead a thunderstorm.
They started walking again along the centre of the ridge. All three were abreast, Sullenbode in the middle. The road descended by an easy gradient, and was for a long distance comparatively smooth. The freezing point seemed higher than on Earth, for the few inches of snow through which they trudged felt almost warm to their naked feet. Maskull's soles were by now like tough hides. The moonlit snow was green and dazzling. Their slanting, abbreviated shadows were sharply defined and red-black in colour. Maskull, who walked on Sullenbode's right hand, looked constantly to the left, toward the galaxy of glorious distant peaks. You cannot belong to this world, said the woman. Men of your stamp are not to be looked for here. No, I have come here from Earth.
Is that larger than our world?
Smaller, I think. Small and overcrowded with men and women. With all those people, confusion would result but for orderly laws, and therefore the laws are of iron. As adventure would be impossible without encroaching on these laws, there is no longer any spirit of adventure among the Earthmen. Everything is safe, vulgar, and completed.
Do men hate women there and women men?
No. The meeting of the sexes is sweet, though shameful. So poignant is the sweetness that the accompanying shame is ignored with open eyes. There is no hatred, or only among a few eccentric persons.
That shame surely must be the rudiment of our lich-storm passion. But now say, why did you come here?
To meet with new experiences, perhaps. The old ones no longer interested me.
How long have you been in this world?
This is the end of my 4th day.
Then tell me what you have seen and done during those 4 days. You cannot have been inactive.
Great misfortunes have happened to me. He proceeded briefly to relate everything that had taken place from the moment of his first awakening in the Scarlet Desert. Sullenbode listened with half-closed eyes, nodding her head from time to time. Only twice did she interrupt him. After his description of Tidomin's death, she said, speaking in a low voice,
None of us women ought by right of nature to fall short of Tidomin in sacrifice. For that one act of hers I almost love her, although she brought evil to your door. Again, speaking of Gleemail, she remarked, That grand-souled girl I admire the most of all. She listened to her inner voice, and to nothing else besides. Which of us others is strong enough for that? When his tale was quite over, Sullenbode said, Does it not strike you, Maskull, that these women you have met have been far nobler than the men.
I recognize that. We men often sacrifice ourselves, but only for a substantial cause. For you women, almost any cause will serve. You love the sacrifice for its own sake, and that is because you are naturally noble.
Turning her head a little, she threw him a smile so proud, yet so sweet that he was struck into silence. They tramped on quietly for some distance, and then he said,
"Now you understand the sort of man I am. Much brutality, more weakness, scant pity for anyone. Oh, it has been a bloody journey."
She laid her hand on his arm. I, for one, would not have it less rugged.
Nothing good can be said of my crimes.
To me you seem like a lonely giant, searching for you know not what, the grandest that life holds. You at least have no cause to look up to women.
"Thanks, Sullenbode," he responded with a troubled smile.
When Maskull passes, let people watch. Everyone is thrown out of your road. You go on, looking neither to right nor left.
"Take care that you are not thrown as well," said Corpang gravely.
Maskull shall do with me whatever he pleases, old skull. And for whatever he does, I will thank him. In place of a heart, you have a bag of loose dust. Someone has described love to you. You have had it described to you. You have heard that it is a small, fearful, selfish joy. It is not that. It is wild and scornful and sportive and bloody. How should you know?
Selfishness has far too many disguises.
If a woman wills to give up all, what can there be selfish in that? Only do not deceive yourself. Act decisively, or fate will be too swift for you both.
Sullenbode studied him through her lashes.
Do you mean death? His death as well as mine?
"You go too far, Corpang," said Maskull, turning a shade darker. "I don't accept you as the arbiter of our fortunes."
If honest counsel is disagreeable to you, let me go on ahead.
The woman detained him with her slow, light fingers.
I wish you to stay with us.
"Why?"
I think you may know what you're talking about. I don't wish to bring harm to Maskull. Presently I'll leave you. That will be best,
said Corpang. Maskull looked angry. "I shall decide. Sullenbode, whether you go on or back, I stay with you. My mind is made up." An expression of joyousness overspread her face, in spite of her efforts to conceal it.
Why do you scowl at me, Maskull?
He returned no answer, but continued walking onward with puckered brows. After a dozen paces or so, he halted abruptly. "Wait, Sullenbode." The others came to a standstill. Corpang looked puzzled, but the woman smiled. Maskull, without a word, bent over and kissed her lips. Then he relinquished her body and turned around to Corpang. "How do you, in your great wisdom, interpret that kiss?"
It requires no great wisdom to interpret kisses, Maskull.
"Hereafter, never dare to come between us. Sullenbode belongs to me."
Then I say no more. But you are a fated man. From that time forward, he spoke not another word to either of the others. A heavy gleam appeared in the woman's eyes. Now things are changed, Maskull. Where are you taking me?
"Choose you."
The man I love must complete his journey. I won't have it otherwise. You shall not stand lower than Korpang.
Where you go, I will go.
And I, as long as your love endures, I will accompany you, even to Adage.
Do you doubt its lasting?
I wish not to. Now I will tell you what I refused to tell you before. The term of your love is the term of my life. When you love me no longer, I must die.
And why? Asked Maskull slowly.
Yes, that's the responsibility you incurred when you kissed me for the first time. I never meant to tell you.
Do you mean that if I had gone on alone, you would have died?
I have no other life but what you give me.
He gazed at her mournfully, without attempting to reply, and then slowly placed his arms around her body. During this embrace he turned very pale, but sullen Bode grew as white as chalk. A few minutes later the journey toward Adage was resumed. They had been walking for 2 hours. Tiergeld was higher in the sky and nearer the south. They had descended many 100 feet, and the character of the ridge began to alter for the worse. The thin snow disappeared and gave way to moist, boggy ground. It was all little grassy hillocks and marshes. They began to slip about and became draggled with mud. Conversation ceased. Sullenbode led the way, and the men followed in her tracks. The southern half of the landscape grew grander. The greenish light of the brilliant moon shining on the multitude of snow-green peaks caused it to appear like a spectral world. Their nearest neighbor towered high above them on the other side of the valley due south, some 5 miles distant. It was a slender, inaccessible, dizzy spire of black rock, the angles of which were too steep to retain snow. A great upward-curving horn of rock sprang out from its topmost pinnacle. For a long time it constituted their chief landmark. The whole ridge gradually became saturated with moisture. The surface soil was spongy and rested on impermeable rock. It breathed in the damp mists by night and breathed them out again by day under branch spell's rays. The walking grew first unpleasant, then difficult, and finally dangerous. None of the party could distinguish firm ground from bog. Sullenbode sank up to her waist in a pit of slime. Maskull rescued her, but after this incident took the lead himself. Korpang was the next to meet with trouble. Exploring a new path for himself, he tumbled into liquid mud up to his shoulders and narrowly escaped a filthy death. After Maskull had got him out at great personal risk, they proceeded once more. But now the scramble changed from bad to worse. Each step had to be thoroughly tested before weight was put upon it, and even so the test frequently failed. All of them went in so often that in the end they no longer resembled human beings but walking pillars plastered from top to toe with black filth. The hardest work fell to Maskull. He not only had the exhausting task of beating the way, but was continually called upon to help his companions out of their difficulties. Without him, they could not have got through. After a peculiarly evil patch, they paused to recruit their strength. Korpang's breathing was difficult. Sullenbode was quiet, listless, and depressed. Maskull gazed at them doubtfully. "Does this continue?" he inquired.
No, I think,
Replied the woman.
we can't be far from the Mornstab Pass. After that we shall begin to climb again, and then the road will improve, perhaps.
Can you have been here before?
Once I have been to the pass. but it was not so bad then.
You are tired out, Sullenbode.
What of it?
She replied, smiling faintly.
When one has a terrible lover, one must pay the price.
We cannot get there tonight, so let us stop at the first shelter we come to.
I leave it to you.
He paced up and down while the others sat. Do you regret anything? He demanded suddenly.
No, Maskull. Nothing. I regret nothing.
Your feelings are unchanged.
Love can't go back. It can only go on.
Yes, eternally on. It is so.
No, I don't mean that. There is a climax, but when the climax has been reached, love, if it still wants to ascend, must turn to sacrifice.
That's a dreadful creed, he said in a low voice, turning pale beneath his coating of mud.
Perhaps my nature is discordant. I am tired. I don't know what I feel.
In a few minutes they were on their feet again, and the journey recommenced. Within half an hour they had reached the Mornstab Pass. The ground here was drier. The broken land to the north served to drain off the moisture of the soil. Sullenbode led them to the northern edge of the ridge, to show them the nature of the country. The pass was nothing but a gigantic landslip on both sides of the ridge, where it was the lowest above the underlying land. A series of huge broken terraces of earth and rock descended towards Bari. They were overgrown with stunted vegetation. It was quite possible to get down to the lowlands that way, but rather difficult. On either side of the landslip, to east and west, the ridge came down in a long line of sheer, terrific cliffs. A low haze concealed Bari from view. Complete stillness was in the air, broken only by the distant thundering of an invisible waterfall. Maskull and Sullenbode sat down on a boulder facing the open country. The moon was directly behind them, high up. It was almost as light as an Earth day.
Tonight is like life,
said Sullenbode. How so?
So lovely above and around us, so foul underfoot.
Maskull sighed. Poor girl, you are unhappy.
And you? Are you happy?
He thought a while and then replied, No. No, I'm not happy. Love is not happiness.
What is it, Maskull?
Restlessness, unshed tears, thoughts too grand for our soul to think.
Yes,
said Sullenbode. After a time, she asked,
Why were we created? Just to live for a few years and then disappear?
We are told that we shall live again.
Yes, Maskull?
Perhaps in Muspel, he added thoughtfully.
What kind of life will that be?
Surely we shall meet again. Love is too wonderful and mysterious a thing to remain uncompleted. She gave a slight shiver and turned away from him.
This dream is untrue. Love is completed here.
How can that be, when sooner or later it is brutally interrupted by fate?
It is completed by anguish. Oh, why must it always be enjoyment for us? Can't we suffer? Can't we go on suffering forever and ever? Maskull, until love crushes our spirit, finally and without remedy, we don't begin to feel ourselves.
Maskull gazed at her with a troubled expression. Can the memory of love be worth more than its presence and reality?
You don't understand. Those pangs are more precious than all the rest beside.
She caught at him.
Oh, if you could only see inside my mind, Maskull. You would see strange things. I can't explain. It is all confused, even to myself. This love is quite different from what I thought.
He sighed again. Love is a strong drink. Perhaps it is too strong for human beings. And I think that it overturns our reason in different ways. They remained sitting side by side, staring straight before them with unseeing eyes.
It doesn't matter,
said Sullenbode at last, with a smile, getting up.
Soon it will be ended, one way or another. Come, let us be off.
Maskull too got up. Where's Corpang? He asked listlessly. They both looked across the ridge in the direction of Adage. At the point where they stood, it was nearly a mile wide. It sloped perceptibly toward the southern edge, giving all the earth the appearance of a heavy list. Toward the west, the ground continued level for 1,000 yards, but then a high, sloping, grassy hill went right across the ridge from side to side, like a vast billow on the verge of breaking. It shut out all further view beyond. The whole crest of this hill, from one end to the other, was crowned by a long row of enormous stone posts, shining brightly in the moonlight against a background of dark sky. There were about 30 in all, and they were placed at such regular intervals that there was little doubt that they had been set there by human hands. Some were perpendicular, but others dipped so much that an aspect of extreme antiquity was given to the entire colonnade. Corpang was seen climbing the hill, not far from the top. He wishes to arrive, said Maskull, watching the energetic ascent with a rather cynical smile.
The heavens won't open for Corpang,
returned Sullenbode.
He need not be in such a hurry. What do these pillars seem like to you?
They might be the entrance to some mighty temple. Who can have planted them there? She did not answer. They watched Corpang gain the summit of the hill and disappear through the line of posts. Maskull turned again to Sullenbode. Now we two are alone in a lonely world. She regarded him steadily.
Our last night on this earth must be a grand one. I am ready to go on.
I don't think you are fit to go on. It will be better to go down the pass a little and find shelter. She half smiled.
We won't study our poor bodies tonight. I mean you to go to Adage, Maskull.
Then at all events let us rest first, for it must be a long, terrible climb, and who knows what hardships we shall meet. She walked a step or two forward, half turned, and held out her hand to him.
Come, Maskull.
When they had covered half the distance that separated them from the foot of the hill, Maskull heard the drum taps. They came from behind the hill and were loud, sharp, almost explosive. He glanced at Sullenbode, but she appeared to hear nothing. A minute later, the whole sky behind and above the long chain of stone posts on the crest of the hill began to be illuminated by a strange radiance. The moonlight in that quarter faded. The posts stood out black on a background of fire. It was the light of Muspel. As the moments passed, it grew more and more vivid, peculiar, and awful. It was of no color and resembled nothing. It was supernatural and indescribable. Maskull's spirit swelled. He stood fast, with expanded nostrils and terrible eyes. Sullenbode touched him lightly.
What do you see, Maskull?
Muspel light.
I see nothing.
The light shot up until Maskull scarcely knew where he stood. It burned with a fiercer and stranger glare than ever before. He forgot the existence of Sullenbode. The drum beats grew deafeningly loud. Each beat was like a rip of startling thunder, crashing through the sky and making the air tremble. Presently the crashes coalesced, and one continuous roar of thunder rocked the world. But the rhythm persisted. The 4 beats with the third accented still came pulsing through the atmosphere, only now against a background of thunder and not of silence. Maskull's heart beat wildly. His body was like a prison. He longed to throw it off, to spring up and become incorporated with the sublime universe which was beginning to unveil itself. Sullenbode suddenly enfolded him in her arms and kissed him, passionately, again and again. He made no response. He was unaware of what she was doing. She unclasped him and, with bent head and streaming eyes, went noiselessly away. She started to go back toward the Mornstab Pass. A few minutes afterward, the radiance began to fade. The thunder died down. The moonlight reappeared, the stone posts and the hillside were again bright. In a short time the supernatural light had entirely vanished, but the drum taps still sounded faintly, a muffled rhythm from behind the hill. Maskull started violently and stared around him like a suddenly awakened sleeper. He saw Sullenbode walking slowly away from him a few hundred yards off. At that sight, death entered his heart. He ran after her, calling out. She did not look around. When he had lessened the distance between them by a half, he saw her suddenly stumble and fall. She did not get up again, but lay motionless where she fell. He flew toward her and bent over her body. His worst fears were realized. Life had departed. Beneath its coating of mud, her face bore the vulgar, ghastly crystalman grin. But Maskull saw nothing of it. She had never appeared so beautiful to him as at that moment. He remained beside her for a long time on his knees. He wept, but between his fits of weeping he raised his head from time to time and listened to the distant drum beats. An hour passed. 2 hours. Tyrgeld was now in the southwest. Maskull lifted Sullenbode's dead body onto his shoulders and started to walk toward the pass. He cared no more for Muspel. He intended to look for water in which to wash the corpse of his beloved and earth in which to bury her. When he had reached the boulder overlooking the landslip on which they had sat together, he lowered his burden, and, placing the dead girl on the stone, seated himself beside her for a time, gazing over toward Bari. After that, he commenced his descent of the Mornstab Pass. Chapter 20. Bari. The day had already dawned, but it was not yet sunrise when Maskull awoke from his miserable sleep. He sat up and yawned feebly. The air was cool and sweet. Far away down the landslip a bird was singing. The song consisted of only 2 notes, but it was so plaintive and heartbreaking that he scarcely knew how to endure it. The eastern sky was a delicate green, crossed by a long, thin band of chocolate-colored cloud near the horizon. The atmosphere was blue-tinted, mysterious, and hazy. Neither sarclash nor adage was visible. The saddle of the pass was 500 feet above him. He had descended that distance overnight. The landslip continued downward like a huge flying staircase to the upper slopes of Bari, which lay perhaps 1,500 feet beneath. The surface of the pass was rough, and the angle was excessively steep, though not precipitous. It was above a mile across. On each side of it, east and west, The dark walls of the ridge descended sheer. At the point where the pass sprang outward, they were 2,000 feet from top to bottom. But as the ridge went upward, on the one hand toward Adage, on the other toward Sarklash, they attained almost unbelievable heights. Despite the great breadth and solidity of the pass, Maskull felt as though he was suspended in mid-air. The patch of broken, rich brown soil, observable not far away, marked Sullenbode's grave. He had interred her by the light of the moon, with a long, flat stone for a spade. A little lower down, the white steam of a hot spring was curling about in the twilight. From where he sat, he was unable to see the pool into which the spring ultimately flowed. But it was in that pool that he had last night washed first of all the dead girl's body, and then his own. He got up, yawned again, stretched himself, and looked around him dully. For a long time he eyed the grave. The half-darkness changed by imperceptible degrees to full day. The sun was about to appear. The sky was nearly cloudless. The whole wonderful extent of the mighty ridge behind him began to emerge from the morning mist. There was a part of Sarklash and the ice-green crest of gigantic Adage itself, which he could only take in by throwing his head right back. He gazed at everything in weary apathy like a lost soul. All his desires were gone forever. He wished to go nowhere and to do nothing. He thought he would go to Bari. He went to the warm pool to wash the sleep out of his eyes. Sitting beside it, watching the bubbles, was Crag. Maskull thought that he was dreaming. The man was clothed in a skin shirt and breeches. His face was stern, yellow, and ugly. He eyed Maskull without smiling or getting up. "Where in the devil's name have you come from, Crag?"
The great point is, I am here.
"Where's Nightspore?"
Not far away.
"It seems 100 years since I saw you. Why did you two leave me in such a damnable fashion?"
You were strong enough to get through alone.
"So it turned out, but how are you to know? Anyway, you've timed it well. It seems I am to die today." Crag scowled.
You will die this morning.
"If I am to, I shall. But where have you heard it from?"
You are ripe for it. You have run through the gamut. What else is there to live for?
"Nothing," said Maskull, uttering a short laugh. "I am quite ready. I have failed in everything. I only wondered how you knew. So now you've come to rejoin me. Where are we going?"
Through Bari.
"And what about Nightspore?" Crag jumped to his feet with clumsy agility.
We won't wait for him. He'll be there as soon as we shall.
"Where?"
At our destination. Come, the sun's rising.
As they started clambering down the pass, side by side, Branchspell, huge and white, leaped fiercely into the sky. All the delicacy of the dawn vanished, and another vulgar day began. They passed some trees and plants, the leaves of which were all curled up as if in sleep. Maskull pointed them out to his companion. "How is it the sunshine doesn't open them?"
Branchspell is a second night to them. Their day is Alpine.
"How long will it be before that sun rises?"
Some time yet.
"Shall I live to see it, do you think?"
Do you want to?
"At one time I did, but now I'm indifferent."
Keep in that humour and you'll do well. Once for all, there's nothing worth seeing on Tormance.
After a few minutes, Maskull said, "Why did we come here, then?"
To follow Surtur.
"True. But where is he?"
Closer at hand than you think, perhaps.
"Do you know that he is regarded as a god here, Crag? There is supernatural fire, too, which I have been led to believe is somehow connected with him. Why do you keep up the mystery? Who and what is Surtur?
Don't disturb yourself about that. You will never know.
Do you know?
I know, snarled Crag.
The devil here is called Crag, went on Maskull, peering into his face.
As long as pleasure is worshipped, Crag will always be the devil.
Here we are, talking face to face, two men together. What am I to believe of you?
Believe your senses. The real devil is Crystalman.
They continued descending the landslip. The sun's rays had grown insufferably hot. In front of them, down below in the far distance, Maskull saw water and land intermingled. It appeared that they were travelling toward a lake district. What have you and Nightspore been doing during the last 4 days, Crag? What happened to the torpedo?
You're just about on the same mental level as a man who sees a brand new palace and asks what has become of the scaffolding.
What palace have you been building, then?
We have not been idle, said Crag. While you have been murdering and love-making, we have had our work.
And how have you been made acquainted with my actions?
Oh, you're an open book. Now you've got a mortal heart wound on account of a woman you knew for 6 hours.
Maskull turned pale. Sneer away, Crag. If you lived with a woman for 600 years and saw her die, that would never touch your leather heart. You haven't even the feelings of an insect.
Behold the child defending its toys, said Crag, grinning faintly.
Maskull stopped short. What do you want with me, and why did you bring me here?
It's no use stopping, even for the sake of theatrical effect, said Crag, pulling him into motion again. The distance has got to be covered, however often we pull up.
When he touched him, Maskull felt a terrible shooting pain through his heart. I can't go on regarding you as a man, Crag. You're something more than a man, whether good or evil, I can't say. Crag looked yellow and formidable. He did not reply to Maskull's remark, but after a pause said,
So you've been trying to find Surtur on your own account, during the intervals between killing and fondling.
What was that drumming? Demanded Maskull.
You needn't look so important. We know you had your ear to the keyhole, but you could join the assembly. The music was not playing for you, my friend.
Maskull smiled rather bitterly. At all events, I listen through no more keyholes. I have finished with life. I belong to nobody and nothing any more from this time forward.
Brave words, we shall see. Perhaps Crystalman will make one more attempt on you. There is still time for one more.
Now I don't understand you.
You think you are thoroughly disillusioned, don't you? Well, that may prove to be the last and strongest illusion of all.
The conversation ceased. They reached the foot of the landslip an hour later. Branch Spell was steadily mounting the cloudless sky. It was approaching Sarclash, and it was an open question whether or not it would clear its peak. The heat was sweltering. The long, massive, saucer-shaped ridge behind them, with its terrific precipices, was glowing with bright morning colours. Adage, towering up many thousands of feet higher still, guarded the end of it like a lonely colossus. In front of them, starting from where they stood, was a cool and enchanting wilderness of little lakes and forests. The water of the lakes was dark green. The forests were asleep, waiting for the rising of Alpine. "Are we now in Bari?" asked Maskull.
Yes, and there is one of the natives.
There was an ugly glint in his eye as he spoke the words, but Maskull did not see it. A man was leaning in the shade against one of the first trees, apparently waiting for them to come up. He was small, dark and beardless, and was still in early manhood. He was clothed in a dark blue, loosely flowing robe, and wore a broad-brimmed slouch hat. His face, which was not disfigured by any special organs, was pale, earnest, and grave, yet somehow remarkably pleasing. Before a word was spoken, he warmly grasped Maskull's hand, but even while he was in the act of doing so, he threw a queer frown at Crag. The latter responded with a scowling grin. When he opened his mouth to speak, his voice was a vibrating baritone, but it was at the same time strangely womanish in its modulations and variety of tone.
"I've been waiting for you here since sunrise,"
he said.
"Welcome to Bari, Maskull. Let's hope you'll forget your sorrows here, you over-tested man."
Maskull stared at him, not without friendliness. "What made you expect me? And how do you know my name?" The stranger smiled, which made his face very handsome.
"I'm Gangnet. I know most things."
"Haven't you a greeting for me too, Gangnet?" asked Crag, thrusting his forbidding features almost into the other's face.
"I know you, Crag. There are few places where you are welcome."
"And I know you, Gangnet, you man-woman. Well, we are here together, and you must make what you can of it. We are going down to the ocean."
The smile faded from Gangnet's face.
"I can't drive you away, Crag, but I can make you the unwelcome third."
Crag threw back his head and gave a loud, grating laugh.
"That bargain suits me all right. As long as I have the substance, you may have the shadow, and much good may it do you."
"Now that it's all arranged so satisfactorily,"
said Maskull with a hard smile,
"permit me to say that I don't desire any society at all at present. You take too much for granted, Crag. You have played the false friend once already. I presume I'm a free agent?"
"To be a free man, one must have a universe of one's own," said Crag with a jeering look. "What do you say, Gangnet? Is this a free world?"
"Freedom from pain and ugliness should be every man's privilege,"
returned Gangnet tranquilly.
"Maskull is quite within his rights, and if you'll engage to leave him, I'll do the same."
"Maskull can change face as often as he likes, but he won't get rid of me so easily. Be easy on that point, Maskull."
"It doesn't matter,"
muttered Maskull.
"Let everyone join in the procession. In a few hours I shall finally be free anyhow, if what they say is true." "I'll lead the way,"
said Gangnet.
"You don't know this country, of course, Maskull. When we get to the flatlands some miles farther down, we shall be able to travel by water, but at present we must walk, I fear."
"Yes, you fear,"
broke out Crag in a high-pitched, scraping voice.
"You eternal loller."
Maskull kept looking from one to the other in amazement. There seemed to be a determined hostility between the two, which indicated an intimate previous acquaintance. They set off through a wood, keeping close to its border, so that for a mile or more they were within sight of the long, narrow lake that flowed beside it. The trees were low and thin. Their dawn-coloured leaves were all folded. There was no underbrush. They walked on clean, brown earth. A distant waterfall sounded. They were in shade, but the air was pleasantly warm. There were no insects to irritate them. The bright lake outside looked cool and poetic. Gangnet pressed Maskull's arm affectionately.
If the bringing of you from your world had fallen to me, Maskull, it is here I would have brought you, and not to the Scarlet Desert. Then you would have escaped the dark spots, and Tormance would have appeared beautiful to you.
And what then, Gangnet? The dark spots would have existed all the same.
You could have seen them afterward. It makes all the difference whether one sees darkness through the light or brightness through the shadows. A clear eye is the best. Tormance is an ugly world, and I greatly prefer to know it as it really is. The devil made it ugly, not Crystalman. These are Crystalman's thoughts which you see around you. He is nothing but beauty and pleasantness. Even Crag won't have the effrontery to deny that.
"It's very nice here,"
said Crag, looking around him malignantly.
"One only wants a cushion and half a dozen houris to complete it."
Maskull disengaged himself from Gangnet. "Last night, when I was struggling through the mud in the ghastly moonlight, then I thought the world beautiful."
Poor Sullenbode,
said Gangnet, sighing. "What? You knew her?"
I know her through you. By mourning for a noble woman, you show your own nobility. I think all women are noble.
There may be millions of noble women, but there's only one Sullenbode.
If Sullenbode can exist,
said Gangnet,
the world cannot be a bad place.
Change the subject. The world's hard and cruel, and I'm thankful to be leaving it.
"On one point, though, you both agree,"
said Crag, smiling evilly.
"Pleasure is good, and the cessation of pleasure is bad."
Gangnet glanced at him coldly.
We know your peculiar theories, Crag. You are very fond of them, but they are unworkable. The world could not go on being without pleasure.
"So Gangnet thinks,"
jeered Crag. They came to the end of the wood and found themselves overlooking a little cliff. At the foot of it, about 50 feet below, a fresh series of lakes and forests commenced. Bari appeared to be one big mountain slope, built by nature into terraces. The lake along whose border they had been travelling was not banked at the end, but overflowed to the lower level in half a dozen beautiful thread-like falls, white and throwing off spray. The cliff was not perpendicular, and the men found it easy to negotiate. At the base they entered another wood. Here it was much denser, and they had nothing but trees all around them. A clear brook rippled through the heart of it. They followed its bank. "It has occurred to me," said Maskull, addressing Gangnet, "that Alpane may be my death. Is that so?"
These trees don't fear Alpane, so why should you? Alpane is a wonderful, life-bringing sun.
The reason I ask is I've seen its afterglow, and it produced such violent sensations that a very little more would have proved too much.
Because the forces were evenly balanced. When you see Alpane itself, it will reign supreme, and there will be no more struggling of wills inside you.
"And that, I may tell you beforehand, Maskull," said Crag, grinning, "is Crystalman's trump card."
How do you mean?
"You'll see. You'll renounce the world so eagerly that you'll want to stay in the world merely to enjoy your sensations."
Gangnet smiled.
Crag, you see, is hard to please. You must neither enjoy nor renounce. What are you to do?
Maskull turned toward Crag. It's very odd, but I don't understand your creed even yet. Are you recommending suicide? Crag seemed to grow sallower and more repulsive every minute.
"What, because they have left off stroking you?"
he exclaimed, laughing and showing his discoloured teeth. "Whoever you are, and whatever you want," said Maskull, "you seem very certain of yourself."
Yes, you would like me to blush and stammer like a booby, wouldn't you? That would be an excellent way of destroying lies.
Gangnet glanced toward the foot of one of the trees. He stooped and picked up 2 or 3 objects that resembled eggs. "To eat?" asked Maskull, accepting the offered gift. "Yes, eat them. You must be hungry. I want none myself, and one mustn't insult Crag by offering him a pleasure, especially such a low pleasure." Maskull knocked the ends off 2 of the eggs and swallowed the liquid contents. They tasted rather alcoholic. Crag snatched the remaining egg out of his hand and flung it against a tree trunk, where it broke and stuck, a splash of slime.
I don't wait to be asked, Gangnet. Say, is there a filthier sight than a smashed pleasure?
Gangnet did not reply, but took Maskull's arm. After they had alternately walked through forests and descended cliffs and slopes for upward of 2 hours, the landscape altered. A steep mountainside commenced and continued for at least a couple of miles, during which space the land must have dropped nearly 4,000 feet at a practically uniform gradient. Maskull had seen nothing like this immense slide of country anywhere. The hill slope carried an enormous forest on its back. This forest, however, was different from those they had hitherto passed through. The leaves of the trees were curled in sleep, but the boughs were so close and numerous that, but for the fact that they were translucent, the rays of the sun would have been completely intercepted. As it was, the whole forest was flooded with light, and this light, being tinged with the colour of the branches, was a soft and lovely rose. So gay, feminine, and dawn-like was the illumination that Maskull's spirits immediately started to rise, although he did not wish it. He checked himself, sighed, and grew pensive.
What a place for languishing eyes and necks of ivory, Maskull,
rasped Crag mockingly.
Why isn't Sullenbode here?
Maskull gripped him roughly and flung him against the nearest tree. Crag recovered himself and burst into a roaring laugh, seeming not a whit discomposed.
Still, what I said, was it true or untrue?
Maskull gazed at him sternly. You seem to regard yourself as a necessary evil. I'm under no obligation to go on with you any farther. I think we had better part. Crag turned to Gangnet with an air of grotesque mock earnestness.
What do you say? Do we part when Maskull pleases, or when I please?
Keep your temper, Maskull,
said Gangnet, showing Crag his back. I know the man better than you do. Now that he is fastened onto you, there's only one way of making him lose his hold, by ignoring him. Despise him. Say nothing to him. Don't answer his questions. If you refuse to recognize his existence, he is as good as not here. I'm beginning to be tired of it all, said Maskull. It seems as if I shall add one more to my murders before I have finished.
I smell murder in the air,
exclaimed Crag, pretending to sniff.
But whose?
Do as I say, Maskull. To bandy words with him is to throw oil on fire.
I'll say no more to anyone. When do we get out of this accursed forest? It's some way yet. But when we're out, we can take to the water, and you will be able to rest and think.
And brood comfortably over your sufferings,
added Crag. None of the 3 men said anything more until they emerged into the open day. The slope of the forest was so steep that they were forced to run rather than walk, and this would have prevented any conversation, even if they had otherwise felt inclined toward it. In less than half an hour they were through. A flat, open landscape lay stretched in front of them as far as they could see. 3 parts of this country consisted of smooth water. It was a succession of large, low-shored lakes, divided by narrow strips of tree-covered land. The lake immediately before them had its small end to the forest. It was there about 1/3 of a mile wide. The water at the sides and end was shallow and choked with dulm-coloured rushes, but in the middle, beginning a few yards from the shore, there was a perceptible current away from them. In view of this current, it was difficult to decide whether it was a lake or a river. Some little floating islands were in the shallows. "Is it here that we take to the water?" inquired Maskull. "Yes, here," answered Gangnet. "But how?" "One of those islands will serve. It only needs to move it into the stream." Maskull frowned. "Where will it carry us to?"
Come, get on, said Crag, laughing uncouthly. The morning's wearing away, and you have to die before noon. We are going to the ocean.
"If you are omniscient, Crag, what is my death to be?"
Gangnet will murder you.
"You lie," said Gangnet. "I wish Maskull nothing but good."
At all events, he will be the cause of your death. But what does it matter? The great point is you are quitting this futile world. Well, Gangnet, I see you're as slack as ever. I suppose I must do the work.
He jumped into the lake and began to run through the shallow water, splashing it about. When he came to the nearest island, the water was up to his thighs. The island was lozenge-shaped, and about 15 feet from end to end. It was composed of a sort of light brown peat. There was no form of living vegetation on its surface. Crag went behind it and started shoving it toward the current, apparently without having unduly to exert himself. When it was within the influence of the stream, the others waded out to him, and all 3 climbed on. The voyage began. The current was not travelling at more than 2 miles an hour. The sun glared down on their heads mercilessly, and there was no shade or prospect of shade. Maskull sat down near the edge, and periodically splashed water over his head. Gangnet sat on his haunches next to him. Crag paced up and down with short, quick steps like an animal in a cage. The lake widened out more and more, and the width of the stream increased in proportion, until they seemed to themselves to be floating on the bosom of some broad flowing estuary. Crag suddenly bent over and snatched off Gangnet's hat, crushing it together in his hairy fist and throwing it far out into the stream.
Why should you disguise yourself like a woman?
He asked with a harsh guffaw.
Show Maskull your face. Perhaps he has seen it somewhere.
Gangnet did remind Maskull of someone, but he could not say of whom. His dark hair curled down to his neck. His brow was wide, lofty, and noble, and there was an air of serious sweetness about the whole man that was strangely appealing to the feelings. "Let Maskull judge," he said with proud composure, "whether I have anything to be ashamed of." "There can be nothing but magnificent thoughts in that head," muttered Maskull, staring hard at him.
A capital valuation. Gangnet is the king of poets. But what happens when poets try to carry through practical enterprises?
"What enterprises?" asked Maskull in astonishment.
What have you got on hand, Gangnet? Tell Maskull.
"There are 2 forms of practical activity," replied Gangnet calmly. "One may either build up or destroy."
No, there's a third species. One may steal, and not even know one is stealing. One may take the purse and leave the money.
Maskull raised his eyebrows. Where have you two met before?
I'm paying Gangnet a visit today, Maskull. But once upon a time, Gangnet paid me a visit.
Where?
In my home, whatever that is. Gangnet is a common thief.
You are speaking in riddles, and I don't understand you. I don't know either of you, but it's clear that if Gangnet is a poet, you're a buffoon. Must you go on talking? I want to be quiet. Crag laughed, but said no more. Presently he lay down at full length, with his face to the sun, and in a few minutes was fast asleep and snoring disagreeably. Maskull kept glancing over at his yellow, repulsive face with strong disfavour. 2 hours passed. The land on either side was more than a mile distant. In front of them there was no land at all. Behind them, the Lichstorm Mountains were blotted out from view by a haze that had gathered together. The sky ahead, just above the horizon, began to be of a strange colour. It was an intense jail blue. The whole northern atmosphere was stained with ulfire. Maskull's mind grew disturbed. Alpane is rising, Gangnet. Gangnet smiled wistfully. It begins to trouble you. It is so solemn, tragical almost, yet it recalls me to Earth. Life was no longer important, but this is important. Daylight is night to this other daylight. Within half an hour you will be like a man who has stepped from a dark forest into the open day. Then you will ask yourself how you could have been blind. The two men went on watching the blue sunrise. The entire sky in the north, halfway up to the zenith, was streaked with extraordinary colours, among which Jael and Dolm predominated. Just as the principal character of an ordinary dawn is mystery, the outstanding character of this dawn was wildness. It did not baffle the understanding, but the heart. Maskull felt no inarticulate craving to seize and perpetuate the sunrise and make it his own. Instead of that, it agitated and tormented him, like the opening bars of a supernatural symphony. When he looked back to the south, Branchspel's day had lost its glare, and he could gaze at the immense white sun without flinching. He instinctively turned to the north again, as one turns from darkness to light. If those were Crystalman's thoughts that you showed me before, Gangnet, these must be his feelings. I mean it literally. What I am feeling now, he must have felt before me. He is all feeling, Maskull. Don't you understand that? Maskull was feeding greedily on the spectacle before him. He did not reply. His face was set like a rock, but his eyes were dim with the beginning of tears. The sky blazed deeper and deeper. It was obvious that Alpane was about to lift itself above the sea. The island had by this time floated past the mouth of the estuary. On 3 sides they were surrounded by water. The haze crept up behind them and shut out all sight of land. Crag was still sleeping, an ugly, wrinkled monstrosity. Maskull looked over the side at the flowing water. It had lost its dark green colour and was now of a perfect crystal transparency. Are we already on the ocean, Gangnet? Yes. Then nothing remains except my death. Don't think of death, but life. It's growing brighter, at the same time more sombre. Crag seems to be fading away. There is Alpane, said Gangnet, touching his arm. The deep, glowing disk of the blue sun peeped above the sea. Maskull was struck to silence. He was hardly so much looking as feeling. His emotions were unutterable. His soul seemed too strong for his body. The great blue orb rose rapidly out of the water like an awful eye watching him. It shot above the sea with a bound, and Alpane's day commenced. "What do you feel?" Gangnet still held his arm. "I have set myself against the infinite," muttered Maskull. Suddenly his chaos of passion sprang together, and a wonderful idea swept through his whole being, accompanied by the intensest joy. "Why, Gangnet, I am nothing. No, you are nothing." The mist closed in all around them. Nothing was visible except the 2 suns and a few feet of sea. The shadows of the 3 men cast by Alpane were not black, but were composed of white daylight. "Then nothing can hurt me," said Maskull with a peculiar smile. Gangnet smiled too. "How could it? I have lost my will. I feel as if some foul tumour had been scraped away, leaving me clean and free." "Do you now understand life, Maskull?"
Gangnet's face was transfigured with an extraordinary spiritual beauty. He looked as if he had descended from heaven.
"I understand nothing, except that I have no self any more. But this is life."
"Is Gangnet expatiating on his famous blue sun?" said a jeering voice above them.
Looking up, they saw that Crag had got to his feet. They both rose. At the same moment, the gathering mist began to obscure Alpane's disk, changing it from blue to a vivid jail. "What do you want with us, Crag?" asked Maskull with simple composure. Crag looked at him strangely for a few seconds. The water lapped around them. "Don't you comprehend, Maskull, that your death has arrived?" Maskull made no response. Crag rested an arm lightly on his shoulder, and suddenly he felt sick and faint. He sank to the ground near the edge of the island raft. His heart was thumping heavily and queerly. Its beating reminded him of the drum taps. He gazed languidly at the rippling water, and it seemed to him as if he could see right through it, away, away down to a strange fire. The water disappeared. The 2 suns were extinguished. The island was transformed into a cloud, and Maskull, alone on it, was floating through the atmosphere. Down below it was all fire, the fire of Muspel. The light mounted higher and higher until it filled the whole world. He floated towards an immense perpendicular cliff of black rock, without top or bottom. Halfway up it, Crag, suspended in mid-air, was dealing terrific blows at a blood-red spot with a huge hammer. The rhythmical, clanging sounds were hideous. Presently, Maskull made out that these sounds were the familiar drum beats. "What are you doing, Crag?" he asked. Crag suspended his work and turned around.
"Beating on your heart, Maskull,"
was his grinning response. The cliff and Crag vanished. Maskull saw Gangnet struggling in the air, but it was not Gangnet, it was Crystalman. He seemed to be trying to escape from the Muspel fire, which kept surrounding and licking him whichever way he turned. He was screaming. The fire caught him. He shrieked horribly. Maskull caught one glimpse of a vulgar, slobbering face, and then that too disappeared. He opened his eyes. The floating island was still faintly illuminated by Alpane. Crag was standing by his side, but Gangnet was no longer there.
What is this ocean called?
asked Maskull, bringing out the words with difficulty. Surtur's Ocean. Maskull nodded, and kept quiet for some time. He rested his face on his arm.
Where's Nightspore?
He asked suddenly. Crag bent over him with a grave expression. You are Nightspore. The dying man closed his eyes and smiled. Opening them again a few moments later with an effort, he murmured,
Who are you?
Crag maintained a gloomy silence. Shortly afterward, a frightful pang passed through Maskull's heart, and he died immediately. Crag turned his head around. The night is really past at last, Nightspore. The day is here. Nightspore gazed long and earnestly at Maskull's body.
Why was all this necessary?
Ask Crystalman,
replied Crag sternly.
His world is no joke. He has a strong clutch, but I have a stronger. Maskull was his, but Nightspore is mine.
Chapter 21. Muspel. The fog thickened so that the two suns wholly disappeared, and all grew as black as night. Nightspore could no longer see his companion. The water lapped gently against the side of the island raft.
You say the night is past,
said Nightspore.
But the night is still here. Am I dead or alive?
You are still in Crystalman's world, but you belong to it no more. We are approaching Muspel.
Nightspore felt a strong, silent throbbing of the air, a rhythmical pulsation in 4/4 time.
There is the drumming,
he exclaimed.
Do you understand it, or have you forgotten?
I half understand it, but I'm all confused.
It's evident Crystalman has dug his claws into you pretty deeply, said Crag. The sound comes from Muspel, but the rhythm is caused by its travelling through Crystalman's atmosphere. His nature is rhythm, as he loves to call it, or dull, deadly repetition, as I name it.
I remember,
said Nightspore, biting his nails in the dark. The throbbing became audible. It now sounded like a distant drum. A small patch of strange light in the far distance, straight ahead of them, began faintly to illuminate the floating island and the glassy sea around it.
Do all men escape from that ghastly world, or only I and a few like me?
Asked Nightspore.
If all escaped, I shouldn't sweat, my friend. There's hard work and anguish and the risk of total death waiting for us yonder.
Nightspore's heart sank.
Have I not yet finished, then?
If you wish it, you have got through. But will you wish it?
The drumming grew loud and painful. The light resolved itself into a tiny oblong of mysterious brightness in a huge wall of night. Crag's grim and rock-like features were revealed.
I can't face rebirth,
said Nightspore.
The horror of death is nothing to it.
You will choose.
I can do nothing. Crystalman is too powerful. I barely escaped with my own soul.
You are still stupid with earth fumes and see nothing straight, said Crag.
Nightspore made no reply, but seemed to be trying to recall something. The water around them was so still, colourless and transparent that they scarcely seemed to be borne up by liquid matter at all. Maskull's corpse had disappeared. The drumming was now like the clanging of iron. The oblong patch of light grew much bigger. It burned, fierce and wild. The darkness above, below, and on either side of it began to shape itself into the semblance of a huge black wall without bounds.
Is that really a wall we are coming to?
You will soon find out. What you see is Muspel, and that light is the gate you have to enter.
Nightspore's heart beat wildly. Shall I remember? He muttered.
Yes, you'll remember.
Accompany me, Crag, or I shall be lost.
There is nothing for me to do in there. I shall wait outside for you.
You are returning to the struggle?
Demanded Nightspore, gnawing his fingertips. Yes.
I dare not.
The thunderous clangor of the rhythmical beats struck on his head like actual blows. The light glared so vividly that he was no longer able to look at it. It had the startling irregularity of continuous lightning, but it possessed this further peculiarity, that it seemed somehow to give out not actual light, but emotion seen as light. They continued to approach the wall of darkness straight toward the door. The glass-like water flowed right against it, its surface reaching up almost to the threshold. They could not speak any more. The noise was too deafening. In a few minutes they were before the gateway. Nightspore turned his back and hid his eyes in his two hands, but even then he was blinded by the light. So passionate were his feelings that his body seemed to enlarge itself. At every frightful beat of sound he quivered violently. The entrance was doorless. Crag jumped onto the rocky platform and pulled Nightspore after him. Once through the gateway, the light vanished. The rhythmical sound blows totally ceased. Nightspore dropped his hands. All was dark and quiet as an open tomb. But the air was filled with grim, burning passion, which was to light and sound what light itself is to opaque color. Nightspore pressed his hand to his heart.
I don't know if I can endure it,
he said, looking toward Crag. He felt his person far more vividly and distinctly than if he had been able to see him. Go in and lose no time, Nightspore. Time here is more precious than on Earth. We can't squander the minutes. There are terrible and tragic affairs to attend to which won't wait for us. Go in at once. Stop for nothing.
Where shall I go to? Muttered Nightspore. I've forgotten everything.
Enter, enter. There is only one way. You can't mistake it.
Why do you bid me go in if I'm to come out again?
To have your wounds healed. Almost before the words had left his mouth, Crag sprang back onto the island raft. Nightspore involuntarily started after him, but at once recovered himself and remained standing where he was. Crag was completely invisible. Everything outside was black night. The moment he had gone, a feeling shot up in Nightspore's heart like 1,000 trumpets. Straight in front of him, almost at his feet, was the lower end of a steep, narrow, circular flight of stone steps. There was no other way forward. He put his foot on the bottom stair, at the same time peering aloft. He saw nothing. Yet as he proceeded upward, every inch of the way was perceptible to his inner feelings. The staircase was cold, dismal and deserted, but it seemed to him in his exaltation of soul like a ladder to heaven. After he had mounted a dozen steps or so, he paused to take breath. Each step was increasingly difficult to ascend. He felt as though he were carrying a heavy man on his shoulders. It struck a familiar chord in his mind. He went on, and 10 stairs higher up came to a window set in a high embrasure. Onto this he clambered and looked through. The window was of a sort of glass, but he could see nothing. Coming to him, however, from the world outside, a disturbance of the atmosphere struck his senses, causing his blood to run cold. At one moment it resembled a low, mocking, vulgar laugh, travelling from the ends of the earth. At the next it was like a rhythmical vibration of the air, the silent, continuous throbbing of some mighty engine. The two sensations were identical yet different. They seemed to be related in the same manner as soul and body. After feeling them for a long time, Nightspore got down from the embrasure and continued his ascent, having meanwhile grown very serious. The climbing became still more laborious, and he was forced to stop at every third or fourth step to rest his muscles and regain breath. When he had mounted another 20 stairs in this way, he came to a second window. Again he saw nothing. The laughing disturbance of the air, too, had ceased, but the atmospheric throb was now twice as distinct as before, and its rhythm had become double. There were two separate pulses. One was in the time of a march, the other in the time of a waltz. The first was bitter and petrifying to feel, but the second was gay, enervating, and horrible. Nightspore spent little time at that window, for he felt that he was on the eve of a great discovery, and that something far more important awaited him higher up. He proceeded aloft. The ascent grew more and more exhausting, so much so that he had frequently to sit down, utterly crushed by his own dead weight. Still, he got to the third window. He climbed into the embrasure. His feelings translated themselves into vision, and he saw a sight that caused him to turn pale. A gigantic, self-luminous sphere was hanging in the sky, occupying nearly the whole of it. This sphere was composed entirely of two kinds of active beings. There were a myriad of tiny green corpuscles, varying in size from the very small to the almost indiscernible. They were not green, but he somehow saw them so. They were all striving in one direction, toward himself, toward Muspel, but were too feeble and miniature to make any headway. Their action produced the marching rhythm he had previously felt, but this rhythm was not intrinsic in the corpuscles themselves, but was a consequence of the obstruction they met with. And, surrounding these atoms of life and light, were far larger whirls of white light that gyrated hither and thither, carrying the green corpuscles with them wherever they desired. Their whirling motion was accompanied by the waltzing rhythm. It seemed to Nightspore that the green atoms were not only being danced about against their will, but were suffering excruciating shame and degradation in consequence. The larger ones were steadier than the extremely small. A few were even almost stationary, and one was advancing in the direction it wished to go. He turned his back to the window, buried his face in his hands, and searched in the dim recesses of his memory for an explanation of what he had just seen. Nothing came straight, but horror and wrath began to take possession of him. On his way upward to the next window, invisible fingers seemed to him to be squeezing his heart and twisting it about here and there, but he never dreamed of turning back. His mood was so grim that he did not once permit himself to pause. Such was his physical distress by the time that he had clambered into the recess that for several minutes he could see nothing at all. The world seemed to be spinning round him rapidly. When at last he looked, he saw the same sphere as before, but now all was changed on it. It was a world of rocks, minerals, water, plants, animals, and men. He saw the whole world at one view, yet everything was so magnified that he could distinguish the smallest details of life. In the interior of every individual, of every aggregate of individuals, of every chemical atom, he clearly perceived the presence of the green corpuscles. But according to the degree of dignity of the life form, they were fragmentary or comparatively large. In the crystal, for example, the green imprisoned life was so minute as to be scarcely visible. In some men it was hardly bigger, but in other men and women it was 20 or 100 times greater. But, great or small, it played an important part in every individual. It appeared as if the worlds of white light, which were the individuals and plainly showed themselves beneath the enveloping bodies, were delighted with existence and wished only to enjoy it. But the green corpuscles were in a condition of eternal discontent, yet, blind and not knowing which way to turn for liberation, kept changing form, as though breaking a new path by way of experiment. Whenever the old grotesque became metamorphosed into the new grotesque, it was in every case the direct work of the green atoms, trying to escape toward Muspel, but encountering immediate opposition. These subdivided sparks of living, fiery spirit were hopelessly imprisoned in a ghastly mush of soft pleasure. They were being effeminated and corrupted, that is to say, absorbed in the foul, sickly, enveloping forms. Nightspore felt a sickening shame in his soul as he looked on at that spectacle. His exultation had long since vanished. He bit his nails, and understood why Crag was waiting for him below. He mounted slowly to the 5th window. The pressure of air against him was as strong as a full gale, divested of violence and irregularity, so that he was not for an instant suffered to relax his efforts. Nevertheless, not a breath stirred. Looking through the window, he was startled by a new sight. The sphere was still there, but between it and the Muspel world in which he was standing he perceived a dim, vast shadow, without any distinguishable shape, but somehow throwing out a scent of disgusting sweetness. Nightspore knew that it was Crystalman. A flood of fierce light, but it was not light, but passion was streaming all the time from Muspel to the shadow and through it. When, however, it emerged on the other side, which was the sphere, the light was altered in character. It became split, as by a prism, into the two forms of life which he had previously seen, the green corpuscles and the worlds. What had been fiery spirit but a moment ago was now a disgusting mass of crawling, wriggling individuals, each whirl of pleasure-seeking will having as nucleus a fragmentary spark of living green fire. Nightspore recollected the back rays of Starkness, and it flashed across him with the certainty of truth that the green sparks were the back rays, and the worlds the forward rays of Muspel. The former were trying desperately to return to their place of origin, but were overpowered by the brute force of the latter, which wished only to remain where they were. The individual worlds were jostling and fighting with and even devouring each other. This created pain, but whatever pain they felt, it was always pleasure that they sought. Sometimes the green sparks were strong enough for a moment to move a little way in the direction of Muspel. The worlds would then accept the movement, not only without demur, but with pride and pleasure, as if it were their own handiwork. But they never saw beyond the shadow. They thought that they were travelling toward it. The instant the direct movement wearied them, as, contrary to their whirling nature, they fell again to killing, dancing, and loving. Nightspore had a foreknowledge that the 6th window would prove to be the last. Nothing would have kept him from ascending to it, for he guessed that the nature of Crystalman himself would there become manifest. Every step upward was like a bloody life-and-death struggle. The stairs nailed him to the ground. The air pressure caused blood to gush from his nose and ears. His head clanged like an iron bell. When he had fought his way up a dozen steps, he found himself suddenly at the top. The staircase terminated in a small, bare chamber of cold stone possessing a single window. On the other side of the apartment, another short flight of stairs mounted through a trap, apparently to the roof of the building. Before ascending these stairs, Nightspore hastened to the window and stared out. The shadow form of Crystalman had drawn much closer to him, and filled the whole sky. But it was not a shadow of darkness, but a bright shadow. It had neither shape nor colour, yet it in some way suggested the delicate tints of early morning. It was so nebulous that the sphere could be clearly distinguished through it. In extension, however, it was thick. The sweet smell emanating from it was strong, loathsome, and terrible. It seemed to spring from a sort of loose, mocking slime, inexpressibly vulgar and ignorant. The spirit stream from Muspel flashed with complexity and variety. It was not below individuality, but above it. It was not the one, or the many, but something else far beyond either. It approached Crystalman and entered his body, if that bright mist could be called a body. It passed right through him, and the passage caused him the most exquisite pleasure. The Muspel stream was Crystalman's food. The stream emerged from the other side onto the sphere in a double condition. Part of it reappeared intrinsically unaltered, but shivered into a million fragments. These were the green corpuscles. In passing through Crystalman, they had escaped absorption by reason of their extreme minuteness. The other part of the stream had not escaped. Its fire had been abstracted, its cement was withdrawn, and after being fouled and softened by the horrible sweetness of the host, it broke into individuals which were the worlds of living will. Nightspore shuddered. He comprehended at last how the whole world of will was doomed to eternal anguish in order that one being might feel joy. Presently he set foot on the final flight leading to the roof, for he remembered vaguely that now only that remained. Halfway up he fainted, but when he recovered consciousness he persisted as though nothing had happened to him. As soon as his head was above the trap, breathing the free air, he had the same physical sensation as a man stepping out of water. He pulled his body up and stood expectantly on the stone-floored roof, looking round for his first glimpse of Muspel. There was nothing. He was standing upon the top of a tower measuring not above 15 feet each way. Darkness was all around him. He sat down on the stone parapet with a sinking heart. A heavy foreboding possessed him. Suddenly, without seeing or hearing anything, he had the distinct impression that the darkness around him on all four sides was grinning. As soon as that happened, he understood that he was wholly surrounded by Crystalman's world, and that Muspel consisted of himself and the stone tower on which he was sitting. Fire flashed in his heart. Millions upon millions of grotesque, vulgar, ridiculous, sweetened individuals, once spirit, were calling out from their degradation and agony for salvation from Muspel. To answer that cry there was only himself, and Crag waiting below, and Surtur. But where was Surtur? The truth forced itself on him in all its cold, brutal reality. Muspel was no all-powerful universe, tolerating from pure indifference the existence side by side with it of another false world, which had no right to be. Muspel was fighting for its life, against all that is most shameful and frightful, against sin masquerading as eternal beauty, against baseness masquerading as nature, against the devil masquerading as God. Now he understood everything. The moral combat was no mock one, no Valhalla, where warriors are cut to pieces by day and feast by night, but a grim death struggle in which what is worse than death, namely spiritual death, inevitably awaited the vanquished of Muspel. By what means could he hold back from this horrible war? During those moments of anguish, all thoughts of self, the corruption of his life on earth, was scorched out of Nightspore's soul, perhaps not for the first time. After sitting a long time, he prepared to descend. Without warning, a strange, wailing cry swept over the face of the world. Starting in awful mystery, it ended with such a note of low and sordid mockery that he could not doubt for a moment whence it originated. It was the voice of Crystalman. Crag was waiting for him on the island raft. He threw a stern glance at Nightspore. "Have you seen everything?"
"The struggle is hopeless,"
muttered Nightspore. "Did I not say I am the stronger?"
"You may be the stronger, but he is the mightier."
"I am the stronger and the mightier. Crystalman's empire is but a shadow on the face of Muspel. But nothing will be done without the bloodiest blows. What do you mean to do?" Nightspore looked at him strangely.
"Are you not Surtur, Crag?"
"Yes."
"Yes,"
said Nightspore in a slow voice without surprise.
"But what is your name on earth?"
"It is Pain."
"That, too, I must have known."
He was silent for a few minutes. Then he stepped quietly onto the raft. Crag pushed off